Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is made to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade, and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I would like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable in developed societies. If when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated, has started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to
as nonsense.
27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away from our
curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as the elected as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continue to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the Western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect, since it's popularly accepted, to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Aunty Onaru moved for the independence of Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Enaro had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him.
Very well.
And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NABID, or Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin? What was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we
are in the minority.
Of course, if in any case, we say that we are the largest minority. That is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But The point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at the time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no Braille ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer a solution. That's where the Braille ballot guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in the 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there will be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Braille ballot guide. And Braille ballot guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials meant for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you will be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. Even though we know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that, yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles election, if in the obstacles election, organizing an election for a state like Edo, Ondo, and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system, I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And one would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our Constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the INEC, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course, of course.
Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, power is not served a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
government? Sorry for cutting
that of the
without mentioning any political party. I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form, and I do not have. And we are contesting for the same point. You have paid for the form and have given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat. then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have a constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issue. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so serious. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering? I hope you know what I'm saying. Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment. Yes. We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change, and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the Executive Director, Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
The right to bail is one of the fundamental rights available to a person who has been arrested and accused of committing an offense. And what could be these rights? What are the thresholds? What are the limitations? And what kind of bail are really available in terms of what they constitute? And all of these could also gear towards ensuring that the right of the person being accused or being arrested are really protected. How do we galvanize all of this? Looking at the essence of Law and You that questions critically the aspects of the law, and of course how to elucidate those areas that seem to be blurred before the viewers. And this is where we always come in. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukmo. Welcome again to another opportunity to take you through the school of thought on the legal system in Nigeria. What could be the benefits of bail to the citizenry? And of course, what could be the limitations? Who can be given the right to be bailed? And who shouldn't be given the right to that? Joining me in this is a legal practitioner, Emmanuel Obakolo. Thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a delight to be here.
I know we've gone through this corridor, through this road some time back, but we got to expand it and look at how we can deepen practice in order to bring light to those areas that seem gray. Now, we look at the aspect of the law. Is bail a right or a privilege?
Bail
and first of all, what is bail?
Firstly, what is bail? In the case of Caleb Ojo and Federal Republic of Nigeria, the court defined bail to mean generally freeing or setting at liberty an accused person. Then the Police Act, Section 27 of the Police Act, also guarantees bail to a suspect at the police station. Now ultimately, Section 35 subsection 1 of the Extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees bail, wherein that provisions does provide that right to liberty. So every person has right to liberty by virtue of the provisions of Section 31, Section 35 rather, subsection 1 of the Extant Constitution. Then Section 35 subsection 5 of the Extant Constitution provides to us, in paraphrase now, that where a person is arrested, the person should not spend more than 24 hours wherein from the police station to that court, to the court, has a radius of 40 kilometers. And where the distance is more than 40 kilometers, it should not be more than 48 hours for the person to be charged to court. So when you sum all of this, you discover that bail is as of right and not a privilege.
Okay. But well, let's look at the concept again critically. Who gives bail? Is it the police or the court or both?
Now, there are three types of bail. 1, police bail. 2, court bail. 3, bail by government agencies.
Oh.
Now, the police bail is the one that most persons are aware of, that is prevalent in our society today. Oh, when a person is arrested, you see family members, you see friends running to the police station, and the first thing that they will seek for is that the person be granted bail. That is common with us, the police bail. Also, when the person is charged to court, you see they get a lawyer, and the first thing they will tell the lawyer is apply for the bail of our sibling or of our brother, friend, or sister, as the case may be. And what the lawyer does, if it is a lower court, for instance, like a magistrate court or a customary court, you see the person go to make an oral application. Also, a court of summary jurisdiction, like the Federal High Court, they can also make oral application. But just now, the court will seek or demand for an application, for written application for the bail of the defendant. Now, before now we know them as accused person or persons, but now the law has regulated to mean a defendant. So these are some of the steps. Then other government agencies like the DSS, like the ICPC, like the AFCC, they fall under government agencies. So all these agencies also have their modus operandi on how their bail is granted or how bail is granted. So bail comes under these three folds for a suspect or a defendant / an accused person.
Okay, well, let's look at it critically again. Some questions are always being asked. What offenses can be seen as bailable and what other offenses can't? I remember we drew some analogy some time back in that. So if you can breeze through it again and then also make us understand at what point can one not be given that bail?
Yeah, where the offense is a capital offense, for instance, murder, it is difficult for either the police or the courts or even other government agencies to grant bail. And in most cases, it is only the courts that may grant bail. And in such situations, the courts will look at extreme conditions before the court can grant the bail. Because bail, as despite the constitutional provision as of right, is still within the discretion of the courts to grant the bail.
Yes. Looking at the risk.
Yes, yes, because the court will consider certain factors whether or not the bail is granted. Yes. For instance, if the person, the defendant or accused person in this case, will abscond, the court may not grant bail. If the court look at it, if the prosecution is able to prove to the court that this person can jump bail, so the court may not grant that bail, despite the fact that bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the extant constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and also Section 27 of the Police Act. So, if again, another condition is if the person will interfere with the matter on ground, the evidence on his prosecution, if he has that capacity, that ability to influence it, to interfere with it, the court may not grant bail. So, you cannot now say, oh, because bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the Constitution, then the court in every circumstances must grant bail. No!
Okay. We're going to interrogate it in both ways. At that of the police bail, which is very, very conversant, which people are very conversant with, they usually say bail is free. But we know, to common knowledge, bail isn't free, or is it?
It is not free. I've had experiences with respect to that, and by the time you try to put up the argument that bail is free, even when you are seeing it, the inscription on the wall at the police station, bail is free, with capital letters, it is still not yet free.
So what's the component of the law in that?
It is unfortunate that we find ourselves in this quagmire, wherein, even as a lawyer, for instance, myself now, you go to a police station and you make an oral application for the bail of a suspect, or at times even written application for the bail of a suspect, and the police will grant that application, and before you know it, the IPO in charge of the matter will tell you, I have an instruction from upstairs that so condition should be met, and one of the conditions that they will put forward is the condition of money, yet it is scripted on their walls, at times even the fence of the police station or the door at the police station, that bail is free. And when you begin to put up arguments that legally bail should be free, that there is absolutely no need for any person to pay money before bail could be granted or given, as the case may be. You may even be surprised, like I had one ugly experience. Family members of the suspect, you are not telling me, lawyer, you have done your own. At this stage, we should come in and see how we can free our brother.
Okay.
Because they are so much in a hurry to release the suspect. So in such situation, the lawyer may be helpless. And before you know, you may even be tagged, giving names, bearing names that are not yours, that this lawyer always want to be this, I want to be that. And like a policeman told me some time ago in the station, that even SAN, they come here to give us money, but you always come here and you just put a straight face, as if you are the one that was the first lawyer in the history of Nigeria. So when you begin to meet up with challenges like that, and that is what we see today has come to make the monetary aspect of a bail to become a norm.
Okay, but what actually is the consequence of this breach? Because it's one thing for us to say that we have a law. It's another for us to see how enforceable the law is if there is a breach. For law enforcement agents, for instance, that could be caught napping and collecting money for bail when the component of the law has it that bail is free. What is the consequence for such law enforcement agents who break the law?
The law frowns at it, but whether or not, if you put up that argument, maybe in the court, you will not take the police to court for demanding for money for bail.
Is it ridiculous?
I wonder whether you are going to succeed, because you meet up with denial. One, you may not have evidence to tender.
Because they're the one that provide the evidence.
Yes.
If at all.
Yes. Besides that,
Or
the money,
you're the one that can provide. You as a citizen.
you don't have the evidence, because the money that is so paid for the bail is physical. They take it cash. They take the money cash. And we've seen situations where they will tell you, okay, if you don't have the money cash, pay to a particular POS, and then we go there and get the money cash from the POS.
In the process of taking that cash, for instance,
Yes.
what about if there's a video clip to that effect?
What video clip? How are you going to do it? Will you,
Everyone is a journalist. We are in
unfortunately,
the social media.
we will meet with a very strong denier. Very strong denier. So at the end of the day, it may amount to exercise in futility. Maybe the court,
Whatever that it hasn't happened doesn't give room for its inaccessibility to this, as in, doesn't give room for it not to happen.
Yes,
I believe we are evolving, and our awareness as a people also is in the evolving stage. And so a situation where everyone is a journalist, and at every point T, one is able to get these evidences. Are you saying that such can be prosecuted in court?
they can.
Okay.
There are examples.
So we can still leave opportunities open.
Yes,
in that direction.
yes. There are examples. Even within the police system, there are some top-ranking officers who will tell you what you have done is wrong. Let's look at from the divisional level of the police station. You discover that the DPO determines what happens at that division. So when the DPO is somebody who is strict, who is disciplined, who does not want to hear of pay bail money before somebody could be granted bail, you see that all the rank and file in that division will sit up. And everybody will know. So it goes to tell that whatever transpires at the police station, it is within the control of who heads that police station. Yes. So the top, whoever is at the top, determines what happens.
This is quite a huge challenge, most especially if we trickle it down to the aspects of taking money at checkpoints, for instance, by policemen. It's in common knowledge that we see this, everybody see this, and just that we are unable to really, tackle this issue just now, because it seems to flow from the top. Now, this again is a bane of Nigerian development, and of course, an act of corruption. So if we are to change this process, what do we do? How do we go about it? Concerning making the law to be alive on this, and of course, for awareness to be done in this regard to make sure that we do not encourage the practice.
Well, good enough, the law is always alive. But who will be courageous enough to bring such situation before the law? Who amongst us will be courageous?
Expedite actions on
Yes. So the plight we find ourselves today is that every one of us, consciously or unconsciously, have contributed to it.
Are guilty. Yeah, guilty.
So in such situation, what do we do?
Because we
cannot blame the law.
Right. Is as guilty as the one who takes it.
Yes. So
If bail is free, he who gives money to the police is as guilty as the police officer.
it is, because it's a two sides of a coin. So the situation just now is that for the law to visit sanctions on such situation is that we ourselves should be ready not to contravene the law.
Oh, well, most especially when it comes to you who is at the begging end, you need to be free. You know, freedom is imperative, and so at that point, one may not want to, doggedly or ruggedly go into the aspect of ensuring that he or she doesn't give this money as a way of, payment for a bill. But again, we're gonna be crossing that road, most especially as there are also some mind-boggling questions as regards the court bill that you may mention of. We're gonna look into that after this short break. Do stay. Big thanks. Welcome back. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omogu. I still have my guest with me, a wonderful guest, legal practitioner Emmanuel Obakpolo. Thanks for being here still.
Thank you.
Well, let's go to court bill, and maybe after court bill, we could also do some nitty-gritty about expanding it. We usually see where they say you must have a land document or whatever in Abuja or in the choicest place of the country. There are some bills, that are so heavy when it comes to the financial amount that goes with it, most especially involving politicians. And sometimes it could be as huge as 50 million, 100 million, 500 million. Now, are these monies getting back to those who paid after the case has been, prosecuted, or are just this money going to the treasury of the government? And a situation where one who is made to pay this money is unable to pay it, is that on the way of denying that person justice of getting bail?
A very good question, but the understanding that that is prevalent in the society with respect to court bail is some persons think when the court makes that pronouncement of certain amount to be paid, that the surety or the accused person or defendant, as the case may be, will be the one that will likely pay that money. But if you listen to the court calls that amount to be paid a like sum.
A what?
Like sum.
Like sum.
Yes. What it simply means is that money is not paid. The money can only be paid where the person jump bail, and that money will be paid by the sureties or sureties.
You mean that money
the defender? That money is not paid.
Stricto sensu.
Yes, the money is just a condition where the person jumps bail or abscond.
Okay. Well, looking at that case as concerning, jumping bail, we understand that this is Nigeria. If we are to look into a democratic practice in Nigeria, that we still find it unable to, practice stricto sensu as the democratic tenets expects of us as Nigerians. These people sometimes they jump bail, And are in situations where even those who were connected one time or the other to their Abacha loot, I don't know if they were eventually arrested or prosecuted, or at what point if they ever were granted bail, or if they jumped the bail. But just to put it in summary, do you see the laws in the country as enforceable, most especially as regards politicians who jump bail and one way or the other are not rearrested to face the charges against them in court?
Unfortunately, we've seen situations like this, even like that. Even just now, the sole contractor of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, Shaguri as they call it, he was a partner to General Sani Abacha, late General Sani Abacha. But today he's still the person that the present regime is romancing with. To the extent,
seems we've forgotten the history.
Yes, to the extent that a contract of that magnitude has been granted to him again. So when we talk of corruption and the prosecution of corruption in Nigeria, it is only when a party or parties in that corruption case don't have the nod of the government in place, particularly the executive in place. That is when you hear of the prosecution. Like we have just now in Nigeria, even where it is clear, expressly clear to every Tom, Dick and Harry that a particular person is corrupt and has corruption charges hanging on his neck. And by the time the person defects, decamp or jump to the ruling political party, the All Progressive Congress, then the matter dies a natural death. So we see that has no business with the court. Until a party is prosecuted, that is when the person will go through trial in the court. But when the person is not prosecuted, the court cannot jump and begin to arrest corrupt persons in the society and be taking them to court to try them. So all that we have seen rather in Nigeria today is that why corruption cases are not even having headway. Some bail is granted with stringent conditions, and you see that they meet the condition because they are partners in crime, participants criminis, so to speak, will now come and look for a leeway out to see how they can get him off the hook. But take note that the grant of bail is not the end to prosecution, but whether or not the prosecutor or the prosecution team or the agency in charge to prosecute will continue is another different ball game. We've seen today where somebody, the EFCC chairman boast on the national television and pages of the newspaper that until he gets a particular governor charge to court, that he will not rest. But today you see that governor is now a member of the campaign team of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And you see the man going about telling people that he must ensure that the president gets re-elected because he knows that the only way out for him to escape trial is to begin to make such promises.
Yes, I know this is becoming interesting because we are tying it into politics, and most especially if we must correct the process, then we must ensure that political actors, they do the nitty-gritty or they do the needful in following up with the law in order to make equality before the law as propounded by evidizing in the rule of law, really, really effective in our democratic system. But again, let's also look into this aspect where some persons do say that sureties could be seen at risk if such who are accused jumps bail. Now, what is the guarantee that such a surety will not be denied justice in prosecution, like you said, concerning if the those who are accused jumps bail?
The surety must go through trial. It's a must. That's why before you stand as a surety for an accused person or a defendant, you must ensure that you know that person. And what some courts do now is that in their granting of bail, they will spell it out in black and white that the surety must be a blood relation to the person that is to be granted the bail. A blood relation, so that you can know how, where, and when to find him whenever he jumps bail.
Okay.
But where, however, we still have professional sureties who swear to an affidavit, make the affidavit declaration that they are blood relation, whereas they are not. But they collect money because they want to stand as sureties.
Can the law prove that?
It's difficult.
Can lawyers prove that?
It's difficult because we've seen that there is conspiracy even amongst lawyers and the litigants and their family members.
It becomes intriguing, exciting, amazing, should I say terrific. Interestingly, this is going to culminate into the next episode. Big thanks, Emmanuel Obakwala, for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, we'll see you on the part 2 series of this episode. Do stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, once again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. Position of Islam on oppression. Position of Islam on oppression. We have oppressive tendencies common on the land. It has been like that, and it's still ongoing. What is the position of Islam on oppression? Today's vital topic. I have with me this evening in the studio. Close to me, on my left, is Ustaz Sani Abdulhafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for having me.
And on my far left is Malam Nuruddin Asunoge. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum, viewers.
Alhamdulillah. Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh. Now, I want to look at this topic. The stand of Islam on oppression. Let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdulhafiz. When we talk of oppression, what exactly are we looking at?
Alhamdulillah, we give praise to Allah and we send Allah's peace and benediction upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When we talk of oppression in Islam, the simple word you use for qualifying oppression is azulum. Now, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Azulumu zulumatu yawm al-qiyamah." That oppression is going to be shades of darknesses on the day of judgment for the one who has perpetuated it. So, oppression is about using your power, your position, your level, so to say, to deal with people who are of lower rank than you in a way and manner that is unfair. Using your force to maybe take from them what is not yours, or take from them what is theirs and give it to those to whom it does not belong. All of this is oppression. Or just, making a people become deprived of what ordinarily is supposed to be theirs, and they cannot cry to nobody about this. This is oppression. It can happen between a husband and a wife. It can happen between parents and children. It can happen between government and their followers, leaders, kings, and their community members. Oppression can happen between directors and their subordinates in offices. It can happen at different levels. Oppression is to use your position wrongfully to treat a people the way they are not supposed to be treated.
Alhamdulillah. Oppression. Where Islam said in one tradition that we should help the oppressed as well as the oppressor. And the companions of Prophet Islam, the Sahaba, were surprised that Prophet Islam should ask them to help the oppressed as well as the oppressor. So, Allah, we are going to throw more light on that tradition. Yeah. Position of Islam on oppression.
Thank you. Like Sani had said, the tendency to gratify that proclivity that tends to make you to seek to dominate and control others is what oppression is. So horrendous the whole issue of oppression is that even Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is regulated by no laws or rules, had said in one of the exalted statements to the Prophet Islam that he, Allah, criminalizes, anathemizes the issue of oppression for himself. And consequently, he has done that for any human being on the surface of the earth. And so when the Prophet Islam made the statement requesting that you help either the one who is the oppressor or the one that is being oppressed, his followers were in appreciation of the fact that if one became a victim of oppression, by virtue of the fact that that individual was being oppressed, he was deserving of the attention, the compassion, and the assistance of those persons around him to help manumit him from the one that oppresses. But they were obviously scandalized by the invitation to now assist the one who was himself or herself the oppressor. And so they sought to know from the prophet, yes, we understand why we should help the one who is oppressed, but how are we going to help the one who is not the oppressor? He said, you help the one who is the oppressor by removing from him the instrument that enables him to be the oppressor. You withdraw that instrument from that individual. In other words, for example, if I were a police officer, taking advantage of the fact that I am a police officer or a military officer, and I begin to, intimidate and to oppress others, every other person that is not the victim. In other words, what the Prophet was saying, you needn't become a participant in the physicality of an experience that mortifies before you get involved in wanting to extricate whoever had been so entangled. That if an officer, for example, has oppressed somebody and you became aware, then you are supposed to give voice to that who is voiceless until it gets to a point where such an officer is relieved of the capacity to be able to continually oppress that individual or any individual. That was the context in which the Prophet ﷺ made the statement. And it was a statement that was supposed to be given a pragmatic expression to. So you become involved in the oppression of another person if you were to remain taciturn in the face of oppression.
Thank you very much. Viewers, if you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic, position of Islam on oppression. Islam said, help the oppressed as well as the oppressor. To help the oppressed, save him from oppression, and to help the oppressor withhold his hand from oppression. Now, Prophet said in one other traditions that beware of the cry of the oppressed, for between it and Almighty Allah there is no barrier. Beware of the cry of the oppressed. No. So what can you tell the oppressors who have the ability to oppress and go away with this on earth?
Now, there is no, ways for emphasizing the crime of oppression that you can find anywhere than the ways the Prophet ﷺ has used. No. The statement is a threat to say that the one who is being oppressed may appear apparently powerless. No. He may not be able to defend himself. No. But if he cries out, Allah will take revenge on his behalf. There is no shield. That's the statement Prophet ﷺ used. There is no barrier. Yes. There is no screen between the cry of the oppressed and Allah. It means that whatever he asks for is granted. You want him to destroy the person that has oppressed you, it will be granted. So that when people were sometimes powerful, and there's some other times they are visited by some calamities in life. Sometimes you are asking the question, how come? What happened? How is he going down this way? It could be some cries some oppressed person somewhere by this same person have made. And Allah listen to that. Don't think that the consequence or the prayers, the cries of the oppressed not be granted instantaneously means that the matter is ended. No, it could just be that Allah is waiting to deal with you at the time that you most little expected. So that the one who is oppressing another, either by virtue of how much he has in his account, you are a landlord, you are oppressing your tenants because they live in your house. They can't breathe because you are the landlord. You are a boss in an office. Those who are under you are always scared because of your, the way you do with them. This is not, you deny somebody what belongs to him. He does not talk. If he talks, then he will get more than what he has already got. If they go in secret to say, Allah, deal with this person with what he deserves, Allah will deal with him. That is enough to checkmate the one who has the tendency to want to oppress others. No. You should be afraid of what this person may do. You are oppressing your wife. She cannot do anything. The only one she can talk to is Allah. No. When Allah was addressing the husband and the wife in the settlement, he said, فَلَا تَبَغُوا عَلَيْهِنَّ سَبِيلًا. After your wife has not done any crime, do not find any way of oppressing them. Inna Allah kana aliyan kabira. Because Allah is higher than whoever you think you are. And he is greater than whoever you think you are. Don't allow Allah to deal with you.
Thank you very much. Don't allow Almighty Allah to deal with you. You see, you have oppressed someone, you felt you are bigger than. And the person says, there is God. I hand you over to God. Go and apologize. Go and beg the person. But if the person says, if the person starts threatening that he will do this and do that to you, you should be relaxed. But if he hands you over to God, you better go and beg the person. Islam says that you should not even oppress anybody, even if he's an unbeliever. God Allah will come to his aid. Elsewhere, Prophet Islam said, Allah will tell the oppressed, I will come to your aid, even though it will be after a while. And although Allah may give respite to the oppressed, but if Allah gets hold of him, he will not let him go. So if you have been oppressing, and you are still oppressing, you better quickly go and repent. Those who have oppressed, go and apologize to them before Almighty Allah will get hold of you. Pharaoh was oppressive. The Israelites were there. He was oppressing them. And eventually, we need this. So can you please tell us more about oppression?
Yeah, Pharaoh that you refer to had described himself that I am the Lord Most High. Yeah. That was the apogee of his hubris in the dealing with those who were under him. And so today we have different pharaohs in different positions of authority. Wow. An investigating officer, a police or EFCC or DSS will tell you the file is before me. What I decide in this matter is what will go. You can't do nothing. And so he decides and says that you who was supposed to be right, you are now the one who is wrong. He said you can go to blazes and burn. But meanwhile, he is himself on a peregrination to that blaze where he will burn perpetually. Now, Pharaoh ultimately got doomed as a consequence of this oppression. Wow. The Prophet ﷺ, appreciating the danger in wanting to perpetuate oppression, even when it was inadvertently done, when he knew that he was coming to the end of his embassy on the surface of the earth, yeah, he had had a colloquy with those who were his companions. And he said, to the best of his knowledge, he had not studiously wronged anyone. But that was not to say that he may not have acted in a way that oppressed some persons. No. And so one of the companions said, Ya Rasulullah, on a particular day, you were asking us to straighten our rows, because as Muslims, you straighten the rows before you pray. No. And so while I was still there, you poked me with an object you were holding. And so you did that to me, and for me, that had oppressed me. And so the Prophet said, You have the opportunity of taking your pound of flesh today because it's much better for me if you did that.
No.
And he said, I wasn't putting on anything. What you have will mitigate the pain that you would suffer in comparison to the one eyed whatever. And so the Prophet ﷺ raised up his dress to say, okay, do to me what I did to you because I'm afraid of meeting Allah, and that stands against me as an act of oppression against you. And so the man said, naturally, all of those who were there were angered by the effrontery of this man wanting to hit the Prophet back. And he said, oh, Messenger of Allah, I will not dare to hit you. I just wanted to kiss you, and began to kiss the same spot where he had whatever. But the point the Prophet had made as commander-in-chief of the armed forces, whose authority was infinite, nobody was going to question his authority. If he snapped his finger and said, you are dead, the person is dead. The Prophet appreciated what it was for an individual to go with a mindset that you have oppressed me. And so today you find people who are in positions of authority ask that people get vaporized because they say we are here. Whether you get your requital in this world or the world that is to come, the Prophet ﷺ says that is a certainty from which there is no escape. That a day is coming when you will meet with your Lord and you will carry truckloads, homologous, highly prodigious, stupendous loads on your head. And all of that will be load arising from the wrong that you have done to people on the basis of the authority you exercise. And you said, absolutely nothing. Go tell whomever you want to tell. I could kill you, nothing will happen. I could pulverize whatever it is that you have. And so we do all this. We oppress people, and you could even oppress people by talking to them. I'm talking and you dare to talk. Will you cease to be quiet there? And so you find that in a relationship between teachers, students. How dare you talk? Let me see how you pass this course.
Thank you very much. Viewers, we are looking at the very vital topic, as we said, position of Islam on oppression. You can see that Islam condemns oppression in its entirety. Let's ask in one tradition that whosoever has transgressed against his brother on earth, if you have oppressed your brother on earth, try to seek amend on earth before that day, that is the day of judgment, day of consternation, when there will be neither gold or silver to pay compensation. Or else, the good deeds of the oppressor will be added to the account of the oppressed in a manner proportionate to the level of the injury. And where the oppressor does not have good deeds again, then the sins of the oppressed will be added to his account in a manner proportionate to the level of injury. So, that explains why you need to think of those you have oppressed. Go and make amends before that day of judgment. Some of us are good in grabbing lands. You want to fence your land, you bent the fence. You have encroached on your neighbor's land deliberately. Whosoever illegally acquire an inch of land on the day of judgment, he will carry on his head the weight of 7 earths, and he'll be looking for the owner. There was a particular city I went to. A particular landlord just visibly encroached on the main road. He was taking half of the main road, and he built. They will put the wall of their house on the exact spot that their land ended. Then they will extend their fence to the main road. Ustaz Sanabul, oppression comes in different ways. We are talking of lecturer, teacher, the master, and then the subordinate, the king, and the serf. Tell us more. Now, message of Islam. What is the message for the viewers on oppression?
The hadith you made reference to about people having to settle the score on the day of judgment is instructive. The believer, the Muslim, stands in prayer and declares Maliki Yawmiddin when he's reciting Surah Al-Fatiha, which is a surah you cannot omit in your prayer. The prayer will be invalid. Now, you say Maliki or Midin, meaning that you are forced to acknowledge that whatever we have done here on earth, there is a day that there will be a judge. The Quran says Allah will ask on the day of judgment, Limanil mulkul yawm. Who is the king? Who is the owner of the kingdom today? And he will answer again by saying, Allahul wahidul qahhar. Allah, the singular person, authority, the one who cannot be resisted, is the one that will preside on that day. You must pay. If you don't settle the score in this world, you must pay. The Prophet Islam said it in a way that is too clear. Your good deeds, you can be the one who goes to the mosque. People revere you because, oh, this man is holy. But you are oppressing people. Those your good works will be used to pay those you have oppressed. And it will go to such a point that if your good deeds are exhausted, the evil, the sins of others will be lifted and placed in your account. It is enough, warning to make a person afraid. Not to even match somebody's feet mistakenly. Should you walk away, it was a mistake. What is your problem? Tell him I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Tell him I'm sorry. Before the day of judgment will come, because the day of judgment is a terrible day. Everybody wants escape. If I know I can collect your deed, I will collect it. So if I have a little bite on my finger that came from you, and Allah says, what do you want? Please collect it for me. Because everyone is looking for safety. Now, that is it. That is it. So, the message is stop oppression and know that there is a day of retribution. The day that everyone will be paid according to what they have done. If the oppressor cannot get his right restored to them by whatever means in this world, just know that Allah will restore the right on the day of judgment.
We are going to tell you, which you have already recited now, that the day on which man will flee from his brother, from his wife,
husband,
and from his husband,
children.
from his children. That everyone will have enough concern of ease to make him indifferent to others.
Everyone will have concern because he's an individual.
We are not with that.
No one person carries the burden of another. And the point that has to be gotten and gotten very clearly is like when Allah asks the rhetorical question, what comes between you and intervening on behalf of those who have been oppressed? Whose cry, which gets to Allah, is that, oh Allah, extricate us from this land whose leadership is oppressive. Everything about it is oppressive. So that implicates you when you are a stand by watching oppression happen. You have become a participant in that act. You are required to stop oppression. Oppression is not there because there are oppressors. It is there because so many people are choosing to be indifferent.
Allah give us the understanding. Last word quickly, advice.
The last word we can give to us is to say, restore the right of the people to them.
The last word is simple, that on the day of accountability, even animals that broke the honor of another, Allah would get justice for that animal whose horn was broken before they are turned to dust. Talk about us human beings.
Viewers, you've heard it all. Do not be oppressive. Fear the day of judgment, the day of accountability.
Thank you for tuning in. If you missed any part of today's program, no worries. You can catch up on the full episode at flametv.tv or on free-to-air Intelsat 20. We can't wait to connect with you, so follow us on our social media handles. Until next time.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
If you need it, find better food to chop.
beverages and snacks, convenient and no cost. Home and away restaurant, don't pick your call. Anywhere you did, they go turn up from 8 a.m. to 6 o'clock. If you want to go, you get your hand, enter your phone, download the app. Sharp, you get your domoto. Order your food to any location from Benin, you get your hand. My guy, anywhere you quick, home and away, go turn up. Home and away, I know they take belly play. Now the one way to jump in your own. Better food now, home and away. Chop the turkey and chop the bone. Where can one? Them day. Unibe. Them day. Siloko. Them day. Itopan. Them day. For Bini. Them day. Anywhere you go, home and away. For Amaba. Them day. Kobai. Them day. Country. Them day. Papa. Them day. Sakpaba. Them day. Anywhere you go, home and away. Home and away restaurant. Place your order.
A beautiful afternoon to you and welcome to Sports Spectacular, reaching live from Independent Television. My name is Semudeme Osage. As always, it is a delight to be back here, and of course we get to talk about the ever exciting world of sports and what is the latest that is going down on that front. I can definitely tell you a whole lot is happening from the world of basketball, tennis, and of course the world of football, where the biggest footballing showpiece is currently going down across 3 nations, talking about USA, Canada, and Mexico. All 3 teams and nations still very much involved in the competition as we gradually head into the round of 16 of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It has been nothing short of breathtaking so far after seeing the knockout stage actually ensue, and of course the round of 32 games already concluded. Lots of heartbreak for nations, especially for African nations. It was on the major part actually heartbreaking after seeing 9 African nations qualify to the knockout phase. I can tell you right now, only 2 made it down to the round of 16. A bit of mixed feeling in that regard, but of course we'll be talking more about the World Cup as the show progresses. We'll also be telling you what is happening in the world of basketball, as of course Nigeria's very own senior men's team, talking about the Tigers, have qualified for the second, moved or advanced into the second round of the FIBA World Cup qualifiers, as of course after getting a very important win against Guinea in their second game during this qualifying windows, after of course kick-starting the action earlier during the week on Thursday against a victory against Tunisia. So big one for the side, and it was really important. They'll be rounding up proceedings come tomorrow when they face Rwanda, but at this point of time already advanced into the knockout, into the next round for the qualifiers. It is really important for the Tigers, who at this point you have to say are still looking to get themselves together, and of course in order to build a bigger and a stronger team that can compete favorably in the global standing. So we're fingers crossed for the side and looking forward to what they can continue to do on the continent, and of course continue to show their quality on the global stage. And we'll also be talking about the world of tennis, the 3rd Grand Slam of the year. We're talking about Wimbledon already ongoing. Novak Djokovic, a man on a mission, definitely dropping it in style in his encounter against Arthur Rinderknecht. We also had in action Jannik Sinner, who of course got to qualify to the next round. For the women, we saw the likes of Coco Gauff, Aryna Sabalenka in action, and it has been mind-blowing and breathtaking since the competition commenced, and of course really interesting to see how it all started and has shaped so far as the tournament continues to progress. We're looking forward to all of the action and who exactly will be getting their hands on the Wimbledon title at the end of the competition, both for the men and the women.
The day you stand before the Lord of the worlds, and everything you've done will be seen. Beware of committing sin in solitude, for the witness is also the judge, and that's Almighty Allah. Let us shun oppression, and let us help the oppressed, and also help the oppressor by withholding their hands from oppression. Government, do not be oppressive. You have the greater government. Malikul Malik, the King of Kings, as Almighty Allah. If you are a king, there's a greater king over there. Let us fear Almighty Allah. Thanks for coming. Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz and Malam Nujin Asunuge. I remain your host Al-Aj Alamin Allah. Viewers, let us shun oppression. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, good day and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to the families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school, and she didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon, so you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left, where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibiyoma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault, and going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for health
or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes?
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, will I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with that. No, for me it's wrong because it's not her fault. Basically, it's not her fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce? Probably like you said, it could be domestic violence sake. It could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, they should be separated. They should stay apart, Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, that we have, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is. As
what position?
As a pastor's wife, who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? If you affiliate with divorced people, evil communication, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, even let's look at karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is,
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women, this has to do with family, okay? If you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that, Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with that.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
That's where I agree with that.
Okay.
Because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. A mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person. This person might influence you. Don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me, right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right? Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband And that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay, behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman, and he said to me, he said, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, you know, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife, not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church trying to her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such scenario?
Well, you know, the thing is that you know, she might be, you know, talking in, you know, with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's to the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you know, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuff that they cannot relate. They cannot share, because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a grant for her to now appear
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably is a grant for her to now, you know, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
You know, so it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, you know, advising them on something that they should, you know, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so a lot of Nigerians have. This has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? Let me start with you. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cussing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is, and then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, you know, that person, or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. But for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ. In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person, it's a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising even to the people not to, you know, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband, and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the cause came from a place of a personal interest? like the man that spoke behind the camera said, she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, you know, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay? Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be, it could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Curse is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, I mean, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Okay. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, and with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God?
Well,
especially for the children.
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, you know, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. You know, like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and you know, God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down, like Koran went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, you know. So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, you know, or we have a new dispensation now, you know, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, you know, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and all of, and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man is not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man, it's the man. So in that culture and religion, is acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this course will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the course.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the
it.
Muslim. You said the man goes to meet
the woman.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you?
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But you know, in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. When you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, whom you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. I tell you, there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him. And decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, they of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the husband already?
Abandoning the strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Maybe the woman has money and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it, wherever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibioma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that thing he saw there is still here.
Right. So that thing that he saw there is still here. Where will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming from Gift, she's giving us gift advice. Let's love ourselves. Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet also said, that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your husband. But give me one more.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa. I know you're from Akwa. I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you, ladies, for coming onto this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside, you tell them no until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food. And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. There's no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Uremugibos. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hi there, it's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oikohai. Today on Heritage, we're taking you to the northern part of our country, Nigeria, to go see Koroso dance. Yes, this dance has to do with energy. So if you don't have that energy, I tell you, don't even bother to start learning how to dance the Koroso dance. So wherever you are, you're welcome to take a ride with us down to Kano State, where we'll definitely be enjoying ourselves watching Koroso dance. Don't get away. The popular Koroso dance originated from the indigenous Hausa and Fulani cultures of Kano State. Its roots date back centuries as celebratory display of harvest and community.
name Koroso comes from the distinctive leg rattles fastened to the dancer's ankles, which produce a rhythmic, cursive sound during the performance. The Koroso dance is highly athletic and acrobatic folk dance. Performers usually dance in pairs, executing rhythmic jumps while coordinating with the beats of traditional drums and flutes. Ikoroso dance is entertaining and a vibrant blend of acrobatic drama and rhythmic storytelling. Ikoroso dance, the dancers execute high energy and precise footwork that captivate audience. Performance wear visually stunning colors, traditional Hausa and Fulani attires that elevates the spectacle of all. Indeed, this is our heritage.
I'm sure you will definitely agree with me that Koroso dance has to do with energy. So you have that energy, all you need to do is to learn how to dance Koroso dance. It certainly has been a mind-blowing one to their own heritage, taking you down to the northern part of our country, Nigeria, Kano State to be precise. So we'll be seeing you again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. You have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imagedion, Orero, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you of your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony, with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Ahwe Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Ahwe seed. Ayo or Ahwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Ahwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agimag bota. Ota omere ota nyowa. Nde magwa kanene na. Okiya gboso we amamufwa amirie. Uma dole niyi yaki umi enoro o adweki una rigo so la mi adoti e yo mi no poloro amamfua amieri ibota e manadu na ya ye ne de ai to kwawo wa no pa ne ai to kwawe emi manirewo ai to kwawe nyigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa e ya fe we na wo do amoko e bori wa ya kwe iswe ina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o so ba ja mi ege okun ro awe mani wi yoku awe mani ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we yano ame yana we no ko ko ge do e we no ba we yana we no de wo yi ibota ma na hin ya fe no mario ibota o e mo rede emi yoko no agba e ko wa o no mario ìwòrán tí ìmá tí èmi wọn ò nà mario sópin rà mẹ sópin ilé mẹ ni màá gbẹ kó wa ò nà mario ẹmẹdóyà ta ìgbéka ìdò akúgbe nọkwa ẹnu àádá ìhọ bí nìyí àyà yẹ amamufua ẹ mà yé nani wọn ní ọmọ dọlẹ mi yí ìwé ní àmì ìnà ọmọ no dole ni yi o mi ma oda e manu ya gwa amamfuahi wa ye ni kere nyare kere gwa nyare kere wa mi wa yi no koko gwa e yo be no nwe e na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamfua amiri e ba ni agbon egbon ye e na utana o de ba utana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ba to ipo e o alauda ma ya kan mi se ma ya mama na we adu gina ni ma ata me do ni ro wa ke ni si when I free we dey gare dagbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin yin me no dere wi le we go gi ma e ge no gbera de e go gi ma ma wi o sa ba ge Maria oba to ipo e o
ise o re wa ta me e paso kabari hunamure
ibe do no wo me wa be ne ga kai wa bi dan yo ofun gboso agbago yaro oba atope
ise niwa zero ni mata desi we amamufua aneri emina ya ka no we ndolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa o ma no bohie we ubohie emata uwa o no ri ba no wa e ba nu ri na jawe mata uwa o ma no gbogbo ugbo jawe mata gbese mekena mi kono ma iro uwe tebata se gona na ma family all the kan o twese webo ni mari mi na oni our politicians imuna ni awon ya amufu ayero irimu ni a we e wa ni vote ni a e wa ni ladnya ya wi twese osege ni ya ye mu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me komo bonye kega oni ayeri ne a no mo keke ari do amuye no roka wani hi amu na he wo se ti mu na he wo tuwere ha se ti mu na he o ha no re awe ne eni bon na no mamufua amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma meyi no a se ti arioba ye ti mu ina le lo wo gba na ya aye mi gbo ya woto boy mo gbayo wa woto boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon ya gbon iri ase e lo iri yen se o sa ba de ja mo lo wi ma yi amamu family otenwe Ibisugbe amamu family yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kina kana
awe adona wuwa wa ya we se wa magele mufua amiri ni wo ikobo we wi nu mu pise fua ni amamufu amamiri na ewi na ya ka amamufu amiri o ma no maru emi esi ege ka ni si woda o we ga we emi esi yoto we amo we emi esi o ka be suru dada gbo we omi obi ye oge va mu de amegbede we me kara una be ame roba na ya gwe una mo pane emi si we wu neni o ni egwe o ma yi mu gwe o o sa gba de go dinu e ino ka sunu dagbe wa ko odigba no bogeva de yana miewe amaso gare moto e kan na la moto e regi moto egbo la moto egbo aba oyi yan do e ori ne be gere ya re park o mai ni ri fe gere ha asa mo mi go ri igo no ke obuwe o gba o ni una hai ne ino uwe mu fuani so pan ino sabo aya ha we gbe o ti gba so ni me yere ikayo we awe igi emi ila la di awupo pe Lagos road ni wi je ba la moto ibi e ka di ke school di yan si yan han yan rubu moto ni ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye ko awe ona gede pagbe na mo tuta ko gbere ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya di wa ye school di wa ri bote en ye hasa do wa ya ne wa ni go na di driver I will buy all of it. I wear your money, make 20 naira away. I want to give you as change. I don't get it. You know this change. I need not to talk about without. You know we yarn.
Only no to try power.
When you go in there, I think we no money in your body. You are tamanwe or ikpedeva. Ina pa ina ari ogida. Ina la moto. O ma pa na rugu moto ni. Magi gbera kena che Ogida Junction. Boy na wa to the moto. Awa okpia ekwe hani ya ni yekeni. Ala wa di go ga owi hata ni aya. Awa di che we carry go. Ala wa pa lo pa today. Iye. Ina ni me wa hu na eja na. Ọba wo ri hani me ni be na.
Oh my God.
Amamu so bua. Ayi ya mi imi ami e de ni. Na wa age kaka. Yi. Awa ri hata ni be ni. Mere anu ma na edia. Amana wa hani me na ina we so. Fu do ni. Keke ma ye na. Mami abi oseja wo ni ma agbe na yi na. Owo paro no mo agbon na ri wa. Omo pare ya si wa. Owo zuwo o we ta ma gbon yo wa. Ai mu agbon yo wa. Yi ko duwe ku yana o ge ba ri o ya de we agogo yo we ko ye po u ya mo so yi woto yi ko ni de buke e de wa do ara e o so lo bo ma so bo no fi ma ya bo yi fi ma ga mu fwa ma me kina me no ma we ri gele amu fwa amamu fwa gele ni ri o wa na we wi si da ma e ni si be su mi da ya ina wa ma mu fwa amere ni ma gwa na we ekida na wu anabi sari bono de baima ma re de yeke ka bo fi agbe mo oba to pe
ise anyone yai wa dare na mu fa mami ama mu fo amieri o te na pastor kabari ama mu fa amieri e we no e ba e ya re bible e ya ta ma ama mu fo amieri e ma wo no e to re do ba ibota ma ye na ibe do no pe o zemi na de sin o deni mi anlage untana amamu family ya gwe ibo ebugun anokan me odun we o kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we uhunaga ikwe mo amamu family na emi nu adagbi biere we gere akan what is so egbe sokun mege na yasini ge mu ahia osaloba gi maya iye webo o na wete no ge mu ahia iye ti yun ki oye o ti mane Jonathan o carry oba wete Nigeria ya wa election e bona te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa dani owe esagie owo o ma koma ose Adani ye ki anu de sagyan ro pa no to yo to mu da ye o ni e o ta ona mo si ona madara na mfua o ma soa e o egbejo agwa na ya mi Adani e bo na iwa ligi na ya mi de otinye moto ni no do de reservoir na aba mi we magi obi ra ma o bi ya wa ligi egbe na e ri o gbege gbe no ri egbe ri agbe amamufua amierie
eri wa no o mani media adu wono ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e wo ju wu yo e o eko no amani o mo ni wuyo eko o kan abe yu ke ewe bo amamufua amieri e mami o mana wesi ni ni ona mi we mi no eko no say e o sa do ya e nu e ba gwa kan e bi no wan e ba no kan me opopa na la te e jefta bi no wan ka tai era na te Gilead oyokora no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bie ijokun yo ga omodion le jefta ne Gilead ya so ha bi omo so plan ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do biele omo ni ge jefta na bora do bora dia do be by monday ni e bie yo wa oni se ko mai pekere ope ani ge Gilead ona do wu ori wu ijera na gbagbe we iwe ti gwi ma do ri hu ora me nda ma mu iwo yi yo wu seti yana gbe ma yana hwe no ru ahun no mo pe ya mu fua yo ya mu fua yana hwe fua ye na gba o ma gun ya sini yo ti o mo dion so ko ma sini ona de pora zozo la wa gbo oni se bo na te mo abona to ta bona agbezobo so ko ni egwe ni na leleri ye o da wo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e o to esogia yere do emani buna do de ba na mai enwi na mai eni oni se we okogare ro na do ba na tie no ka o ye na ekpere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo ba no ka o amamie ana we gbe gwale ga de e so na wo he mo le wa ya yin ye wo da bi ni we oto agbe okay ye na ewe o ma na ke we ne re ga o e ne ra ro gupo ai do ga yin ni e ni edu awo kai bo ya fe ye kai gbe o kai bo ayi ga yin ni aye wo da mo gbe ni ya bufu abege ni ye na ya mi no se erie bo da o agbona do maye sayo odupo no ko kwa yen ga ye amamufua abi eru do ro papa yawe bo tu mi ohun ye mi no mi enwe ile tu gi eyin ye no we si egbewe ri ogi osabo ye iye le ma gwe odun we edun nu da igbina no ro na no kai mu hu no pa wo ye olukonse we na we wo more o wese unu no na me mu aneje na aro da evi osisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we agbo ba dia ara gbezo akedo gbezo ye police station aya sabuja igo ne mo ni emuria nu deso wu no ma se ni ala do bo khie kenakana igo nu wa eze ye police station igo ni egbai ba ki sinina da gi mo na zio we ma sise ma no wa gaga na se ni ke ani na eberezo ne gbe mi na o ke do ma doge so kun gbe e o yiko egbe yo yiko yo aya tie ma no ro o tu e koko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi o ko na mi ewe owo ri o be like na mojo e bo o mo no sunu na ni a ibi ebo mo boro owa ibuse na ni ibi ebo mo gbe fi osisi na boya gbinu wu ya ka gbe oko ya gede ma we o ga lo dejo na la do si esi otie wa ni papa no bo wa ye ebuye o wa me go bi e san re we bo wa ya do mo re da ri pe yo wa be bi mewo ni wa amamufu ama anieri
ni gege wa to payo ma me ni we wa gun kan na ba ne asini oto na gbidi i ma do wa to na o e wa ma kan se ayi e ri ma do wa to na e ya se ayi e ri ma na do ba ara se ma na do ba ma kan mu ari wa ile ma wa ibi kabetu ibi ekole ibi ofun egbe ibi ogba wa kuku wa ga gbina wa ga ikun dole wo ni yi
no da
ya bu wa ro amamufua amere ke no so wegbe we die normal do we the fiane no fu gbegu ma ya ro do kan oba to
we si we na ju deta ye we no ra ihunu yo na owa we de fi amamufua amiri eniwa edono pe o lo wa he da he matana e so ro we orima wa tani eni ni nya wa idomu emi re ori ne mata we tani we na mu emi we no
iso egbe
so pa we no ewu ma nya
rabo iwo ki wa ni we by force
rabo iwo na mi ewu so be ni matana na wo na se anima eni mo ya mu uda weni udomiewe itoa ela were ebe oro yunumanya ya se gbo yunu ka pastor yunu ka ba ya se gbo yan we ni ayisin na we ya fe o wa no e ga ma bi yen obi ewo odo asin ojo we ewo edo ni na sunu ese sisi lo te wo be agbawa be ni na obi ewo mo wa sunu won mo do wa yan bo ma mo yi ni wa na do pa mo yi ni ko te Yoruba ko te Igbo ko ta Hausa ọmọ na bi ewo na no nya ewo era ma bi era ewo ana bi wewa era won amupari ewo we ewo no kere ya bere we yere ba odun we se ti su egbe igbe were ba o to na bere la awo ta mo ra we ye ba ye we se rai egbe so pa obi we ibuhi oredo omiti so wegbe we ni gari owo na ana we nu wewe era mo epa so pa we amuwe ye ba owawe gari owawe ye nyan onuwe egbe si ye wo so egbe amamufua amerie nda omina mufua nde enye so ro wedo ni maru ayagbere mi eri una gbere mi eri èmi me owo iyeke ema nda ma tanya we no horo arewo but mama ha we èmi me owo nu yosisi yeti ya mi wai nu ye udeko de ya mi wai nu zigo ya lo de fe ya ze ne abo ulapa ya ze ne ya fe arimu uto mero ala oda ero my God no yero eye wo kugbe eye wo yawo da amamufua amirie oruwebo ten oruwebo bi rawiye yobo na uno wa amamufua hi udo owono ruse useso ogwale ni ohamegbe unari ba ene era ni wori ene nitu wa lo mufua umaide mufua yeye owono yowe ha ugbera uwe ni uyobo ne yobonu ne egbeno taba oto ebizugbe umi ewe ye ive school no rie ne mo o ha ri na ni ya o wa ri na do ha ni no mako ede yeye amamufua amiri edo lopo ibude mai unu wa we na lao na aru yobonu egbe na emi mai aru je na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu je oyibo tawe de na yo to oba atope ise
RTV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soto rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Gbedo Onse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Eda Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's yet another time for us to talk about issues as they emerge in our country, Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about the NDC's anti-defection oath that states that any candidate contesting on the platform must have to meet some requirements, mandating the candidate to sign the anti-defection oath, committing to vacate their seats if they defect from the party after winning the election. And the idea is party supremacy, and also to help curb politicians from defecting and dumping the party at will and at their convenience after winning and contesting on the platform in order to search for other political parties that suits their ambition at will. It is a viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
I'm one of those that have doffed my heart for Seriake Dickson since I heard the news. The truth is that he hasn't done anything too new. The law had always respected and expected that the political party's ticket belongs to the political party. It doesn't belong to an individual. You win election on the basis of a political contest. And that's why you find that in the ballot papers, there are no individual pictures. It is the logo of the political party, the political party that owns the ticket. Now, because our laws were not respected, especially since oftentimes it is the party in power that is most guilty of this kind of infractions, people took advantage of that to raise the profile of their party, and that you are going to help their party to become a sustainable party. Because if party wins an election, that party has the chances of winning again. And with continual winning, you are dealing with sustainability. Parties are supposed to be institutions. They are not just supposed to be platforms or, where you have the kind of waka pass attitude that you have in the media, in the movies. Party is an institution, and continuity is important. It is continuity that has helped Americans to establish their democracy to a point where you now have people who will tell you that they are born Democrats and the other ones will say they are born Republicans. It is only by sustainability that we begin to develop ideology. Ideology evolves from sustainability. What you continue to practice, if for instance a political party continues to practice free education, housing scheme and so on and so forth, that becomes part of its ideology. So we have had a free-for-all fight, everybody doing as he likes, until Dixon stepped in now. So I'm one of those who supports it. If you come to the question of the exemptions, if you look at the statistics of party defection, there are certain people that are very hard for them to leave their party and defect to other parties because they have attained the position, like the president, the vice president, and so on and so forth, where they are now so big in that party that they just consider themselves leaders and elders that shouldn't be running up and down. The defection is mostly among young aspiring politicians, and then some in the party who are building influence and they feel that they have enough influence to move some people away. And it just becomes, it is not on the basis of ideology, just because it's on the basis of either ego or on the basis of the fact that you want things to go your way, just your way, and then the party thinks otherwise. So I think it's a very welcome development, and I support it wholeheartedly. It is not going to be a political setback in the long run. In fact, in the short and long term, it is a blessing to political parties. I mean, if Peter Obi, for instance, had done the same thing when he was in Labour Party, he would be contesting right now under Labour Party and not under NDC. Now, one of the pushback against Peter Obi is that within the period of about 5 years, he's been to about 3 or more parties. So if he had remained in Labour Party and built it up into an institution, he and his Obedient movement would not be itinerant politicians today, which APC refer to as nomadic politicians. That is not by any stretch of imagination a better option than if you remain in one place and you build it into an institution. So what Seriaki is pushing is that you have to build political parties into institutions. They call it movement, and then maybe they probably interpret it literally that you have to keep moving. When you say it's a movement, you simply mean it's a particular organ that at that moment is driving an ideology. The moment you now achieve power, you establish that ideology and build it into a sustainable institution. So that's what Seriaki is pushing, and that's what I think is the best thing that has happened to our political parties and political environment for a long time. I'm going to push and advise and insist that our party, the ADC, would have to come up with that kind, because I would ask ADC to push so that it will affect the other political parties to also have that in their law, because we don't want many people rushing into the ADC. We want those who were there, who struggled to win the elections, to also be the one that would establish, because they believe in the ideology of the ADC. That's why they are there. Therefore, they should be able to be part of those who will drive ADC into becoming a really sustainable institution. And in any case, we started that, those strategically, by coming out with a manifesto that will guide all our candidates. We have one manifesto for the ADC, and it's national.
It's a welcome development. That is a measure for internal discipline. The political parties in Nigeria should enforce that internal discipline to curtail the excesses of our politicians who tend to decamp from one political party to another when the parties do no longer favor their interests, most especially when they won election in that particular political party. There are explicit law and a very definitive court judgment to that effect that, taking cognizance of section 68 article G of the Nigeria Constitution, say that a political and a politician shall cease to be a member of assembly when he defects from a political party that sponsors that election. What that simply means, every politician that wins election under a political party does not have the legal right to defect from that political party to another, except on the occasion that there is a national division in such political party that render the leadership of that party incapacitated to manage that political party. That is only a situation or time it is provided for politicians to defect from one political party to another. But what we see in Nigeria, taking locus classicus, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imasuen, who won the senatorial position at the level of the Labour Party. At the time, it could understood at the time that the Labour Party had a kind of a division in the party. He defected to APC, and in this instance, he could not secure the second tenure ticket. So, in my own opinion, every political party should enforce that internal discipline, and any politician, any party member who wins election under their platform and tend to decamp with that seat or that position, the party should do everything legally possible to ensure that that seat or that position is stripped of such persons. That is the provision of the law, except otherwise, like I stated earlier, that there is a division in that political party and the party can no longer manage the affairs of that political party. That is the only time defection is allowed, because the provisions of the Nigeria Electoral Act does not provide for an individual candidature. It is a political party that sponsors election. A member or a candidate contests through a political party. So I cannot win election in party A. Tomorrow I defer to party B when there is no crisis in my political party. The law has coherently and explicitly states that at such circumstances I will vacate or fulfill that position that I won under my political party. So that is the position of the law. So it's a welcome development, and I want to appreciate such measures to sound a warning to those that are defecting now, because the reason majority of the politicians are defecting is not because they want to serve Nigerians. It is because they see it as a new platform they can use to cling to power. And having cling to power, if that political party does no longer suit them or please them, they move out. So that political party should ensure that it is a very stringent measure to ensure that when they win, they don't decamp with that position. And I also urge our political party to do the same. And in the provisions of our laws, there is no exemption to whether some political party or positions should be kind of alleviated or exempted from that disciplinary measures. The law did not say the president have the powers, or the president or the vice president of a country can decamp from his political party to another party because he's the president or vice president. No. There's an equilibrium for all Nigerians. This equal rights. The same rights are applicable to every member of a political party. It's also applicable to the president, to the governor, and everybody. So there is no exemption. Perhaps the political party want to use it to place their presidential candidate, but the law did not exempt any individual or any position from that decamping or enforcing that law that affect defection. So if a political party comes up with measures to enforce discipline, they are turning around to also give an exemption. To me, they are not ready to enforce that law. And is going to cause more problem, except they have their own internal rules that tend to support that. But with the provisions of Nigeria Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the Supreme Court judgment on this matter, there is no exemption. So I advise NDC, if they want to enforce that discipline, they should enforce it across board without kind of trying to give some persons a special preference, or without inequality. There should be equality and there should be equilibrium, because equal rights across board.
It's funny and it's laughable. First and foremost, it won't work because the Constitution preaches freedom of association, and in one breath you are preaching taking an oath not to leave the party. It won't work. Is it a secret cult? It's not a secret cult. On the same breath, they are exempting some persons. The presidential, vice presidential candidates are not affected. That alone, spoils the whole thing. So it won't work. It not with our politicians. Trust me. Even in the NDC, it won't work. It must have to pass through constitutional process. If it passes through constitutional process and it is embedded in the constitution, that's the only reason it will work. And if they do that, yes, this jumping here and there in the name of getting party tickets. Our political parties, they don't drive on ideologies anymore. They just want to find a party that they can grab ticket from and contest election and win election and do whatever they like. So no ideology. All the parties, there is no ideology, because everybody in all the parties, they are neither in PDP, APC, they are all one and the same. So if it's done, if it passes through constitutional process whereby that, okay, if I get into this party, it is for life, the constitution has held me there for life, it will be fine, it will work. By so doing, there will be ideologies, there will be discipline, there won't be this rowdy going here and there. That's the only reason it can work. But as it is, trust me, it will not work.
You cannot be working in John Oates and receive salary at the 11th. But however, the party have to strengthen their internal democracy very well. So you cannot say because candidates have sworn an oath of anti-defection, they will be maltreated and treated anyhow. In fact, internal party democracy should be strengthened, and the manifesto of the party should be strengthened. A situation whereby you now depend on candidates who are now elected to run the party. That's not how it's done. Political party, all members are supposed to be financial members. That way, nobody will have a say, over the control of party affairs. What normally happens when the burden is now too much on the office holder, you find out that you will not be looking for shelter elsewhere. And of course, it's clear in the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended that if there is serious trouble within the party, particular member is permitted to leave for another political party. But however, looking at what happened in 2023, where a lot of persons came under the platform of Labour Party, and at the end of the day, before we even got to the primaries in 2027, they've all defected to the ruling political party. So this anti-defection oath is meant to keep people within their party. If people elected you, because if you look at the ballot paper, names of candidates are not written on it. It is the party logo that is there. It is the party's name that is there. So therefore, it is the party that contests for any election. So if you are leaving a particular political party, having won election on the platform of that political party, then you should also relegate your position and go and contest freshly in that party.
Every person who contests on their platform and wins an office will swear to an oath that they will not cross carpets. It's a novel idea, but we are looking at it vis-a-vis the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about freedom of association and peaceful assembly? If someone believes that he's no longer comfortable in a particular political party Can he not leave that party? It's a germane issue. Ordinarily, I think the mischief the Nigerian Democratic Congress is trying to cure is very important, because we see politicians cross carpet at will. But I believe that the superior courts need to pronounce on this before it becomes binding, or the National Assembly really make a law. But we see that that National Assembly is not very willing to make such laws, because they are the principal culprits in this saga. But I think that right now, that policy may not really work, because it is contradicting the Constitution, which speaks in section 40 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which says that everyone has right to peaceful assembly and peaceful association, right to association. And so it's a new development, and I hope the superior courts will eventually pronounce on it. They just seem to have shown that they are weak, just like the National Assembly did, which exempted governors and presidents from that law that says they should not defect. I think that Nigerian Democratic Congress has shown that they are weak and that they are not serious with this. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you say the other political offices should not defect, then why do you not hold the gubernatorial offices and the presidential offices accountable to that? I think that they have not been fair, and I don't think this will hold water.
Majority of the opinions of our respondents centered on the fact that political parties is not an individual thing, and during election you don't get to see individual pictures being put on the ballot paper, but rather it is the party logo that it's being used during election and it's seen on ballot paper. So for that reason, any individual that decides to dump a political party after winning under that platform must be ready to vacate the seats if they defect to other political party. That is the opinions and thoughts of most of our respondents. And then again, they considered it a welcome development in order to curb this idea of politicians defecting at will, especially when elections are around the corner. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching, and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good day and welcome to Tech Today, your trusted technology and digital lifestyle program where we simplify technology and connect it to your everyday life. I am Lawal Momo, and today we'll be looking at something that is no longer the future but the present we are already living in. Artificial intelligence is no longer a concept reserved for laboratories or science fiction films. It is now inside our phones, our computers, our workplace, and even in our creative tools. And while many people are still trying to understand what AI really is, it's already reshaping how the world works. So today, we're breaking it into two important parts. Part one, I'll talk about the 10 AI tools that are changing the world right now. And part two, we'll share the 10 tech trends that will dominate the next 5 years. By the end of this program, you will not only understand where technology is today, you will also see where technology is heading next. Let's begin. 10 technology tools that is changing the world right now. Number one on the list is ChatGPT. Yes, a lot of us know this ChatGPT is that artificial intelligence, conversational, revolutionary, platform that we always use and all the time use at the workplace. So ChatGPT is one of the most widely used AI tools in the world today. ChatGPT is more than just a chatbot. It is a digital assistant that can help you write essays, that can reports, that can also explain complex topics in simple language, and also can generate business ideas, that can also assist programmers with their coding, and even help students study faster. So what makes ChatGPT very powerful is not just what it does, it is how naturally it communicates. For example, instead of searching endlessly on Google, users can simply just ask a question and receive structured answer in seconds. This is changing how people learn, work, and even think. A lot of us use ChatGPT. I know it's not new to you, so we're just listing them. Number two on the list is Google Gemini, otherwise I call it the AI integrated search. Google Gemini is pushing search into a new era. Traditionally, when you use Google, you type a question and you get a list of links. But now with Gemini, you can summarize. Gemini can help you to summarize that information instantly. You can explain topics in a conversational format, and also you can combine text and image, and it also does reasoning. For example, instead of searching for, maybe you're going on Google now, you search how does electricity works. When you can ask Google Gemini and get a full explanation broken down step by step. It is turning search engines into answer engines, so to speak. The third on the list is Microsoft Copilot, what I call AI inside the office work tools. So Microsoft Copilot is built directly into tools like Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, and Microsoft PowerPoint. This means artificial intelligence is no longer a separate tool. It is part of our everyday work software. For example, using Microsoft Word, it can help you to write a full report for you whilst you're using Microsoft Word. In Excel, what Copilot does, it can analyze data automatically. You can see that sometimes when you're using Excel, maybe you now highlight a particular region, Copilot will tell you, do you want me to sum this for you and give you the average? Copilot is that chatbot embedded in Microsoft Excel that's helping to do that. In PowerPoint, it can help you to build an entire presentation just by giving it a prompt. So it is reducing hours of work into bare minutes. The fourth on the list is Claude. So Claude is a deep thinking AI. So Claude is designed for deeper reasoning and longer more thoughtful response. It's often used for research analysis. It's used for professional writing. People prefer to use Claude for writing than using ChatGPT or Gemini. It's also used to summarize long documents and make it, what makes it actually different from others of different chatbots is that its ability to handle complex conversation without losing the original context. So Claude is a powerful tool that is used by professionals when dealing with large information tasks. So you see the difference. The fifth on the list is Midjourney. Midjourney is an AI image creation tool. So Midjourney allows users to turn a simple text description into a highly detailed image. So for example, say someone maybe types on Midjourney now, okay, give me a futuristic Lagos city at night with flying cars, and you have tall buildings and blah blah blah. So the AI chatbot will generate a realistic visual interpretation of the text you just prompted. So this is transforming graphic design, it is transforming advertising, it is transforming digital art. Even people without design skills can now create professional visuals. You can see we have some content creators or all those persons that talk on using YouTube to create content. Those are also content creators. They now use Midjourney to also put a thumbnail on their videos so that you can get a representation of what they are going to talk about. So Midjourney is that AI. You can prompt, say, I want you to give me an animal that has wings and also has fangs, and also just whatever you can imagine. The AI chatbot Midjourney would represent that for you. The sixth on the list is Runway AI. So Runway AI is an AI video production. Runway AI is changing filmmaking, it is changing video editing. It can generate video scenes just from a text. It can remove objects from videos. Yes, you heard me. You can tell Runway AI to remove objects from a particular video. It can also help you to enhance or edit footage automatically. People now use this to produce different kind of content. This means that small creators can now produce content that once require a full production studio. People now even use this for musical videos. You see some musical videos now, they're now AI related. Yes, it's one of those AI tools that is being used, and Runway AI is one of those tools that people now use to do short videos and short content. And it's not free. You have to buy some credits, and they are quite expensive. So it's not as if but there are some free versions where you can create short videos just to test and see how this work. I'm bringing these tools to you because you may already know them, some of you are already using them, but just to also bring you on light to tell you these are the top 10 tech tools that are actually changing the world right now. Number 7 on the list is 11 Labs. So 11 Labs is a realistic AI voice. 11 Labs is that tool that helps you to create a very natural sounding human voice. It is used for dubbing movies into different languages. It's also used to create audiobooks. It's also used for voiceover for content. You're watching a video on TikTok and you see that there's a voice behind it just telling you what is describing what the content is. 11 Labs is what is being used. You have a speech, you write a speech down on a prompt, and you give it to 11 Labs to say it in a female voice so it can sound more appealing to the female gender, or say it in a male voice so it can appeal more appealing to people who want to listen in that particular tone. 11 Labs is what you use to do that. So what makes it powerful is how realistic this voice sound, almost indistinguishable from what humans sound like. When you hear the voice, you rarely know that it's an artificial intelligence voice you're hearing. You just think this is human just talking to you. That is why 11 Labs is among the top 10 on my list. I'm going to tell you about the next on my list, which is the 8th tech tools that is changing the world right now when it comes to tech, is Notion AI. Yes, Notion AI is a smart organization tool. I used this tool one time for a freelancing job. It helps you to organize your work and your ideas. So it can help you summarize meeting notes. It can help you to generate documents. It can help you to structure your project plans accordingly. Instead of starting from scratch, users can now build from an AI-assisted framework. Notion AI. You can search it on Google and you get to the site and you get to explore more on it. It improves the productivity for teams and individuals. I'm going to chip in one other tool right here that is not on the list. It's known as Napkin AI. Napkin AI, I use it sometimes when I want to create presentations I want to put some visuals into my presentation, my PowerPoint presentation. You know, when you write out PowerPoint, you want to put those visuals, you want to put pictures, you want to design a particular kind of picture. I use Napkin AI. Yes, Napkin AI is quite very easy to use. When you just put it, you can start from scratch by typing out what you want using the prompt, or you can copy the already prompted or the text from whatever PowerPoint or document you must have created it from and put it in Napkin, and Napkin will regenerate it with different AI pictures. Also, you can use those pictures, you can tweak the pictures however you want it. You can prompt on that pictures and say, no, don't use a white person here, use someone from this particular color, or no, don't use children here, use adults. No, I want the classroom to be this. It can be done using Napkin AI. See how it makes life easy? The 9th AI tool that we should be using is Perplexity AI. So Perplexity AI is an answer-based search engine. It is different from the traditional search engines. Instead of giving you links like Gemini does, and Google does, it gives you direct answers with sources. So it reduces the time that you spend on clicking through multiple pages. It is becoming popular for people that are doing research and people that are doing quick fact checking. The last but not the least on my list, the 10th AI tool that is changing the world right now is Suno AI. Yes, Suno AI is an AI music creation tool. So it allows users to create full songs using AI prompts. No lie. You can prompt and describe what the genre should be, what the mood of the music should be, what the lyric style should be, and it will generate a complete music track for you under minutes. Okay, it is changing music and music production and also opening creativity to non-musicians. And so sometimes people now even use Suno AI to, when maybe you're watching TikTok, you see a particular video and you now read the comments. People now turn the comments into songs. You must have seen that. Suno AI is what they use. They just post those pictures out there and say, using these pictures or this comment section, turn it into a song. And it will sing the song so well that it will be so funny. The persons out there are using it to create content for themselves and then getting some money from that content also. So Suno AI is what they use. So you can also tell Suno AI, I've used Suno AI a lot of times. I created a particular rap song, because I'm into rap, from using Suno AI, and it gave me a beautiful rap song about Africa. I told it what I want from the song, and it was quite interesting. The song is still on my YouTube. You can go check it out, but it's quite funny. I'm trying to say that you can explore and just use these tools. So when you get a job or when you get something that requires you to go and explore and maybe learn from it, you may not need to be a music producer to go and say, okay, I know how to use these tools. Rather, by learning how to use these AI these tools, it's just going to be easy for you to just transition yourself into it. So far we've explored 10 artificial intelligence tools that are already changing how the world works today. From writing and design to music and video creation, artificial intelligence is now deeply embedded in everyday life. But while this is happening today, the bigger transformation is still ahead of us. So when we return from this short break, we'll explore 10 tech trends that will dominate the next 5 years. Don't go nowhere, it's still Tech Today. Stay with us. Welcome back from the short break. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to talk about the part 2 of this program, where it's the top 10 trends that will be changing the world in the next 5 years. What do we expect to see in the area of tech in the next 5 years? One of them is AI will be everywhere. So in the next 5 years, I believe that AI will not be a separate tool anymore. It will be built into everything, whether it's your phone, whether it is your car, whether it's our school system or the banking system. AI will become invisible, but everywhere, all right? I am already seeing it happen in some countries right now where AI is now used in all of these sectors I just mentioned, whether it's a bank, your phone. We now have, this artificial intelligence embedded into them. Number 2 is in the next 5 years, we are expected to see cashless economy expansion. Digital platforms will continue replacing physical cash in many countries, and increasingly in Nigeria, transactions will become fully digital. Even small roadside businesses will adopt to mobile payments. It's already happening with our points of sales. Now, in every corner where you go, people want to, do business digitally. They want to say, pay into my account, pay into my, point of sale, using point of sale system rather than just give me cash. People would rather just say, okay, just put it, where's your ATM, and let us make this work. And it works very easily. It's no longer cash all the time, but it's not integrated everywhere. Maybe in the future we may not start seeing bus drivers or taxi drivers going around with their own POS machine. We don't know, but then this is what we are expecting to happen in the future. Number 3 is we would expect to see smart homes becoming normal. Yes, we know smart homes, it's only restricted to some persons now in Lagos or Abuja, but we are expected to see that in the next 5 years, smart home will start automating daily tasks. Smart home, that's what they do actually. Smart home help you can just tell your smart home to turn on the light or turn off the light, and it does it automatically. Your security system will be learning the behavior of your surroundings. Your appliances will be responding to your voice command. Smart home will now begin. When you're using smart home, it's like your home now beginning to think. You will just walk into your house and you just tell your lights to turn off, and it does turn off. When it observes that the cool room is too cold, the air conditioner will turn off by itself. By itself, automation also works in smart home. When you now see your vacuum cleaner just goes around at a particular time period. When you're not at home, it does the cleaning in the house, and it works, and it packs itself by itself. You don't need to come and operate it. You have cameras, you have security system that is checking around the neighborhood for you and giving you reports in real time on your mobile phone. That is smart home in reality. So we're looking at, in the next 5 years, we're going to be seeing smart home almost everywhere, okay? Next, we envision to see on the list is the rise of robotics. Robots will expand beyond what they're having in the factories right now. We'll see robots in healthcare, we'll see robots in delivery system, we'll see robots in agriculture. This will assist humans in physical tasks, not just the digital ones. Currently, there's a video I saw recently about in China, where we have robots and even robots and drones delivering packages to people, the end users. We now have robots in the streets, and you can interact with them, and they talk to you back, and they now do tasks for you. You can tell them to dance, and they would dance. Yeah, there was a video I saw recently, where in China, currently now, this 2026, robots are now on the street, literally, although people are supervising them from afar, because they don't want people to, take them away and all of that. But then this is already happening, and they have cameras and all of that embedded in them, so they can see you, and when you talk to them, they now operate as you want them to do so. So we're envisioning that in the next 5 years, robots will be everywhere. So open your eyes and be expectant of that, because we always see that in movies, but now we are seeing that happening in our everyday life. Next is we have AR and VR expansion. Now, AR means augmented reality. VR means virtual reality. I'm going to pause and just explain what the two mean. Augmented reality is the difference between AR and VR for short is that for AR, you can maybe wear a Google Glass now, and you'll be able to see some things that will be, like the word said, augmented reality. They'll put some objects in your reality. You can still see your surroundings, but then you'll not be seeing things that are not actually there. So you're not cut short from what is happening in real life. But for VR, virtual reality, where you wear AirPod on your ears, or a headphone also on your ear, is to cover you from what is happening in reality, and then it gives you a virtual world. Maybe you may now see that you're in a train mill, or you see that you are in a roller coaster and there are snakes everywhere, and so on and so forth. That is virtual reality. So augmented reality happens in real life. People use it, and VR people use it also. AR people use it now with the Google Glass, Google Lens. You have Google Lens, and then it tells you things. You move around, and it just starts writing things out for you and telling you this is what this is, and this is what you can now change what your reality is. That does not cut you short from what you are seeing in real life. So you see the difference. So we are envisioning that in the next 5 years, reality will transform education. In education, we are seeing we're going to have more virtual classrooms, while in gaming, we are seeing an immersive experience. We're also seeing that trainings will be, we'll have simulations for trainings for professionals. We're already seeing it now. People will be doing trainings and you just see something just pop up from a machine. Yes, that is an augmented reality there. So learning will become more and more interactive than ever. Next, we would experience in the next 5 years, what we hope to experience is cybersecurity becoming critical. My brothers, my sisters out there, my tech enthusiasts out there that are into cybersecurity, it's a good way to, enrich yourself in the future, because as more systems go online, hacking risks increases. Cybersecurity will become one of the most important global careers. That's what we're envisioning. It's not easy. Governments and companies will invest heavily in protecting their system. They want to protect their system. So if you're doing a course on cybersecurity, or you intend to do a course on cybersecurity, it is not a lost cause, so to speak. It's actually the right way to go, because this will now become the job. The demand for this job will increase exponentially in the next few years, because everything will be remote, everything will be online, everything will be more automated, and now you now need some persons to protect you from hackers, to protect you from all those things that may damage your own system. So cybersecurity, we are seeing, is going to become more rampant. The job will also become more searched for, or more catered for. Another aspect that we're on that trend that we are hoping that will evolve in the next 5 years is remote work. Remote work is where persons stay in the comfort of their home or anywhere, maybe in an office or an enclosed space, and they work without actually physically being where the office or the company may be. So remote work will continue to expand. Companies will hire talent globally without physical offices. This will change how people view careers and location. Already we have remote work up and down. We have many persons, working remotely from their homes at their comfort zone, and they deliver this job and they get paid in real time per hour, or as the case may be. So this, we are seeing that in the next 5 years, this will become so rampant. Yeah. Another area is the digital identity system. We are envisioning that your identity will become fully digital, whether it's your banking access, whether it's your government service, whether it's the travel documents that you now currently have. Everything will be linked to a secure digital identity system. It's already happening. We're already envisioning it, that it will happen, to now become more in 5 years from now. Another area to look at, the ninth area to look at from this top 10 trends that we're talking about, is AI in education. We are envisioning that schools will integrate artificial intelligence into teaching. They will personalize learning path, and also have automated grading system. We'll have some virtual tutors, no longer having physical tutors around. People that will teach you virtually. And also education will become more customized to each student. That's our vision. Last but not least, we are envisioning that we'll have an hyper-personalized technology. Now, we are envisioning that in the future, 5 years from now, technology will adapt to individuals, as we already have with AI chatbots. We'll now have more personalized news feed. We already have that with TikTok, when you now have For You page, and the algorithm now works with whatever you like, and they now use that to feed you with the content you love. We are envisioning that we have adaptive applications. We're envisioning that in the next 5 years we'll have smart recommendations, and every user experience will become unique. So as we close today's edition of Tech Today, one thing is clear. We are living through the fastest technological transformation in human history. So from AI tools that are already reshaping our daily lives, to future trends that will continue to redefine how we live, how we work, and how we connect. The world is evolving faster than ever before. But the real question is not what technology will become. The real question I'm going to ask you out there is, what will we become with technology? Because in the end, technology does not replace humans. It only amplifies human choices. Thank you for joining me on the program Tech Today. It's always a delight having to sit here and inform you, and also educate, and also learn from one of the beautiful things that's happening in the world of technology. I am Lawal Momo, and join us again next week for another interesting episode of this program. Until then, I say you should always stay informed, stay curious, and stay ahead of the future. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya wawesu Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dio Ebuna zima dio Obala zima dio Marawe Maari Owe Sama Denena Nimado Kpome Sama Nimado Gbekene Sama Ema dio Warena Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba Nogetoni Maga Not Yami Magame Manido Bekene Denena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpai Wudori Ima Adia Wogene All the Tiagmo Yano Emi Magame We need just to know me our fan.
In this summer in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Benedion Onse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Benedion, Ukbonwa Benedion, Osawe Benedion, Edosa Benedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Benedion, as well as Agbong Steve Benedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. Today again, we have another very interesting topic to discuss, as usual. And to take the better topic, I have with me in the studio our regular participants. I have close to me Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
And Malam Muhyiddin Asumbi, assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We have just finished the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. And while the Muslims who attended the Hajj, of course, by now, get ready to return. So let us look at the period we are, at the lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. Let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. We have just completed the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. What is it all about? What are the lessons you can learn after this festival?
Alhamdulillah, we give praise to Allah and we beseech for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The lessons from the festival of the sacrifice, they are numerous, we can say, but basically, on one hand, it is to it is one of the ways Allah magnifies the matter of the religion to the peak. Yeah, in the sense that in life, man tends to want to have some time for fun. So Allah Himself equally made having fun part of the worship. Because when the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina and he met the people that they had 2 days, they made amusement. He asked what were these days. When they told him, he said, Allah has replaced these 2 days with 2 days, which is the Eid al-Fitr and the Eid al-Adha. In this occasion, it has happened that when Abu Bakr anhu came in and met the Prophet ﷺ lying in his room, he met some 2 girls that were beating some what you call containers as a way of producing amusement. So, and he said, no, you can't do this in the presence of the Prophet because this is music. How can you be doing music in the presence of Islam? And the Prophet turned and said, Abu Bakr, leave them alone. Today is our Eid. So it's a time Allah wants us to have what you could call a little recreation. That it's not all about work. This is recreation, a recreation whereby you also seek to obey Allah by the fun and the amusement you're having. That is the reason when Allah commanded about the Eid, He said, وَلِتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ, so that you can magnify Allah for having guided you to the right path. وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ, so that also you can be grateful. So it's actually a celebration of Allah's guidance. It's a celebration of faith, a celebration of obedience to Allah, a celebration of the virtues of Islam, as a contrast to the vices and the evils that society has, has been known with. To say that it is goodness that has to be promoted, it is faith that has to be promoted, it is obedience to God that has to be promoted. That's why when you are celebrating the Eid, you are not allowed to drink alcohol. You are not allowed to say you're going to have women around you with whom you are not married. You just make it. Okay? You can't just, engage yourself in the name of it's amusement, it's fun, it's a celebration. You can just do anything. No, everything is still within, obedience to Allah. Even the meat that you slaughter, that you say that's the peak of the fun. Everybody wants to eat something from the ram, the cattle, the camel, whichever of them that we have slaughtered. Allah is saying, لَا يَنَالَ اللَّهَ لُحُومُهَا وَلَا دِمَاؤُهَا وَلَكِنْ يَنَالُهُ التَّقْوَى مِنكُمْ. It is not the meat, not the blood that Allah is interested in. It is the piety of your heart, the purity, that reverence for Allah that you have in your heart for doing this sacrifice. This is what Allah is interested in.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are still on the topic, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. So it's a celebration, and of course, celebration is allowed in Islam, not just walk every now and then. I'm coming to you now, Salam King. Now, unfortunately, we have news that is viral about the kidnap of some pupils from some schools. And within this testing period, this is still ongoing. Insecurity. We are talking of the obedience to God. We are talking of celebration and study. What can you say about this?
Well, thank you. In the very first instance, the Eid Adha is simply an amplification of one's submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There had been a fructifying relationship between Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam and his Lord, and that got deepened by that which ultimately led to the legislation that an animal be sacrificed on the 10th day of Zul-Hajj. Whereas, like my brother had described, it is fun, it is called celebration, it is one that goes beyond just celebration, because beyond the celebration, it is quantified by a spiritual consciousness that translates it into an imperative of action. And once that consciousness is there, the act of barbarism that you speak about, which characterizes the forceful taking of someone or whatever the individual has for whatever reason, to tyrannize an individual, to browbeat individuals to do what they ordinarily would not have wanted to do, are a direct reflection of the absence of this relationship which was supposed to have been developed, that was there between Ibrahim wasalam and his maker. And so when you find an individual who does this, it tells you by how much he is luxated from the essence of being. Because it will take one who has a fructifying, a relationship with its maker, to become appreciative of what you refer to as the otherness. In other words, the individual would not bring pains where he is not able, for example, to ameliorate a situation that would ordinarily have brought pain. He would do nothing to accentuate the tenuity of that individual snapping out of such a situation. And so when you forcefully take people for whatever reason, there can be no justificatory basis for doing that, but whatever reason you think you have is the most heinous crime that an individual can commit. But that it has happened, and there is an attitude, unfortunately, of insouciance on the part of those who in the very first place should have made it not to happen, but who are still on sabbatical in spite of the fact that it had happened, becoming indifferent, supercilious towards the harrowing experience those who have been in captivity are going through, tells you by how much we have missed what the lesson we are supposed to derive from Ibrahim alayhi's experience with his maker, which culminated in the instruction that you sacrifice a ram.
Let me come to you again, Sir Bernard, please. We're talking of sacrifice. And is there any reward for sacrifice? Can you please tell us a little about the reward you get in this period starting from passing on Arafat Day, which are passed, then the sacrifice of animal itself, and the what we get for the submission of animal. Now, link it up with paradise. How does paradise look like? When people like to go abroad, some will sell their cars, they do their food for dinner fashion.
Now, the Hajj, the aims, and everything that are prescribed for us to do within they are happening at the time that we refer to in the religion as sacred months. You know, including the horrible, unleashing of terror on innocent persons somewhere, anywhere. This is sacred month that even, the Muslims who are combatants are not allowed to initiate a war. So you now talk about people going, stooping so low to say that they are now taking to hostage, so to say, innocent teenagers, for what reason you could ask. Now, so the reward for sacrifice, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts it simple. It is Jannah. It is paradise. The one who goes on Hajj and performs the rites correctly, the way they were supposed to do, what we refer to as Hajj Mabrur, the virtuous Hajj. The Prophet ﷺ said it has no reward than paradise. The one who comes back from Hajj, the Prophet ﷺ says, when they have done this Hajj correctly, they return to their home like the day their mother gave back to them. It's a cleansing time. It's a time where a person, removes himself from sin. The Prophet ﷺ says, there is no day that Allah emancipates people from the fire with such a great number as the day of Arafah. The day of Arafah, the Prophet ﷺ says, anyone who observes the fast of the day of Arafah, the sin of a year before and the year ahead will be forgiven to this person. So, it's a time to maximize gains. The Prophet ﷺ says in the first 10 days of the Hijjah, any good deed anybody does attracts such a reward that is not attracted by any good deed you do outside outside this time within the whole year. To the extent he was asked, not even the jihad, he said not even jihad, unless for a man who goes with his life and his property and never came back with anything. Sacrifice is the price most of the time that has to be paid for what you consider to be unbelievable to be turned around. If you say you want to, for example, turn Nigeria around for the people to experience what we call a breath of fresh air, at least, return Nigeria to something better, it's going to take a lot of sacrifice from us. We have to pay a price. And the price we simply will need to pay is to say, Allah is our Lord. So that everybody should conduct themselves in a way and manner that the way I would not like to be treated, I shouldn't treat another person that way. Politics is all over the place. All our activities are, they are painted. They are dyed with the dye of political affiliation. How do you place matters? Do you do anything for God's sake at all? Or everything has to be done with a political interest behind in the mind? That if you don't align, then you're going to be, pushed away, you're going to be thrown to the ground. There has to be this consciousness that we are all human. We are all children of Adam, going to be in the grave after our death. None of these things we are going to take with us. Why will you, take pleasure in having some people suffer while you enjoy whatever it is that maybe was supposed to be shared between you and them. It became sacrifice. A person consciously, deliberately decided that I am going to deny myself what does not belong to me.
Malam Nuruddin Asugi, I'm coming straight to you. We are looking at lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. And Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam had a great role to play. Same thing as Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The place to go is paradise, and the place to avoid is hellfire. Can you please, I want you to preach to the viewers on the importance of the period we are and the need to seek paradise and avoid the hellfire at all costs. Lessons from Eid al-Adha festival.
Yeah, whereas for the ordinary person, when you do what Allah had asked you to do, the desire would mean to please Him and to earn paradise.
No.
When you stay away, of course, is to escape the punishment of hell. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam didn't relate with Allah on the basis of this, because that would have been transactional. He related with Allah on the basis of the fact that whether paradise existed or didn't exist, Allah was deserving to be worshipped.
Allahu Akbar.
In other words, the sacrifice made by Ibrahim was that there was an object he had identified, and that object was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the fixation of the value that was placed on that object directly was responsible for the amount of investment that was made. It was an object for which Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam had absolute trust. For us who are aspirants wanting to become Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who are struggling to become his mentees, what we're supposed to do was to become Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam incarnate, without necessarily relating with Allah in a manner that is transactional. Allah ordinarily is a gravitational force. Whether you willingly move in his direction or not, he pulls you in his direction. Except that you only get rewarded to the extent to which your action was volitional. And so we tell people that everything you find is ephemeral, transient, fleet-footing. And so why would you desire, become so desperate about what is transient? I have found people, Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam didn't do this, who practiced Thodism on the basis of wanting to gratify their hoggish proclivities. Mr. A occupies a position of authority today. They are laudatory in their praises of Mr. A. Mr. A leaves that position, they become condemnatory and praise the one who is there. But because whoever occupies a position that is mundane always get impregnated by the spirit of imbecility. And so you can't have the capacity for reflection to say, oh, he had said this of my predecessor, and now he's saying this of him and eulogizing me. What would he say when I'm gone? And in any case, if you outsource your validation, you run into serious problem. If I occupy a position of authority and I'm doing what is right, my conscience will tell me that I'm doing what is right. So I don't need any one person to say, hey, excellency. And what is excellent about you in the very first place? Because these are attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala which no man shares. Wow. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam appreciated this. But today, because of what we would eat, and the Prophet tells us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, for as long as the heavens, whatever remains, my resources will never deplete. They will not diminish. And I will continue to give to you. And what I give, even 1 trillion of that, will never operate to reduce. So nothing operates to miniaturize the powers that Allah has, the capacity that he has to deal with us, his creature. But the fact of the matter is that unlike Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who believed, we are struggling to believe. We pretend to have believed. That is the biggest problem that we have, for which we are still in the quagmire that we find ourselves today.
Thank you very much. We are looking at lessons from Eid al-Adha Festival. I'm coming straight to you again. We'll start Sunday Abdul Hafiz. Tell us about paradise. The reward of Hajj Mabrur, well-performed Hajj, is paradise. In fact, most of our deeds to please Almighty Allah to earn paradise. But Ibrahim alayhi salam, as we have been told, he was not transactional. He believed Allah was worthy of being worshipped. Whether there is paradise to go or not, Allah deserves to be worshipped, to be praised. And so, for those of us who obey Allah on condition that we want to tell us about paradise, let people know that it's better to, some, as I was saying before, some will sell their cars and get a lot of money to be able to get a trip abroad where they say they are going for greener pasture. Let people know that the greenest pastures are in paradise.
Now, Allah placed paradise as his own appreciation of the demonstration of obedience by his servants to him. Because it's born out of faith. It's only because you have believed in Allah. That is why you are told, oh, Allah commanded this and commanded that, and you say, oh, I hear and I shall obey. The people of Medina, when they took the pledge of Aqaba with the Prophet ﷺ, the question they asked the Prophet was, as we are going to give you, accommodation, reception in Medina, what's going to be our own gain? What are we going to be paid? He said, you're going to have paradise. And they said that was okay.
In fact, more than okay.
Yes, it was more than okay. The belief in paradise is a belief in, what this world has never produced of pleasures, comfort, convenience, satisfaction. That is paradise. As the Prophet ﷺ put it, what no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no heart has contemplated. That is what Allah has prepared for the people in paradise. To tell you that whatever stress you are going to go through, to be faithful and to be obedient to Allah, forget about what you suffer. The Prophet ﷺ, made a metaphor of that when he said, if the one who suffered the most in this world were to be placed in paradise just for a moment and brought out, and you ask him, have you ever suffered? The response is going to be never.
Because he has tasted paradise.
Just for a moment. Taste for a moment. And the one who has got the best of what the world has to offer, of comfort and satisfaction, if you were to place them in the fire for a moment and bring them and ask them, have you ever enjoyed? They will say, we have never tasted enjoyment. The Prophet ﷺ, he gave the idea of paradise that if the world and everything it contains were to be of the value of the wing of a mosquito, no disbeliever in God would have tasted it. So that whatever you think you have, it's just a fleeting, enjoyment, possession, provision that soon it's going to be no more. So that paradise is a place to long for. It is Allah's appreciation of your servitude.
So as we round off, please, the hellfire you hear, but can you please tell the viewers what it means?
Well, hellfire,
as we round off,
an average Nigerian will tell you that, well, he's already having a feel of what hellfire is, but that is absolutely not it. I want to say that Ibrahim ﷺ was thrown into hell, and Allah caused fire to work against its nature when he said, be a source of coolness for Ibrahim. Hell is supposed to burn, but did not burn Ibrahim. For those who occupy position of leadership, let us say this most frankly, without wanting to sound vituperative. Hellfire would observe its true nature. Because if you are a leader, a 9-month-old baby is been in the bush for over 3 weeks, and you are still able to sleep in the comfort of your home, you have a serious whatever to tell Allah when you meet with him. There can be no justification why you will sleep, and a 9-month baby that is being suckled by the mother under the weather. I mean, it just means that you are not different from those who took them into captivity.
May Allah save us from his punishment.
Amen.
And may Almighty Allah grant us his Al-Jannah, his paradise. Viewers, this is all we can take today on the program, on the topic we have chosen, Message of Islam, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. We should endeavor to make sacrifice. Those are the ends of our fears. Please try as much as possible to rule with the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And those of us who are followers as well, we should also try as much as possible to have the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because we shall all go back to Allah Maker, give account of our sojourn on earth to determine where we end up, paradise or hell. May Allah save us from the hellfire. Thanks for coming, Madam Udina Sonobi and Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz, and me, your uncle, Al-Adi Al-Amin Alau. You guys join us again next week for another vital edition of program Message of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
Africa is a great continent with diverse cultural heritage that made the continent unique, popular, and home to many. For instance, in Guinea, women played active role in masquerade dance, as the women dance around the women in an appropriate manner that creates fun and happiness in the community. This dance is closely connected with the traditional rhythms and music of the people of Guinea. This is the beauty of the masquerade dance. In African societies, dance, songs, and music facilitates and promote social values. The celebration of special events are major milestones. The performances of oral history and spiritual experiences involve masquerade dance performance as seen in all African societies to the delight of the people, as it increased joy and love among the inhabitants of the societies. Masquerade in African societies help to regulate social administration, social norms, and order, and create cultural values. A move round African communities reveal one unique thing, that is, African dance uses concepts of polo rhythm and total body movement. The African dances are similar and almost the same, and they often use collective activity to perform in large groups, with significant interactions between the dancers and the onlookers. In Africa, traditional dances are collectively expressing the values and desires of the community. Although dances may seem spontaneous, they are usually choreographed. The dances are degenerate by sex, where gender roles play important role.
Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, where are you here? Is that where you not over? Yes. You not do so much. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? What's my dear? He said, comment c'est papa de voici
nous irons
ça m'a topé. Sama tọpẹ.
Ìṣe ìwáyà kí máa pọn mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwáyà kí máa pọn mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́pẹ̀ gbèdé jọ. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́pẹ̀ mi sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will say.
Yes, Papa.
The caliber was in a couple of the wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Papa. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lolote nete dirwe ya sewa maboma. Awe uwe nini? Ejo uwi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na kulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa kiwele. Isewa. Bawi kwa ba. Ojo uwe. Kaja de nena ya de uwi. Bawi kwa de una mono no mase loka yi.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
A society where there is no law and order is a chaotic one.
Now, Africa, we are not known to be a chaotic people. We believe in doing things the right way. And one of the things that make us unique is the fact that everything we do is based on laid down rules and regulations, laid down procedures. And that's how I'd like to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, Flipside is a unique show that tends to pinpoint certain pressing issues in the society, and of course try to put a different perspective to them. All right, which is why it's called Flipside, a different perspective to popular issues. My name is Harry Igboje, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we're going to be having a really interesting conversation, and it's something that has to do with morals in our society. Now, like I said earlier, Africa is not just any other society. Okay, in Africa we have laid down rules and regulations. We have laid down procedures of doing things. Okay, and one of the things that Africa is known for is its moral standards. Okay, so today we're taking a look at upholding moral values in the liberal society. All right, Nigeria is actually one of the biggest, or should I say the most populous nations in Africa. All right, it is the most populous nation in Africa and one of the most populous nations in the world. But you see, one of the things that I believe we are grappling with at the moment is, a dilemma between upholding our African values and, of course, dealing with the incursion of Western values in our society. So how do we balance both? How do we remain an African society, while managing the influence of the West? Well, that's basically what we're going to be trying to make sense of today. And to do this with me are two of my guests. But before I introduce my guests, we have to go on this very important break. Please stay tuned. Alright, welcome back. And just like I said before we went on that break, today we're taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society. And of course, to do this with me, to try to unravel this subject with me, are two amazing people. Of course, the two of them have actually been scarce. They've been away for quite a while, and it's good to have them back on the show. To my far left is someone who happens to be an educationist and of course a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Mr. Oladele Ogundele. It's good to have you on the show, sir.
Thank you for having me once again. Good afternoon, viewers.
All right, welcome on board. And of course, seated next to him, and of course, blessed is she amongst men. She goes by the name of Abigail Iwobahi. Abigail is actually a teen coach, a marriage counselor, and of course, a public affairs analyst. Welcome on board, Abigail.
Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers.
Good afternoon. All right, so let's set the ball rolling. Quite a lot to talk about. Let's begin. A liberal society. How would you define the liberal society? Because I guess the opposite of liberal is conservative. Okay, and Africa is supposed to be a conservative society, but it seems like there is a huge influence of the West on us as Africans. So how would you define a liberal society? Let me begin with you, Mr. Dilly.
Okay, thank you very much. When we say a society is liberal, we're talking about a society where there's so much freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of opinions, and just as the word goes, just giving people the opportunity or the freedom to do whatever they want to do. And over here, I think we can say, but we can't say like the Western world that Nigeria is a liberal society. To me, there is the advantage and there is disadvantage.
Okay.
Yes, because where there's so much constraint, you bottleneck people's opinion and ideas. And when you do that, you can have anarchy. Because when people are not, especially in a society where there is so much autocracy and authoritarian leadership from home, cut across, so there is need for liberality. However, there is still need for constraint or conservative of some level of those that opportunity, because you can have a situation where there's no moderation, there's no constraint, there's no control, and people just go haywire and become detrimental to the general well-being of society. Of course, yes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dele. That was a good start to the conversation. Now, Abigail, a conservative society is what
Africa is known to be, or was known to be prior to civilization, would you still consider, first of all, what's your idea of a liberal society, and would you still consider Africa a conservative society?
Okay. Africa as a continent, not
Yes.
just Nigeria.
No, not just Nigeria.
Okay.
Of course, you know that anything that gets to Nigeria is like, Nigeria is the
Nigeria is Africa, Nigeria. Almost the same. Africa is Nigeria, Nigeria is Africa.
Populous black nation.
Absolutely.
As Nigeria. Okay, first of all, looking at the term liberalism, when you say liberalism, it has to do with freedom, embracing individual rights, diversity, and tolerance, being free to express yourself, your views, your opinions. Now, I would say that Nigeria is not, though Nigeria is not a fully liberal society. But we have over the years, we have tilted towards liberalism because times are changing and a whole lot. Even if some people don't want to agree, there's a whole lot of changes that some people don't even know. Maybe as a result of modernization, the influence of social media, like even amongst our young ones, there are some things that we, maybe the millennials and maybe other generations before us, they might not really be aware of. But if you look at the Gen Zs, the younger generation, they are more aware, they are more in tune with what is happening globally. So I would say a lot of changes has occurred, and Nigeria is no longer, or Africa as a continent is no longer fully as conservative as it used to be. There are some moral values that we used to uphold as a society, yes, that are kind of gradually going away. You know, okay, I think recently one of my friend was telling me that, okay, she's a teacher abroad. She said that she realized that you don't greet people. You just look at someone, you just see somebody that is older than you, and you just greet the person, good morning, sir. Like, it's not a normal thing over there. I think
it was the legendary Bright Chimeze that once sang about it, that in Africa we don't just say good morning and walk away.
Yes.
That we take our time to inquire about the person's well-being, the family, and the rest of them.
Yes. So she said that she realized that even the students, the teachers are the ones that greet them first. That there are some teachers that will just walk into the class, they will greet the student first. But she said she made it a kind of a point of duty that whenever she sees, because over here in Africa we think it's the younger ones that should be the first to greet. So she said she started greeting the children. Then over time, when they see her, they will greet her first. That she realized that they don't greet others like that, the way they greet her, because it's not something that they emphasize on
so
over there.
I guess she taught them by example.
By example. So because she wanted that, she had to kind of teach by emulation. That's teach by example. So I would say that liberalism, like Mr. Dele said, it has its advantage and it has its own disadvantage, because we are coming from a kind of a society that used to be very conservative. Like, there are some things that people might be doing those things in the time past, but they don't say it publicly out of shame. But you realize that in today's society, people
are
just
more expressive about things.
Their dirty linen outside, and nobody frown. In fact, it's not becoming like there are some things that are now normalized. So nobody frown at it.
Would you consider that an advantage or a disadvantage?
To some, depends on the type of value.
It depends on the individual.
Yes, it depends on that particular behavior. To some, it might be an advantage, but to some, it might be a disadvantage. But I would say that liberalism is an advantage because it allows individuals to exercise their rights, gives them freedom to be who they want to be, as long as whatever they are doing is not infringing on the right of another person. They are not causing harm to another person. But the problem is that too much emphasis on individual freedom can weaken shared moral values.
Pretty interesting. Now, every time the issue of morality comes up, people tend to want to argue that morality is relative, that morality is what you define it to be, that in certain societies what you call morals are probably considered not to be a big deal. For example, you just mentioned that in Africa it is normal and natural for a young person to greet an elderly person. Here it is considered a mark of respect, right? But in the West, it's a different ballgame entirely. Another example is, the way we address people here in, Africa. You don't address an elder by their name.
Yes.
But I think it's a norm in the West to address an elder by their name, and they don't see it as a big deal. Okay, now I would like you to define morals in the light of what I've just said. How would you define morals if you were asked to define morals, Mr. Daly?
Okay, morality or moral values are those values that first respect the opinions of others, respect others, also of great value into society, that contribute positively to society.
Okay.
Now, there is a way that moralism gets to, that it becomes immoral.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So morality can become immoral?
Yes.
Interesting.
We talked about freedom of opinion, freedom of
expression.
I'm free, and you're free. You see, we are human, and we need constraint. We need some level of discipline and restrictions.
Okay.
We all need it. Now, when that restriction is self-determined, we call it self-discipline.
Okay.
When it is now from external, we just call it maybe discipline from authority or from our parents.
All right, hold that thoughts, Mr. Delay, because I can see that you have a whole lot to say in that regard. Well, in case you just joined us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society. The program continues right after this break. Please stay tuned. Yes, it's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Mr. Bailey, before we went on that break, you were attempting a definition of morality.
Thank you very much. Like I was saying, it's when you self-discipline yourself or self-constrain yourself from this, because we are human, and there is possibility of losing. There is possibility of, it's my life. This is what I want to do.
Yeah.
It's not your life. Is there. So as such, when you self-impose some principle to curtail those things because of yourself, your future, and if possible, for somebody that believes in eternity, because of eternity, or also because of the society, call it self-discipline. But when this, you get losing up, that those things coming from you becomes disadvantage or infringing in the rights of others, causing societal issue, then the authority, could be parent, could be authority of government, we have to now impose some kind of
agents of discipline.
Yes, of discipline. Correct. And as such, you can't say you can't say this is wrong, because you have to. So for the fact that we are all human, and as a social being, there is this possibility of we have to ensure that morality is curtailed. Okay. So that the liberal freedom we have, opinion, whatever, it will be curtailed.
Okay.
Another thing I want to say, like I mentioned before, that morality can become immoral. We have places where people tell us that it's my life, and because it's my life, it's even my body. I can use it to do whatever.
Yeah.
Today we get to a stage where people can plant camera and say it's my body, and expose it as it's mine. And because you are in a place where there is liberality, there is you have listen, that is, you are making the liberality, the opinion, the self what do they call it, rights to whatever. Yeah. You are making it becoming immoral. Okay. So as such, we talk about morality, it has some level of things that will curtail it, that will discipline, either from yourself or from others. The last thing I will submit is this. Now, if you discover that when you are exhibiting this character of opinion, of rights, of freedom, if you see that it's affecting others, in fact, the Bible told us that even when it is right, because it's affecting the minds of others,
okay,
you can, because of others, That's where considering the society, considering your neighbor about, because of order, you see that it's affecting them.
In other words, we must have a communal mindset.
Yes, the mindset of the concern of the generality of the community, your family, your children. There are some things I can't do, even if it's my right, because my children,
and even
people I live.
It will be beneficial.
Even it will be beneficial, and it's also right.
Okay.
It's even my right.
You're right. Okay.
You understand? That's what Bible says. So if you look at it, you now discover that this liberty you are saying, it's not really. It has a point where it should be contained. Okay. It should be guided so that it produces positive effects on others.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Mr. Dele. Now, Abigail, do you think a society can truly be free without shared moral standards?
Okay, if a society can truly be free
without shared moral standards.
Shared moral standard. First, I would like to say morality is very important in a society, because you know, when there are no moral standard in a society, like you said during the introduction of this topic, the society, it can lead to chaos. In fact, moral values are needed so that the society will not disintegrate.
Okay, to keep the society together.
To keep the society sane. To make, you know, when we talk about moral values are the principles and the beliefs that guide our behaviors as individuals, helping us to distinguish between what is right from what is wrong. So when you have that at the back of your mind, that okay, at any point in time you are about to do something and you realize that okay, this thing is beneficial to me, but what about those around me? Will it in any way put them in harm, in kind of hurt them or endanger their life?
Well, that's what scripture means, what the Holy Book means by as long it could be lawful, but is it expedient?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, no, because this society currently, when we are looking at liberalism, is a kind of a society that favors individualism. You know, back in the time we had more of communal living, collectivism, where people in the society, they do things together. Everyone spoke with one voice. If we are going to be doing this particular thing, everybody will agree that this is the standard. But a liberal society kind of favors everyone to do what you like. Yes, be yourself. As long as
some have also argued in your favor by saying that there was a time, or there used to be a time when it was everybody's responsibility to chastise or to discipline a child.
It was like that.
But nowadays, if you discipline somebody
else, they will tell you. It's really funny because some people will even begin to scold you for that as an adult. Why will you correct my child? So some people will just like, even when they see a child misbehaving, they will just leave the child to himself, let the parents correct the child. But before, it takes a village to raise a child. So like I was saying, society now places more emphasis on individualism, but the thing is that a society cannot truly be free when there are no shared moral values. Like the philosopher Thomas Hobbes said, he said, in the state of nature, life was solitary, nasty, brutish and poor. So if, for instance, there are no kind of rules and regulations, there are no boundaries, there are no restrictions, society will disintegrate into chaos. People will just do whatever they like, and it will lead to lawlessness. So when there's too much freedom, it will lead to lawlessness. Then secondly, I also believe that freedom does not exist in vacuum. Yes. Freedom doesn't exist in vacuum, in as much as the modern society, liberal society, favors freedom. But for freedom to survive, it needs rules and regulations in order to kind of protect individuals' rights. So in as much as you know that this is my right, but you also know that it is your responsibility to ensure that as you are carrying out or you are exercising your rights,
you are not even endangering yourself.
Endangering yourself and endangering others. So that's your responsibility. Then lastly, I would like to say that a society cannot totally be free without shared values, because freedom needs boundaries. Freedom, no, when people talk about freedom, a society that is free is not just a society where everyone agrees or everybody agrees, there's a generally agreement on something, but I think there's a general agreement on the core basics. So we must all not all have the same view or opinion but there should be a general consensus on certain things that this particular thing, in fact, if somebody do it, that person should be kind of, there should be penalty for that particular thing.
Okay.
People might be doing it, but everyone should agree that if somebody do this particular thing, then it is totally wrong. It is unacceptable. So there should be agreement on the core basics.
All right, thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Mr. Dilly, what role do you think family plays in the, preservation of moral values?
Oh, family. The family is the beginning of society.
Okay.
Family is the bedrock. Family is the foundation. When family play uphold moral values such as accountability, integrity, what you will see outside is the effect.
The outcome.
Yes, the outcome. Like what we used to say, that train up the child. The Bible said in the way he should go. When he's old, he will not depart from it. All of us are product of families. Even the people we see on the screen that are kidnapping, killing, not minding the other person. Someone raised them. Someone gave birth to them. Someone bettered them, and today we have them.
So what do you think could have happened on the family level? Could it be a breakdown of
yes, good value. Like she said something just now, that freedom doesn't exist in vacuum. Let me tell you one of the things that I've observed that happen, especially when in the course of this thing to the north, because we're trying to check something about children in the north. We discovered that they were not given at the basic level. They were not given basic education. They were not given basic moral values teaching from home. This thing. Now, what happened is somebody had to fill that vacuum, and that is where they got this. Lectures of where they tell them that you can indoctrinated them and put them in all these and today the outcome is very clear. It's a serious family value. All of us came from a family or from one family or the other, and as such, now family, as we as parents, we have responsibility to now put moral values as principle of consciousness, respect for one another, integrity, accountability, honor elders, honor leaders in the family. When these are part of we do not just say them, we practice them. I speak to my wife, we instill them. If I speak to my wife the way I expect, the moral way, with respect. She speaks to me with respect. We are indirectly teaching our children how to. When the children do something, you scold them, you let them. So, family is the bedrock of moral values teaching.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Abigail, you want to build on that?
Okay, I would say, like Mr. Dele mentioned, the family is the smallest unit in the society, and
the primary unit of socialization
but it's still the most important unit in terms of moral upbringing of a child. And the thing is that when the family fails, if you fail as a parent or at the family level, there is a great likelihood that that child will fail. Because now look at it, in the life of a child, the child that is growing, there are so many influence over that child. At the foundation, you have the family, because the family serve as the first point of contact. They teach the children the difference between what is right and what is wrong. Like that, when a child is growing, there are some certain things that child will do. You'll be the one to correct the child. No, this thing is wrong. You don't take somebody's eraser, or you don't take what doesn't belong to you. That child will now realize, okay, it's not good. It is actually wrong for me, because at birth, a child is a clean slate. Okay. Whatever that child becomes as a result of what is printed or what that child learns. So I don't think that there is any child that is born bad. Okay. I think most times as a result of our environment or things that they pick up from others.
All right.
So one thing is that when parents kind of they practice good moral values before their children are more likely to adopt such moral values too. Then secondly,
hold on before we get to the second one, because there's a whole lot to learn from what you're saying. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. It's time for another break. The program continues afterwards. Stay tuned. Thanks again for joining us on your program Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Abigail, before we went on that break, you were talking about the family being the first point of contact, for the child.
Yes. So like I was saying, I said, aside from the fact that parents are the first contact for a child in learning the difference between what is right and what is wrong, parents also serve, like they kind of help their children understand the consequences of their actions. I'm talking about,
just like Mr. Dele said about accountability a moment ago.
I'm talking about in a home or in a family, because when we look at the family is not just talking about the mother and family, father, it's broad, including the extended family. Because some people will tell you a good name is better than riches. There are times maybe an individual wants to get married and the person will mention a particular family name. Sometimes when some people will hear that family name, they will even conclude that everybody from that family
Do you
is
think
good.
people still live by that adage, that a good name is better than riches?
Some people still live
in today's Nigeria.
Okay, because riches is not much better. Alright. So sometimes there are some names that family names some people, because of maybe what stories they've heard about or the good deeds of people from that family, they will just assume that everyone, because if that family can produce or can have people like this, people of kind of good character like this, that means that there's something that they are doing right in raising their children. So there are also some family names that somebody will mention, I want to marry into this family. They will just tell you abort mission. It will be, some fathers will even tell you, over my dead body, I will never allow you marry from this particular family. So parents also have a duty in kind of teaching their children to understand the consequences of their actions. Sometimes, there are some individuals that want to do how they deem fit, or they want to live their life the way they like, even if they have been raised right. So you will let that child or that person know that, I know I have raised you well, but whatever decision you choose to take, these are some of the things that you will encounter if you go this way.
Possible consequences.
Yes, consequences of whatever actions you want to take. Then lastly, I will say that the family acts as a link between one generation to the next generation, because they help in kind of passing down traditions, beliefs,
values,
and principles that will kind of help in moral character development.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Mr. Dele, you are in the educational sector, okay? Do you think schools can effectively teach morality without imposing beliefs? Now, we are trying to strike a balance between morality, should I say liberalism and conservationism. Now, do you think it's possible for schools, because beyond the family, I think after the family, the second stage of socialization should be the school, right?
Yes, yes.
Do you think it's possible for schools to actually, teach morality without imposing beliefs on the children?
Very, very possible. Very possible. Very possible. In fact, the wrong in our educational system is that I've not seen a child that is taken to court for scoring F9 in mathematics.
Okay.
I've not seen a child taken to court for scoring F9 in English language. But I've seen children that grew up, or persons that grew up, and lack of moral and bad character takes them to prison. That sends a signal to us. A child comes home with poor results by our assessment, as in academically, but that child has moral value, has good character, behavior, good conduct, and everybody concentrate on the academic. Meanwhile, education is supposed to be the building of the total human being for the societal advantage. Education is luminous. I keep saying this. The passion I have for education is second to none. I can do other things, but that is mine. Now, as such, because go and find out. Look for, we have seen intelligent people. When I say education, get it clear. We're talking about moral, upholding moral value. Yeah. I'm talking about the purpose of education originally. Is the development of the human mind to understand and explore the world for the benefit of the world.
Does that also entail character development?
Yes, that is it. Character development for the benefit of the world, for the benefit of the society, for the benefit of the country. Now, Today, you now see that when that education is not mixed with building of moral values, you now start having intelligent scholars but are criminal because morality has not been inculcated.
And some might even apply the intelligence into crime and criminality.
That's the next thing I want to. Now, you now see someone that lacks moral value, that lacks respect for one another, accountability to people, living a better life, living that I find it joyful that when you are happy, not I find it joyful when you are in pain.
You are crying.
And you are crying.
When I'm happy at your own expense or at your own detriment.
But by the time I had value to the life, I had value to the society, that the education that is what it's supposed to be for.
Okay.
But because we now concentrate it on only
education, learning,
only academic, we have what we have today. So school, after the family, school is the next to inculcate moral values. What is like you get to school and you have school policies or rules that respect one another. You won't see bullying.
Okay.
You see schools where you respect for one another's property. You won't see stealing. When you find it, either you give to the owner or you go and return. You give to the school management to get to. You now see value. So really, we really need to school have that responsibility to imbued that moral values added to the curriculum activities. Because
is that really realistic?
It is, sir. It is, sir. For example, for example, it is. There was a time we're talking about there's so-called national value in school. It's a subject.
Okay.
There's so-called this subject I'm trying to civic education. You get me? When you go inside, it teaches you how to respect public properties, how to respect people in the society, how to behave, how to is it not lack of moral value that will make somebody to see this is government property and destroy it? Not know that government property is our property.
Our property, yeah.
And it is our property. This is our property. That was you have the sense of this. So that is lack of morality. So school really is very, very possible. Right. So if those subjects are inculcated, look at it. There was a time they have to bring in entrepreneurship into university because they saw a need.
Yes.
Are you following me now? Now morality is going. There is the need for it. It can be inculcated, and the best place to put it is in that from the basic. By the time the children grow, they will have both the academic excellence and moral value added. So school really have that responsibility, and it's something that is doable. It's very doable.
Now, Abigail, let's talk about culture. How do cultural differences shape moral expectations? Because, like I said, morality in certain circles is considered to be a relative thing. What you consider to be moral is probably immoral to me. Okay. For example, I understand. Of course, I don't know if it's myth or something, but there's actually a should I say it's an allegation that in certain cultures, some men offer their wives to guests for entertainment.
When they come around.
We don't know how true that is. Okay. Yeah. Now, to some of us, that is an immoral practice. It's something that we frown at. So, how do you think cultural differences, influence moral expectations?
Okay. Like you said, morality is different. People can give different definition. Like what you deem morally okay or something acceptable. That you see as acceptable is acceptable to you. Yeah. Somebody else might also consider that thing unacceptable. But I think to bring a balance.
Is there a common denominator? Is there a dividing line?
No, I would say that fine. Culture is dynamic and different cultures across the world, they have what they believe in. Their beliefs, their way of doing things is quite different. So you as an individual that believe in, you have a certain belief. You can't impose your own personal belief on the other person because this is kind of a way, or they are used to that particular way of doing things from time immemorial. They don't even know where they land, but they just realize
certain
that
practices as common as basic as eating dog meat.
Food.
You understand? It's considered offensive to some people, while some others see it as a norm.
Yes. So that's where tolerance comes in.
Okay.
Because you cannot just try something that somebody have learned over the years. It is not part of who they are, because you might be claiming right that, okay, you even give your reasons why you feel this thing is actually bad, and the person will also argue from their own point of view why this thing is okay. And even you that you are looking at that person, okay, this thing is not morally right, this thing is wrong. There are also some certain things that you do that person also see as morally wrong. So how do we now balance both of them? Because there are some things that you will do, they consider it immoral. There are some things that they do that you also consider immoral. So I think at that point it's just tolerance, because we are diverse in our beliefs.
Just the same way we should also be religiously tolerant, right?
Yes, tolerate people's view. That doesn't mean that you cannot advise, you cannot try to see if you want to change their belief or their perception, but you do it in a way that it does not, you don't impose your own personal beliefs on them.
Okay, now before we go on this break, I'm going to ask you this question, and of course when we return, Mr. Dele, you'll respond to the question. Some persons, have recommended that the dividing line should be consideration for how our actions affect each other. So what the definition of morality should be how it affects the next person. If what I'm doing is not harmful to you or is not offensive to you in any way, then it should be considered moral. Do you subscribe to that school of thought? But that will be right after we return from this very break. Please stay tuned. All right, beautiful people, it's Flipside on Independent Television, and this right here is the final lap of the program. Now, I asked you a question before we went on that break, Mr. Dele. Because of cultural differences, right? It's hard to tell what's morality and what's not. Okay, now some persons, like I said, believe that the common denominator should be consideration for how our actions affect each other. For example, if what I'm doing is is going to be detrimental to you in any way, then I should have a rethink. Do you subscribe to that thought?
Yes, I do. There is a bit of relativity in morality. Yes, there is. I agree to that, because sometimes if just as you said, if what I'm doing is not of harm to you and you are in consent,
okay, then it should be respected like Abigail.
Yes, yes. However, each family, group, organization, nation, society have leaders. There's one thing I always tell leaders and fathers, when I say leaders in any way, look at the long effect of that practice.
The long-term effect.
The long-term effect of it. Yes. Some things might start not bad. Okay, is allowed.
But how far-reaching effect?
Yes, how far-reaching effect can it be in the long run?
Okay.
It's very important. I think we must, and as such, we must learn to now be this. That's why I said it just now, that there are some things I can't do because, not because it's bad, but because of long-term effects. That's when you use your head. You think.
Count the cost.
Yes, you count it. Let's be sincere. Some of these things that we mentioned, some of this liberality, some of this expression, they may start with a good intention that, oh wow, in this group, in this society, I want all of us to be free and to have liberality in this society. Let's just check before and today of some of those things. So some of the laws have been passed in the US that today we have seen the outcome. But at the beginning it was what do you call it, a fundamental human right day.
Yes.
But today, you don't see that it becomes something else that is now immoral.
True.
So we check that.
And the African society could also take a cue from that.
Yeah, a cue from that. Check that and see, because of the long-term effect.
All right.
Yes, of it.
Thank you, Abigail. What do you have to say to that?
Okay, I would say that Mr. Dele is actually right, because when you look at morality, it is subjective, because the fact that something is acceptable to you, it doesn't mean it is acceptable to me. Then there was a particular point that he mentioned, like, that has to do with family, or authority heads. Like, I would say, if, for instance, you look at the family, when we talk about value, sometimes our values, there are things that we learned over the years. It might be from our family. Let's say, let me use the church as an example. You attend a particular denomination, and that denomination, they frown against certain outfits. Let's say for ladies, women are prohibited from wearing trousers. Yeah. So you know that you are a member of this denomination and you have your reservation. So as long as you are there, you should respect that rule.
Okay.
Except maybe you are no longer a member. Even if you have your reservations about it, you have 1001
So I guess this is the point where the conversation moves from morality to ethics.
Yes. Even if you have, 1001 explanations to give that they are wrong, but as long as you are there, that's the way they want that things done. So you abide by it. So when you are no longer there, you can decide, okay, I have freedom to do whatever I want to do. So I think being tolerant of each other's our diverse view is what kind of brings about kind of balance this issue of morality and freedom. It kind of brings balance.
Okay, now as we wrap up now, okay, because we actually do not have much time left. Okay, so let me hear your thoughts on this particular final lap of the conversation. What's your advice for parents, leaders out there who probably have lost control of their wards, or people that are under their care? For example, there are churches where people are allowed to do whatever they like because the pastors do not, should I say, apply strict, strict disciplinary measures. Same thing applies to some homes. What's your advice for leaders like that?
Okay, firstly, what I would like to say as it concerns moral values, I would say that moral values, it should be kind of rooted in a way that it tries to prevent harm rather than control. So it should lay more, in fact, if your value is not rooted in kind of harm control, then I don't think you should uphold such values. So it should be more of harm reduction rather than controlling an individual. So it should not just be like, I'm upholding this value as a tool or as a means to control another person, because sometimes even when there are too many restrictions or regulations in place, sometimes it can lead to kind of resentment or fear rather than that genuine moral character building that you are looking for. I would like to use parenting as an example. For example, there are some parents that kind of impose strict rules in the home. Fine. Rules are very important because they kind of put us in check. They kind of promote orderliness in the society. But the thing is that when there are no room for contrary opinion or contrary views, you realize that your children, most times, they become secretive or they even become rebellious. So like you said in your question, in a home, or let's say in an organization or in a church, where let's say the leaders, they kind of, because of, as a result of too much liberalism, they've lost a grip. I think they should come back to the drawing board. They're saying that change is the only constant thing. If you are on a journey and you realize that you have been traveling the wrong path,
you are not heading anywhere.
Will you continue with that journey that you just keep on traveling aimlessly? You will retrace your step and come back. Okay, this is the point where I missed it. Let me correct it. And there's no crime in saying, okay, this is the way we used to do it. But right now, I want us to begin to. In fact, even if we talk about religion, there are some denominations that used to uphold or that have certain doctrines
that they've changed.
Yes, they change it over time. And if you don't accept it, you leave. So I think people can retrace their step and tell their followers or their children, this is how I want it to be done. With time, they will pick up.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Mr. Dele, in less than a minute, what's your advice for leaders who have lost control over their followers generally?
Yeah, uphold moral values. However, in upholding these moral values, ensure that you put it such that it's being honed by everybody. Yes, spell out the reason. It should not be selfish. It should not be to direct to yourself. the reason. If we do this, we will avoid this, we will get this result.
All right.
By that, it will be generally accepted.
Thank you.
It will thrive.
Thank you very much, gentleman and lady, for your amazing analysis. I must say a very big thank you to you for taking our time to be with me on the show. It's been a very interesting conversation. We've been taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society. And I have had with me Mr. Oladele Gundele, an educationist, and of course State Secretary Afed. I actually left that part out before.
And the state controller. Oh, we just had an election.
Yeah. Oh, are you?
I'm not doing follow-up. The news was
We didn't know that. Congratulations
I just
again.
came back
we have to drink to that
for the inauguration.
All right. Thank you very much for being on the show. And of course, Abigail Iwobahi, a teen coach, a marriage counselor, and a public affairs analyst. Well, thank you very much for being on the show with me. All right, I want to say a big thank you to you out there for being a part of the show. It's been a very interesting conversation. And, I hope that you've learned so much from today's episode of the show. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Great.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Hey!
In the headlines, the presidency urges the DSS EFCC to unravel PFIPC scam network. Borno government shut down Monguno camp, relocate IDPs. Over 3,000 Amufi residents benefit from Nigerian Army free medical out. Plus, NMA South honors Professor Dominic Sohai with Leadership Service Award. Hello there, top of the evening to you, and a warm welcome to the news on Independent Television with me, Organi Victor, presenting from Abuja Broadcast Studio. At Benin Broadcast Studio, I've got my colleague Daisy Leo Asekidi. Hi, and welcome, Daisy.
Good evening, Victor. Thanks a lot. It's a delight to be here with you on the news tonight.
And the pleasure is all mine. And if you're watching us right now, don't forget, you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradio.ng.com/live. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube at ITV Radio NG. Let's begin the news from the presidency, where we hear that the presidency has told the Department of State Services DSS and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC to unmask the internal criminal element working with Prince Matthew Adeniyi to operate a fictitious presidential agency for prosecution. The presidency alleged that there are internal collaborators enabling Prince Adeniyi in the smear campaign against the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Temitope Ajayi, who made the declaration in a post on his X-handle, accused Adeniyi of being an irredeemable con artist, expertly exploiting Nigerian public psychology regarding corruption to shield himself from criminal accountability by dragging the name of the Chief of Staff into his multi-billion naira fraudulent enterprise. He said investigators from the Department of State Services, the police, and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission have been tasked with unraveling the full extent of the collaboration that allowed Adeniyi to forge presidential appointment letters, maintain 34 bank accounts in the names of fictitious government bodies, host foreign ambassadors, and open a central bank account, all while parading himself as the Director General of a non-existent body called the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. And now, far away in Borno State, we hear that the Borno State government has resettled more than 500 internally displaced persons in Guzamala local government after 14 years stay in Monguno. John Taylor reports that the relocation of the IDPs comes a few days after Governor Babagana Zulum shut down of Bama and Goza IDP camps in Borno. Let's bring you the reports.
The resettled communities include Charamari, Abari, Meirari ward in Monguno, Guzamala local government. The communities were provided with relief items such as 100,000 naira cash for head of household and 50,000 naira each to married women, bags of rice, maize, mattresses and clothes. The Commissioner of Local Government and Emirate Affairs, Sugu Mele, said the exercise is a testament that relative peace has returned in conflict-affected communities and more communities will be resettled before the end of the year.
Right now in Meirari, we are in Meirari now, being the chairman of the resettlement committee. We have profiled 500 head of household in Meirari now, translate about 6,000 lives, both women and children. We have resettled them, we have provided them with mattresses, rice, maize, 100,000 naira token for the head of households and 50,000 naira for the married women. So we have concluded the distribution of 500 households. So this is the first phase, and inshallah after about 2 weeks, when we see that this place is stabilized, then we are bringing another set of 500 people. Actually, I have just discussed with we had a meeting with the CO, the commanding officer in Merari. They have experienced a very stable security situation in Merari. There is no any problem for now, and he assured us that adequate security will be provided for the returnees.
The resettled communities of Guzamala are many of such communities to be relocated to their indigent land by Borno State Governor. By Borno State Government, a step towards reintegration after of insurgency in the northeast. John Taylor, ITV News.
All right, then, from far away in Borno State, we take you to our Benin Network studio for more reports, and Daisy is our anchor.
Right now, more than 3,000 residents of Amufi community have benefited from a free medical outreach organized by the 4th Brigade of the Nigerian Army as part of activities marking the 2026 Nigerian Army Day celebration. The initiative is aimed at improving access to health care while strengthening civil-military relations. Jonah Omowa has details.
The 2026 Free Medical Outreach is one of the Nigerian Army's key civil-military initiatives designed to deepen its relationship with host communities through humanitarian services. The outreach provided residents of Amufi community with access to quality healthcare, reflecting the Army's commitment to supporting the well-being of Nigerians beyond its core security responsibility. Speaking at the event, the acting commanding officer of the 4th Brigade Medical Center said the Nigerian Army believes that good health is the foundation of productivity, community development, and national progress.
I warmly encourage every beneficiary present here to take full advantage of these healthcare services.
Declaring the outreach open, the commander, 4th Brigade, Nigeria Army, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, said the initiative demonstrates the Army's unwavering commitment to delivering quality healthcare to grassroots communities while fostering stronger ties with the civilian population.
For the past 163 years, the Nigerian Army has remained a symbol of patriotism, resilience, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to national development.
The Ohe of Amufi community, Asen Ogwan Irarewa, commended the Nigerian Army for the humanitarian gesture, describing the outreach as timely and impactful.
On behalf of Amufi, everyone, Amufi, everybody around here, we appreciate you, we are happy.
Some beneficiaries also expressed appreciation to the Nigerian Army, noting that the outreach provided much needed medical care at no cost.
This welcome development, I must appreciate the brigade commander himself. There is hope tomorrow in Nigeria. I ask God to bless them.
The beneficiaries receive a wide range of free healthcare services, including medical consultations, dental care, eye examination, essential medications, and health education. From Amufin community in Ipobaha local government area in Edo State, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
As preparations for Nigeria's 2027 general elections gathers momentum, political observers have continued to express differing opinions on the credibility and capacity of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to conduct a free, fair, and credible election. This formed the focus of discussion on an audience participation program, Politics Today.
Although the 2027 general election is still months away, political activities across the country are already gathering momentum, prompting key stakeholders to intensify efforts in addressing challenges. Speaking on the program, legal practitioner Barrister Matthew Ederese and social crusader Dr. Michael Basuyi argued that recurring complaints about the electoral process, especially when left unresolved, raise questions about the Commission's preparedness and commitment to credible elections. However, political activist Honorable Etiosa Igebo and public affairs analyst Dr. Bright Inabolele, who joined the program via Zoom, explained that the responsibility should not rest solely on INEC.
If BVAS is not functioning properly, then it becomes a permanent feature that we keep moaning and groaning about. I think there is a deliberate act to self-sabotage on the part of INEC.
3 legs or a chart
INEC sits on, one, accountability, two, transparency and neutrality. And this has not been established because of the process of appointing the chairman.
It is easy to sit here and blame the president. It is easy to sit here and blame INEC. You are not blaming your contributions to this process, it's yourself.
What we should focus on right now in 2027 is the election intelligence. How ready people are aware, because the most people have lost faith in the electoral process.
Listeners on radio and viewers on television also contributed to the discussion through phone calls, sharing their divergent opinions.
INEC is not our problem. We ourselves are our problem. On that day of election, this is going by. It's the whole political party that are involved.
Politics Today is a weekly news and current affairs program that provides a platform for public participation through phone calls. The program airs every Saturday from 10 to 11:30 a.m. on both radio and television. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The Ekiti State Police Command says victims who were abducted during an attack at the Christ Apostolic Church Edaonio have been successfully rescued. Ekiti State Police Public Relations SP Sunday Abutu, who disclosed this, says the successful rescue followed sustained intelligence-led operations and coordinated efforts by the Nigerian Police Force, the military, other security agencies, the Amoteco Corps, local hunters, and Ekiti State government. SP Abutu said the rescued victims have since been taken to the hospital for medical examination and treatment to ascertain their health condition and ensure they receive adequate medical care. The Ekiti State Commissioner of Police, Falade Adegoroye Michael, commended the dedication, professionalism and synergy exhibited by all security stakeholders whose collective efforts culminated in the successful rescue of the victims. He particularly appreciated the Ekiti State government under the leadership of Governor Biodun Oyebanji for unwavering support to the security agencies, which greatly contributed to the success of the operation. The Commissioner also thanked the good people of Ekiti State for their continuous cooperation, vigilance, and timely provision of credible information. Residents of Ihirolo Road in Ekpoma, Eastern West local government area of Edo State have cried out over the deplorable condition of their road, which is completely cut off by erosion, appealing to the Edo State government to come to their rescue. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omija reports that the residents lamented that they can no longer access their homes due to bad condition of the road.
Ihirolo Road is one of the access roads connecting Ekpoma town to neighboring agrarian communities such as Ihirolo, Uhiele, and Urohi. A visit to the road revealed that the deplorable condition of the road has forced residents and others who ply the road for transportation of their farm produce to Ekpoma market to seek alternative routes. The residents said the condition of the road became worse when erosion was diverted to the road from the ongoing construction of Benin-Auchi Express Road, resulting to a total cutoff on the road, thereby preventing them from accessing their homes, particularly those who have vehicles.
The major problem that we are really facing in the Ihirolo roads is the diversion of the flood from the highway. That the road that they newly constructed, they diverted the flood into to the essence that even the people doesn't pass the road. Who has vehicle, they normally pass it, they are out trekking.
These roads have become a problem. It's no longer motorable for people to go to work in the morning, even children going to school. Sometimes when rain falls, the erosion here is not just good. Even the ones that have vehicle, taking their vehicle out, the road is not just good. So we are calling on our honorable governor, Your Excellency, sir, please come and help us.
And we are calling upon Senator Monday Okpebholo, His Excellency, the governor of Edo State, to come to our rescue. It has been like this for some time now. There is no help, and we know that Akbaku Rescue will be the one that will come and help us for this road.
Among the three roads under a similar condition in that area include Ukpoke, Boho, and Ihirolo Road. Edo State government recently commenced the construction of Ukpoke Road, while others expect the hand of fellowship extended to their areas. In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
The roads are truly deplorable. We hope that the government there will do something quick. You see, watching the news on independent television. About time we took some break now. When we return, more stories. Please don't go away.
Some events are remembered.
The prospect of the acting chairman of Isako East Local Government Council and Edo State chairman of Association of Local Government Chairmen, ALCON, Honorable Sonny Ekpeson, being overwhelmingly voted for in the next week local government election in the state, received tremendous boost on Friday when thousands of members of the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, APC, turned up at the flag-off of the zonal campaign to identify with him at Okbela Town. The report by Ohide Emir David is presented by Anthony Igbano.
The acting chairman, Isako East Local Government Council, and the state chairman of Association of Local Government Chairmen, ALGON, Honorable Sonny Ekpeson, being received by a mammoth crowd of APC at the flag-up of the zonal campaign at Okbela. Honorable Sonny Ekpeson, who was overwhelmed with excitement and joy at the massive appreciation of much of his speedy dispensation of democratic dividend, particularly tracking insecurity hoodlums, reform in education, agriculture, rural infrastructure development, affordable and functional grassroots health care, coupled with youth and women empowerment. He made passionate appeal to electorate to kindly vote en masse for him to enable him complete the record human capital and physical infrastructure he has started in line with vision of the party, the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The first project that will officially come to me, I'm going to put it in Okbela. And that ALGON project, I'm not taking it to Agelegode because I'm from Agelegode. I will return that project to the Okbela people.
Chairman Isako East Local Government Chapter of the APC, Honorable Peter B.U. Okponoke, Elder Statesman Chief Joshua Ogene, former Council Chairman Pa Stanley Odidi, Edo House of Assembly member representing Isako East constituency, Honorable Kingsley Ugabi, described Honorable Sonny Ekpeson as uncommon grassroots developer whose track record in his short period of acting chairman deserved the vote of all entire electorate come next week. APC leadership in Isako is used the zonal campaign flag off to introduce councillorship candidates, receive, according to them, the remaining members of the opposition led by Comrade Esheshi Samuel and Honorable Sylvester Oshoy, ex-SSA, to former Governor Godwin Obaseki. Anthony Igbano, ITV News.
Seplat Energy PLC has strengthened youths in solar power renewable energy in order for them to be self-reliant and contribute their quota to the society. They said, when you train the youth, you develop and build a better nation. Efosa Wangwe completes the report.
Addressing the graduates, the Chief Operating Officer, Seplat Energy PLC, Samson Chibogu Ezegwere, urged them to dream big and make sure their dreams impact the society positively. Mr. Chibogu said their impact should be a solution that will build the nation and admonish them to have confidence in themselves.
We celebrate our graduation today, but tomorrow we would like to celebrate our impact, and your impact will be on the solutions that build our nation.
In her opening remarks, the Director of External Affairs, Seplat Energy PLC, Choma Afe, advised the graduates to see themselves as national contributors to the economy, to themselves and to their communities. She avowed that the event is a day to celebrate the graduating youths, stressing that those youths have taken bold steps to learn, thrive, build skills, and unleash themselves to solar power entrepreneurship.
We believe that what you have gained here is not just knowledge, it's a starting point on the journey that we believe will see you become the next high-value entrepreneurs of tomorrow.
In his remark, the Managing Director, Nicholas Fokat, NNPC Exploration and Production Limited, represented by Olubuku Oyegbami, said they are in support of what Seplat Energy PLC in training the youth.
When you grow the youth, you develop the nation.
Some of the graduates, who include Osatuame Ogiagbe, said she learning about renewable and solar energy has made her know so much that Nigeria is in need of the renewable energy.
I want to thank Seplat for this opportunity.
However, 3 graduates, who include Agbonlaho Ekinadose, Imadi Yi Thompson, were recognized as the most best behaved during the training, and they were given a cash prize of 500,000 naira each. Seplat Energy also took time out to inaugurate a standard block of classrooms for this special school in Iyogbe Secondary School, Benin City, with facilities that will boost their learning efficiency. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Friends, family members, Christian faithful, and dignitaries from all walks of life gathered in Benin City for a Grand Praise Carnival in honor of late Senior Pastor Felix Ndubueze Isiaga of Christ Chosen Church of God International. The event, held at Crown Heights Pavilion on Country Home Road, celebrated the life and enduring legacy of the respected cleric who passed away on April 21st, 2026 at the age of 64. The report is presented by Chukwufunanya Adigwe.
It was an atmosphere of praise, thanksgiving, and joyful celebration at Crown Heights Pavilion on Country Home Road, Benin City, as family members, Christian faithful, friends, and well-wishers gathered to celebrate the remarkable life of the late Senior Pastor Felix Ndubueze Isiaga. Rather than focus on grief, the gathering reflected the late cleric's unwavering faith and lifelong dedication to God's service. Renowned gospel artists from within and outside Benin City led inspiring praise and worship sessions, filling the venue with songs of gratitude and hope. Children of the deceased, family members, and other guests paid glowing tribute to Pastor Isiaga.
He was caring. He was everything anyone would wish to have.
My father is a hero. My father is a teacher, a mentor. I love my dad so much.
He's really a man of God that can give an example.
He really impacted so much in the lives of everybody, not just his children, but everyone around him.
Children, that they will continue to uphold the legacies of their father.
He was a good man, he was a kind man, he was passionate.
Late Senior Pastor Felix Ndubueze Isiaga passed away on April 21, 2026 at the age of 64. During his ministry, he served faithfully in the Christ Chosen Church of God International. Chukwufunanya Adigwe, ITV News.
The Adonwe and elders of Ogege Osemede community along Benin Supply Road say there is no autonomous community known or called Onwoke Oroma Ewaye or Okearoma Ewaye in Ikwobal Local Government area of Edo State. The clarification in a statement by the Adonwe Pa Napoleon Edo following a report circulating on social media where some individuals were purportedly claiming to be an autonomous community called Onwoke Oroma Ewaye or Oke Oroma Ewaye. They said the report was made to mislead the public, especially unsuspecting land buyers. The statement refers to a release by the Benin Traditional Council dated 8th August 2022, affirming that the purported Onwoke Oroma Ewaye or Oke Oroma Ewa community is a quarter and part of Ogege Osemede village. Pa Napoleon Edo and other elders of Ogege Osemede said that despite the announcement, some persons led by Daniel Omoegbe have continued to disregard the authority of the Oba of Benin. They accused Daniel Omoegbe and Mr. Samson Ogiva Edomoyi of presenting the latter as the Ojonwe of the non-existent community, and called on the Edo State government and relevant security agencies to act against what they describe as unlawful activities in disrespect for the Benin Traditional Council, warning that such conduct could undermine law and order. They also urged Christ Embassy Church not to engage in discussions concerning the disputed land, noting that the matter is already before the High Court and that the church should be informed of the pending litigation. In a renewed drive to promote preventive healthcare and increase public awareness of arthritis, Trecent Healthcare, in collaboration with Rock of Ages Christian Assembly International, on Saturday concluded the 5th edition of the Walk of Arthritis Health Walkathon. The 2-day program culminated in a 15-kilometer walk competition, reinforcing the importance of regular physical activity in the prevention and management of arthritis. Ace Unamuri has details.
The Walk of Arthritis exercise took off from the King Square through Airport Road to Ogbazu, with a scheduled stopover at the end of Oko community before participants completed the route at the designated finish point.
My head, my shoulder, my knee, my toe.
At the end of the competition, winners emerged and are expected to receive cash prizes of 500,000 naira for the overall winner, 300,000 naira for the first runner-up, and 200,000 naira for the second runner-up. The winners commended the organizers for the initiative and encouraged Nigerians to make regular exercise part of their daily routine to improve their overall health.
Not just create awareness, but also give us the platform to give them thanks for organizing this way. Actually, I've not done this exercise in a very long time. When we keep going, many of them are fast. Let me just keep going, because I know that God can actually go on. At last,
Managing Director of Trecent Healthcare, Dr. Osado Tabusat, said the Work of Arthritis Health Walkathon is aimed at creating greater awareness about arthritis, promoting early detection, and encouraging healthy lifestyles through regular physical activity.
Exercise is the key thing. What we just came out to showcase here today is to educate people on how they can do their everyday exercise. Even if they are home, 15 minutes walk every day, 10 minutes walk every day. And people can come in and partner with us, Trecent Healthcare, because this is a movement.
The event ended with a renewed call on members of the public to prioritize regular physical activity and routine medical checkup as essential steps towards preventing arthritis and maintaining overall well-being. From Benin, Ehis Unhunamuri, ITV News.
More stories will be brought to you shortly on the news. Please stay tuned.
the man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with.
The Nigerian Medical Association NMA South Zone on Saturday honored former NMA President Professor Dominic Osagai with a Leadership Service Award. The award was presented during the Professor Dominic Osagai Leadership Lecture held at the Doctor's House, Ukbo, Benin City, with the theme Public-Private Partnership, Creating Better Medical Practice Environments in the South of Nigeria. Joy Egwasa has details.
The leadership lecture was organized to recognize Professor Osagai's outstanding contributions to the growth and stability of the National Medical Association South Zone. The keynote speaker, Secretary, Association of Nigeria's Private Medical Practitioners, Edo State, Dr. Bodeno Ace, said stronger public-private partnerships would improve access to quality health care, strengthen the health system, and create a better working environment for medical practitioners.
The aim of this beautiful program is to improve healthcare delivery, infrastructure, and patients' outcome.
High Point was a presentation of leadership awards to Professor Dominic Osagai, while the national president of NMA, Professor Ernest Omoti, went with a special recognition. Responding, Professor Dominic Osagai appreciated NMA South Zone for the honor.
In recognition of your many decades of astounding service to the medical profession.
I sincerely thank the South Caucus of the NMA for considering me worthy of this exceptional recognition. I accept this honor not as a personal achievement, but as a tribute to the many remarkable colleagues with whom I've had the privilege of serving over several decades.
Edo State Chairman of NMA, Dr. Eustace Osegale, and other members eulogized Professor Dominic Osagai for his contribution to the growth of NMA.
I want to use this opportunity to call on private individuals, well-meaning Nigerians, to support government hospitals, because really this is what this is about, public-private partnership.
It's essential that we bring in private firm into the health sector. That way you have cutting-edge facilities and equipment to ensure that the health sector truly works.
Professor Dominic Osagai was the national president of NMA from 2000 to 2002. From Benin, Joy Egwasa, ITV News.
The University of Benin has officially launched its 100 billion naira Trust Development Fund, a landmark initiative aimed at transforming infrastructure, research, innovation, and academic excellence through the support of alumni, corporate organizations, development partners, and well-meaning Nigerians. The grand launch attracted top government officials, distinguished alumni, business leaders, and other stakeholders. Oluwafemi Farayola brings details.
The University of Benin took a bold step towards securing its future with the grand launch of its 100 billion naira Trust Development Fund. Chairman of the Trust Development Fund Board of Trustees, Pastor Osaige Izeyamu, in his opening remark, highlighted the vision behind the initiative and called on alumni, corporate organizations, and friends of the university to invest in the institution's future. The Vice Chancellor and convener of the Trust Development Fund, Professor Edoba Omorege, SAN, said the fund would provide sustainable financing for infrastructure, research, innovation, student development, and global competitiveness.
The University of Benin Trust Development Fund has therefore been established as a strategic platform to complement public investments, mobilize additional resources, and create sustainable pathway for institutional transformation. I believe that this is doable, and we have set national emotion to realize this.
Chairman of the university's governing council, Professor Umaru Shuaibu, reaffirmed the council's commitment to transparency and accountability in the management of the fund.
All the products of University of Benin, all the friends of University of Benin should come forward to support this dream.
Chairman of the occasion and former Lagos State Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, SAN, commended the university for embracing innovative funding strategies. The Minister of Regional Development, Honorable Engineer Abubakar Momo, and Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpewolo, ably represented by Edo State Chief of Staff, Honorable Yakubu Musa, also applauded the initiative.
I urge you all, including myself, to donate very generously to this fund in order to secure the future of this school.
A few years to come, University of Benin will be translated into a very high-class institution.
We believe that University of Benin will continue to rise for good measures and for good things.
High Point was the official launch of the fund, with supporters, special guests of honor, alumni, friends, and development partners making commitments towards achieving the ambitious 100 billion naira target. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
The Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, on Friday met with Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke and other critical stakeholders in Osogbo as part of efforts to curb rising political violence ahead of the governorship election scheduled for August 15. The meeting, held at the Government House in Osogbo, comes with growing concerns over escalating political tensions in the state ahead of the off-cycle poll. The IGP was accompanied by the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 7, AIG Fasuba Olabode, alongside other senior officers of the Nigerian Police Force. Addressing stakeholders, the Inspector General urged residents to reject political violence and warned that the police would deal decisively with anyone found disrupting public peace before, during, or after the election. He appealed to parents and guardians to caution their children and wards against being used as political thugs, stressing that the Nigerian police force would not tolerate any form of electoral violence. In his remarks, Governor Adeleke called on the police to remain professional and politically neutral throughout the electoral process. As part of his visit, Disu is also expected to meet the officers and personnel of the Osun State Police Command, as well as traditional rulers, to strengthen collaboration towards ensuring a peaceful, free, and credible election. Stay tuned.
That beauty trend.
Is that healthy? That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
And into business news, where the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC Limited, has commenced the evaluation of its proposed partnership with Chinese firms for the rehabilitation and operation of the Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. The Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Bayo Ojulari, said a memorandum of understanding signed with the prospective partners is not a binding agreement but the beginning of a rigorous due diligence process aimed at identifying a sustainable performance-based business model for the refineries. Ojulari explained that the prospective partners would bear the cost of the evaluation While the proposed partnership is expected to attract investment, improve operational efficiency, and expand Nigeria's petrochemical and gas-based industries, the development comes amid renewed calls for petroleum marketers for the federal government to fast-track negotiations with experienced international partners to restore the country's state-owned refineries, reduce dependence on imported petroleum products, and to strengthen Nigeria's energy security. On entertainment news, American singer and songwriter Taylor Swift and NFL star Travis Kelce have married in a star-studded ceremony at Madison Square Garden in New York City, officiated by actor Adam Sandler. The private ceremony attracted about 1,000 guests, including celebrities from the entertainment and sport industries. The couple wore custom-designed Christian Dior outfits, while New York authorities temporarily closed roads and around the venue to manage security and the large crowd of fans. The wedding celebration, which began with a pre-event gathering on Thursday, drew widespread public attention as fans gathered outside the venue, hoping to catch a glimpse of the newlyweds. Ahead of the ceremony, the couple also announced a $26 million donation to more than 20 charities, further attracting public interest as the high-profile wedding dominated headlines and social media discussions worldwide. And on the foreign scene, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, has raised fresh concerns over the escalating conflict in Sudan, warning that relentless drone attacks on civilians in the city of El Obeid are worsening the country's humanitarian crisis. Addressing the Human Rights Council in Geneva, Turk disclosed that at least 45 civilians have been killed in 15 drone strikes on El Obeid and surrounding communities within the past 3 weeks. He said the attacks have repeatedly targeted markets, schools, hospitals, fuel stations, water facilities, and civilian vehicles. The UN Human Rights Chief also reported widespread human rights violations, including summary executions, abductions, torture, sexual violence, and looting, as fighting between the Rapid Support Forces and the Sudanese Armed Forces continue. Turk urged the international community and the UN Security Council to take urgent action to prevent further atrocities, ensuring accountability for perpetrators and protect civilians. He warned that fear is widespread among residents of El Obeid, where more than 600,000 people, including displaced persons, remain trapped as insecurity intensifies and evacuation routes come under attack. The Moroccans failed to impress in the first half, took the lead 5 minutes after the interval through Azzedine Ounahi, who swept home Achraf Hakimi's cutback free kick. Ounahi scored a second by converting a breakaway with 8 minutes remaining to seal victory. An ultimately comfortable win was topped off in stoppage time as Soufiane Rahimi slid his shot under keeper Maxime Crépeau. Morocco's progress as they move one win away from equaling their historic run to the semi-finals at the 2022 World Cup. And still talking sports, we'll join Osemode Mosage to give us more information on sports.
Argentina captain Lionel Messi strengthened his position as the highest goal scorer in FIFA World Cup history after finding the net in his country's match against Cape Verde. The goal took Messi's World Cup tally to 20, extending his lead over France's Kylian Mbappe, who has scored 18 goals at the World Cup. Former Germany striker Miroslav Klose, previously the all-time leading scorer, now sits third with 16 goals, while Brazil legend Ronaldo is fourth on 15. Germany's Gerd Müller occupies fifth place with 14 goals. Elsewhere, four-time Two-time Nigeria Premier Football League champions Kano Pillars have appointed Super Eagles assistant coach Daniel Ogumodede as their new technical advisor ahead of the 2026-2027 season on a 2-year deal. The club confirmed the appointment in a statement, ending speculation over who would take charge of the Sei Musa Gida for the new campaign. Ogumodede joins Pillars on the back of an impressive spell with Remo Stars, whom he guided to their first ever NPFL title during the 2024-2025 season. He replaces Muhammad Baba Ganaru and takes over a Kano Pillars side that narrowly avoided relegation, finishing 15th in the 2025-2026 NPFL season. And finally, Nigeria's The Tigers secured a hard-fought 80-79 points triumph over Guinea to record a victory in Group C and advance to the second round at the FIBA World Cup qualifiers. The Nigerian men's team went into the contest on the back of an 84-81 points win over Tunisia on Thursday. Against Guinea, the Tigers found themselves 6 points down after the third quarter, but clawed their way back to snatch victory by a single point. The Tigers now join Guinea among the teams through to the second round, with their final Group C fixture against Rwanda coming up on Sunday, July 5th. And that's it from Sports Desk. I am Osemdemel Sagi.
And that's it on the Network News for tonight. A big thank you for watching. I'm Daisy Leah Sikidi. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
When you check your time now, you go ask yourself, say, what will be time? And time go tell you, say, Uduota o'clock. That will be the name of the program. Uduota at the heart of the matter. I talk before I go to talk again. That man talk and say, if no matter how ant small reach, if you open her, take time to open the ant, you go see the heart of the ant. No matter when we say concern us, now we want to look today for our program, when we say we call the heart of the matter or Uduota. My name is now Thomas Sado. I say welcome to the program. One thing when we say they help us for our streets, them, our roads, them, for any country, anywhere in the world. Now be the one we say concern people. They want to say they help us, they control traffic. They make sure say everything when we say they for start traffic, you work out where. But we come to ask ourselves, so how this thing they happen for Edo State? Because the one we get for Edo State, that be the Edo State Traffic Management Agency. When we say we know as ESMA. So this matter now we want to look today. And the only person when we say go fit answer us questions, the when we say concern ESMA, now be the managing director of the place himself, when we say they call Honorable Stainless Ijegede. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. My people, I salute you. I greet you now well done.
Okay, and we salute you too when we say you come.
Thank you very much.
Make our first start like this. How the work they go when we say concern this traffic control and management for the states?
It will go fine by God's grace. You know, we have to manage the people, we have to manage the traffic system. You know, traffic is on its own, seen as a non-entity. But people who direct, people, for example, drivers, those ones, they are human beings. So we have to manage the drivers, we have to manage the vehicles themselves that are even, when we say they're not be human beings, and we have to manage the environment.
Okay.
Now, so the work just be.
But let's say they only see many of them for town again as we see them before. Because yes, so many people don't come up for the system, they don't do replacements, or don't travel abroad. Maybe one or two don't get reason to leave the system because no matter what, the work when they do now government give you work when they do. Government fit say, okay, this one they do, so you don't do it, you can't do another bigger one. You know, understand? That means you go still leave this work when they do be that for somebody else. So if you get reason why they say they come out. But we can say the number of people what would they see as expert policemen, then if we call them now, open with the police now. So we know they see them as much as before for different streets. What thing they happen?
Okay, now true you talk. When Governor Okpebholo resume work, and when we start work, we see say the number when it did, it not be like the number when it did before, the time when they start. And for any system in employment cycle, so many things now they bring down manpower. Either people resign, people don't retire, people die. So now it they be. And government get waiting they call bureaucracy. That government get due process, they get system. It not be like as they drive, they go now from here, they go maybe my driver for road, he say I tire, I know they work again. I feel employ driver for them. But government own, it not be like that. It get waiting they call due process. And when Governor Okpebholo will come, we go here say different ministries, and then they employ, they go. He not just put at random, say every ministry, every agency, make una begin the employ, make it be like a new Benin market. No. Now turn by turn. Now then. So our own now, we don't write, and by God's grace, it don't reach our turn now. So all those problems when people they see, so we know plenty, very shortly we go plenty. And make people that time when we don't full road, make people not come to talk say we don't too much. Although now so we go down. Make we feel service everywhere. So it go reach the time when we go come plenty again, even more than before when we start. Now that system now we won't do, now so we won't employ.
Because because say the thing they take time now, so when we say you don't come now, you don't do there for so many months now. If at least over a year now, if I don't make a mistake, I don't expect by this time they don't take care of those things. But you get one to when we say yes, I want to see even the few ones when we say the day now. They get them difficult to do the job. Vehicles when we say the day, we need to see vehicles again. Number one. Number two, the ones when we see the day, sometimes if I use that run follow that vehicle, maybe I feel run past the vehicle and all of that. So I can't ask myself, waiting they happen. And besides, when I come in office the other day, I say some of the motorcycles they won't be so get plenty. They day for back, they won't be so they want to work again. Why they can't be like that now?
Those those motorcycles when you see so, none of them they even work when we come. So those ones when you see so they work now. Now repair we repair them when they come they work so.
Okay.
And motorcycle when traffic officers they use, it not be like the ordinary motorcycle for street. It should be in form of power bike.
Right.
So not be the ordinary motorcycle. Last time somebody they say they don't give motorcycle to Edo State security, this and that. Our motorcycle with their own not be the same. Our own are specially designed type. So we don't also book for them, and governor will give us. And by the time he give us, we'll not go see them. But one message be say, those ones when you see, they were not even working. We refurbish them to be working. That's why they work now. And we are still on the process of even the ones that are down, one by one, we will repair them before we get new ones. And new ones will come. And I have been given that promise.
Because a woman can take you go back to this personate thing, because they worry Edo people well. Whether you like them or not now. You go say now this special marshal people or task force people, now they call the Edo traffic control now. If it be task force people, you can say now vigilante, they do traffic control and all other kind of thing. We can ask ourselves now, say, for this long, how long will it take us when we say we want to do the traffic on? Because whether we like them or not, we want traffic in Edo State. And I make them put you there to make sure say traffic in Edo State, it work out well, it is smooth, till the work out really well. If like say you forget to remind governor, say you write one letter to the data when we say you go take care of.
That is not true. It may be, if it be true, say you they see security outfit and you they see task force for different places. And they think the mistakes say maybe na traffic work, na then they do. Apart from ESMA, you don't get any other person or any other body when the law give power to do traffic job. So not be traffic.
So what can they do? What can they do to remove them off our streets?
Not be traffic job, not be that they do. There's what they call division of labor. For example, recently you saw, you will see MOT, Ministry of Transportation, then get task force. You get one other task force, security task force. You get so many of them. Then local government, they still get their job. E.g., park issue. So when people see them, they enforce park issue. That is to say that they tell vehicles, say, no carry passenger for here, go to the central park. People, they mistake them, say that they do traffic job. That will not be traffic job. If you say, why we will stop them or remove them for road, there is division of labor, as I said. And if you look, for government, there are three arms of government, tiers of government. Make us three tiers of government. You get federal, you get state, you get local government. Local government get their duties. State get their duty. Federal get their duties. All those duties like tenement rates, park issue, task issue, that's not their job. If they call road, can they do that one? You know me say that they do traffic job. So when I see them for road, not the traffic job that they do. At times I even see them. They enforce park on drivers when no one go central park, go load for them, go drop passengers for them. When they drop passenger all about. Now that one then they do not be traffic job. So people they mistake them saying a traffic job that they do. So if
when they start from middle of road, you tell me to make pass like this, make pass like that.
No.
Okay.
Maybe for prison, that prison area. Some of the times you see them they stop for road and they tell me to say pass here, pass here. What thing that they do? Then they tell most bosses say don't go to the ring road. Follow, I don't know, is it, what do they call that? Follow there, go Central Park. Now then they tell them, when they see that they divert vehicles, not the traffic job that they do. Then they direct them, go Central Park. Let them go there, go discharge their passengers and load there. So when people see them, once they see them divert people, they say, na traffic job that they do. Not the traffic job that they do. No any other person gets right to do traffic control activities for Edo State. That word control, they don't get that right. Okay. So nobody is doing it. We they see the monitor. We they arrest some people when try to cross borderline. I don't know whether they are aware. We see some people when wear shirt or reflective jacket. say there be one task force or the other. We go investigate them. We see say there not be task force people. We dey arrest some of them. And the one when they go cross border line, want do traffic job, we dey tell them say sorry, this area not be your job. That are the ones when even be say then send them. The one when they not sent with the arrest. The one when they send say go park issue. When they cross the border line, we tell them say sorry, not be this area, be your work. So make you stop. If you even look, you there aware say get some task force where be like say government stop for the time before recently. Now reasons make all those things they happen when you hear them. So when they cross border line and it be like legislators, executive and judiciary, the way that they take check each other.
Now the different arms of government now.
The way that they take check the check and balances for people when they do government and they read book. Now so we see they do check and balances. When you cross your border line, we go say no. Now here, now your boundary reach. But when people see them, that they think say, nah, ESMA job now that they do. You get the job when they do. Some of them they collect. I dey see some people they collect whether na daily ticket or something. These drivers, you know, they are supposed to pay some rates to local government. You are aware of that through park and all that. So if local government comes out to ask them, come and pay your park levy and all that, you go see them they talk to drivers, that they get confrontation with drivers. That is not to say that na traffic work that they do. No. So we have transport and transportation. We have traffic. We have local government. So we they do our job separately.
Okay. At a point, everybody get the work when we say they do, like you said. Now I make a like say you know I say those guys when we say they for around that can start play road by prison yard there for near almost opposite the hospital. They direct people there. They pass the side, go Central Park. People know they like to go Central Park again now. And they tell you now, because when they go to Central Park, they only load more than once or twice for the whole day. But for Ring Road now, so they load vehicles for that place. They open it there. And I believe say your agency supposed to go there, drive the come out, say, do not park indiscriminately here, number one. And secondly, you know who's supposed to park, so they go, they carry vehicles, they carry passengers there. If they go back, if they come, when they come just now, I should say you go past Ring Road, you go agree with me, say that place, they chaotic. You don't understand? And if they go now, you go past there. And that Ring Road might be one of the best in Africa. That Ring Road, NBC did that. But the way NBC they come, they allow these people come, they drive motor for there, and they pick passengers for there now. They come like say, ESMA, now don't give them some kind of license to they carry passenger for inside Ring Road there. Why they want to NBC now they force them, they go inside park now, don't they see passengers to carry?
That will not be true. What I say not be true, be say then give them license to load for Ring Road. Nobody gives them license. Anybody when you see when they load for Ring Road, will they arrest them? Will they apprehend them? Will they carry them and go our headquarters? That's why some of them you go see say at times you go be like say that they fight with ESMA. Maybe you go see some places you don't see video. Be like say ESMA and drivers they fight. Now enforcement, now they cause that one. For Ring Road now you go say, come out here, not load for here. Because they know say ESMA know they carry gun, they know they fear ESMA. By the time we want say you must come out here, some of the time their union go come, their supporters go come. You go see something where it be like fight. But when they start to fight us, when we defend ourselves, now people they say ESMA they fight, they go do video. Not be say that now you they say why we not arrest them? Will they arrest them? If they even resort to fight at times, and when the fight start, social media practitioners and some of the media houses now they go come they back them up. Say yes man, they fight them. Now enforcement when they talk so, now will be one do, then go convert them to fight. So we are doing enforcement. And they fight us.
That one take me back to one video when we say they trained. Yes. When we talk about social media, we see for the listener when we see some ESMA boys on uniform. You don't understand? On uniform, they okay, man don't say I see them in the fight, but I see them say they drag. They will accuse one of your people of biting a driver for back. And you see, this is the guy showing for the video.
If you look that video, you go see say na the complaint you see, not be the fight.
Okay.
I watched that video from the beginning to the end. Even you went talk and so watch the video from beginning to the end, whether you go see fight. Now the complaint now you see for there. Now the say person complain say they fight, and if you look, now small officer, now they even beg the man when pull shirt say, I beg make you go your motor, make you go. He say they bite him, they fight and they know. Up till today, you see where they fight. Person, then they fight, you know, do recording. They fight finish, they do record, say they fight me. And you know say full everywhere. And I've been seeing them still there. You now, did you see the fight? You yourself when you ask me the question. You see the video, did you see the fight? Me don't ask you a question now.
No, I want to ask question here. No,
so you not see the fight. Somebody came to complain in order to whip sentiment. So when you read human psychology, you get one video what happened this morning. One woman lie down for ground, make people come dey pity am for police station.
Okay.
After they commit offense, make people come dey pity am, and very soon the video go dey circulate. You go say they don kill am. E come be like say the woman die. The woman na enter motor by himself go police station. Na come down by himself. They reach there, lie down for ground, and they pretend say he die. So these are things people do to whip sentiment. So that fight when they talk so, you not see the fight. Na complain you see. For us, we are not trained to fight. We don't fight. I have said it. I don't talk am so many times. They're not trained us to fight, but nowhere when the law not allow person to defend himself. You know, if you put your eye down, the person can't put iron, make you get one eye. So you go remove the iron, say, not put iron. For now be self-defense. And for law, self-defense, na even defense for law. Say, now because of self-defense, make you not kill me. Now make me do like this. Now make me do like this. Even for law, self-defense, now defense itself for law.
Okay.
So we must defend ourselves, but we not dey fight.
Okay.
If they attack us, we go defend ourselves.
Okay. Make I take you go back to some of the things that when Bison and take the walk. Because I thought you talk about the bike that time, you don't explain the bike own and the rest of that. In the course of our talk at that time, I put man for the vehicles the one Bison and they use. And I would say the vehicle they're so bad that maybe if I run, well, I take let it run past the vehicle. And the number they never do for road again, because I remember that time they say former government or previous governments, they went to say day before the buy vehicles given with that agency, they're plenty small. We don't see any of them. And the only one or two when we say we they see now, even their states, maybe the one we say yes, say you go clap hands for say good.
You are right that our vehicles are old. It be like now we even take start. You can't say our vehicle, if they run, you go feel overtake them. Remember, say we're not supposed to pursue anybody with vehicle. So not be run.
That's the block road.
And they come. Not be run. Not being would they take the vehicle they run. We not they take and do race. They not be racing car. So not the vehicle when they run would they find. Vehicle when they move, they doing work. Now would they find. Now you say would they take the vehicle block road. We not they actually block road. When would they do enforcement? Maybe one vehicle you don't commit offense. Then they do every traffic offense now quasi criminal offense.
That one a big grammar.
Traffic offense now small offense against government and the people.
But if it lead to death.
But you not reach.
If it lead to death.
And they come there. You not reach the one where person carry gun they kill people. But some of them now serious offense, like if they take motor kill somebody now. So such person, you go desperate to arrest a criminal. So now at times we see say be like say them block road. Everybody they do one. Now crime fighting. You know, now offender, you want to arrest offender. There are processes for you to be able to, otherwise people go they commit offense, they run. So you must devise a means to apprehend an offender. That is one of the means to apprehend an offender, but it's done with caution and with That they do am, that they take care, they do am, and that they remember safety for mind, human feeling, and that they do sympathy for inside, and that they use sense for inside. That is why they hear of a head of collision, say motor face to face and jam each other and all that. But some of them, when you now stop them, say stop, they will take motor to harass you. When you now see all these things, make una see they help us, they report them, because crime now everybody they join hand, they fight them. When I see some media houses, they criticize the people where they enforce law. And they come, they say, why? But not be every action, not be every action from a law officer, not being do in the right manner. If we see the one when they not do well, even we they punish who not behave well for our system. Now so it be.
Okay. I want to look this other matter when this is it concern us. Before today, talk and say driver when they say no drive well or no do something well. I know be your matter for here. I'm sure the last time say if they catch them, if they drive against traffic, especially traffic, they go carry and go psychiatric hospital. Yes. When they go do what they call psychiatric evaluation, when they go test the brain, whether the brain correct. Maybe now it's supposed to be 2, can't go be 4, it's supposed to be 8, can't go be 9, and all of that. How many people are done arrest when they go carry go to psychiatric hospital? So when you say you assume office, or not don't show that idea.
What we they do mostly. Now training. We get our training center. When you know say now law, now set up our agency. And the law when set up our agency, now Nigeria Constitution and Charter on Human Rights, now senior the law when it set up ESMA. So the law when set up ESMA, anything when be say it did inside that law, when you know say if you do them, you know go come agree with the senior law where they feel call grant norm, what they feel call the constitution senior law book. So anything when you did the law when it set up ESMA, when you not agree with that senior law, it means say that thing for inside law when set up ESMA, it not get meaning. Now you go call is inconsistent. But that's inconsistency. If such section is null and void to the extent of such inconsistency. Okay. Make I bring it down. See, any such thing when they inside the law, when you not agree with the senior law, now they say it not get meaning, it not go fit to work. So this psychiatric stuff you they talk so. For our constitution too, it get human right. Where we say there are certain things when if person not volunteer himself, make them do them, or if na small pikin, in parent or parent applicant, that is parent or the person when they under. You know science say, oh yeah, make una do this thing. You get what you know go fit do on human being. When you do them, you go infringe on the person's fundamental human right. And court go come in, civil rights body go come in, human rights body go come in. Me, as person when I know all these things, you get things when I go fit do, when I go bring law case to this government, when I go bring law case to ESMA. So that is, now they are different from so many people because I know both sides. Me, I know both sides. So the thing when law go fit back me up to do, now they do. Training, we dey train them for our yard. Now they go pay money for training. Okay. So we not go give them their motor. So they do that training, they pay for training, pay for certificate. That's an academy when we say they there. Yes, the training academy. But the thing when I go do, when you come bring lawsuit against the government, recently somebody sue us. He sue ESMA, he sue me join in my personal name. He sue government, he sue Governor Monday join in his personal name. Sue Attorney General. Those are not things Those will not be waiting person supposed to they see. But when you know, say you be on your right, you go say yes, governor, even though they do, I do the right thing. I go fit defend this one for court. Not the way you go do waiting, you not go fit defend for court. You go bring the name of the governor and the government come take mud, take potopoto steal am. Right. Me, I not go do such thing. So the one when I know say if I do and the law go back me if I go court, now that one they do. This one when you talk so, I still they do proper research. I go look, I go check cases, previous cases where court don't decide, how they decide them. If I do this one, they go court. Where if they follow precedent, will I win or I will not win? So those are the things when I they do. When this is certain things, waiting I know. Some persons when no I go say, why not do this, why not do that? They know they just carry to do that. That is why you know they eat raw yam. You must cook them. Show me one person who don't chop raw yam. Now I get the yam, make it eat and raw. So you know they chop raw yam, you must cook them. So now so I do my work.
Okay, this academy when they talk, so this training or driving academy when we say I guess so now to make money I be now to correct this thing because you talk and I say when I go train them, you know, carry them, go there, go train them, when I train them finish, they will come pay money, they'll come to give the certificate. That money, this ESMA now internal generated body now be now revenue generating body now be say be.
ESMA itself is not solely created for the main purpose of generating revenue for government. Not be making raise money for government, not being made them form ESMA.
Okay.
Now to correct the society, make life better.
They collect money from the half
and they come now. Now to regulate the society, make it better, now made them set them up. That training, if that training when they do free, will they train drivers free? Will they train so many companies, their drivers free? If not to generate money, now made them set up ESMA. We not go train person how he go take drive when he not go commit offense, so that he not go pay money. We for the train them to commit offense, maybe they collect money. Okay. To show say not be to collect money, now they set that training center up, train people so that they not go they commit offense. So now to train people, but part of the training now punishment to offender. Okay. Now where it become punishment to offender, say certain things when you don't know you must know, and when you're supposed to know free, they give you time to know and free. You not do know and you go now pay to know. Now there, now money they come in. For example, abroad, you so many countries, you not go free obtain driving license if you not go classroom, go take training. How many people they go classroom to obtain license for Nigeria? So some persons, with their license, you don't even go anywhere. So that is why such person, when they challenge their license, say, we don't discover, say, you don't even go training before you get license. That training, you will come go on now. So the person will go training, go pay for the training. So now so it be. But if as you do so, you won't come train your people, you will come to us. We go look at the cost of the training. We tell you, say, this now the cost. Okay. This now what government go waive. Okay. This now what government not they waive.
No wahala.
So it's not for revenue generation.
Okay, no wahala. And people ask the word the program is what they call daughter, the heart of the matter. I will do with the managing director for Edo State Traffic Management Agency, which they call ESMA, Oga Stainless Ijegede. We will come back after we take this small break because that time we will open lines for us. We're going to call into the program and we're going to ask some questions there. How it be for mind. Stay with us, don't go anywhere. Welcome back. The name of the program now, Daughter, the Heart of the Matter, and they reach you for independent television. Anyway, we say they watch us. But this time now we will open our lines. Then make it be so you talk to our guest here. When we say be Honorable Stainless Ijegede, when we say be the Managing Director for Edo State Traffic Management Agency, when we say we know as ESMA. Once you call, you will be part of the program. Ask the question when say you want to ask. And the number when say you go take call, we go put the number there, make you stand for the screen. But I will tell you the number now in case now 080 77 77 03 00. We will put the number there, make you see the number, make you call into the program 080 77 770300. Once you call us, you don't become part of the program with that. Before we even talk and save, the phone don't the ring because this is a very serious matter we're supposed to take. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, my brother Sadu.
I greet you. How would you talk to?
My name is Ovoide.
Ovoide, we greet you so much. You now award winner for this our place. They try well.
Thank you, sir. And to help us and help society.
Now, sir.
I want to bring some points come out for the Oga. One of them, we say, not the only X-Man, the federal or the traffic management
agency
waiting for road. You get the FROSC. You also get the police traffic units.
Okay.
Where they walk for the same road. And if I see this thinking, it will lead to over-concentration of X-Man personnel just on the federal roads. So now there's a duplicity. The company, many of us do the same thing. And the masses know they fit the benefit. Because many of the schools deal within state roads. But if you go, you go see no traffic people of the state, not even local government, they to even assist traffic on those roads and also children. You know? Then you look at your operational style. I believe say the organ will fit work on that. You need to collaborate with every other agency. X-Man no go fit say he won't do police work. They won't use the vehicle, they block road because somebody commit murder or anything to cause more accidents on that road.
Okay.
No.
Okay,
no traffic management.
I want to anchor.
Okay, I just want this other point very vital, please. Okay. Now, we also look at the issue of this my wrong. We also look at the issue. Okay. We also look at the issue of referrals. You know, X-Man.
Issue of what?
Maybe referral to say, okay, go to psychiatric
referrals.
Yes. X-Man job is not a licensing agency for traffic. To say, oh no, we go do referral before we release your vehicle, or we go give you tax, which you go pay by yourself. Now only one determine the tax. Now only one will say you go pay am. You know, you don't get any right to get a redress or the operating in school. No, some of these functions, they need to collaborate with other agencies.
Okay.
So that.
All right. Brother, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You hear what you said, that's my brother talk now. First, there been many things then come out. The first talk about, say, you say, for our schools them, when we say, you say people they pass, most of the schools, the when we say road they pass there, will not get ESMA officials there to help control traffic for this our children. And we don't hear stories of people that want to see they even get accidents there. You know, that's number one. Number two, see now they collaborate with other bodies. Less than they work in isolation. That one are true. But before you say you go answer that question, make I take on that one or two more calls. So you go put all of them together. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, I want to call you for this program.
We're there with you. What is your name? Where do you call us from?
I'm from Benin, my name is Jambu.
Jambu from Benin. Talk to us.
Hello?
We're there with you. Carry on, Jambu.
Okay. What I thought of this is what they talk about. So, well, hello?
Carry on. They hear you. Carry on.
When we say they will hide for back of under traffic light. So they will start a picture or they'll go the multiple phone. That's a criminal offense. I don't go to that now. Yeah, they also put measure at least if they want to pay and I do this what they call walkie-talkie. You know, they can also put to don't get that also. Somebody will go ahead of under camera. They will have under they will have one small kiosk. It's not that can't make sense.
Okay, thank you so much. It's even the time of they would try to even control traffic. Una even they try to solve crime. Una make they control, they cause more crime or they commit crime. When they go, they hide under some places. They snap people. They could, before they go to the other person, they block up from that side. So you add that to the first two questions when I talk about collaboration with other agencies and traffic. What is the or as my people want BC done they see for where the BC schools them they.
Okay, thank you very much. For collaboration, we dey collaborate with other agencies, the police, the road safety, the Edo State Security Corps, and the one people wrongly branded as yellow fever then, as them brand us Apakomisa police. We are very happy about that.
I agree for that one.
We agree. We adopt that name. So we dey collaborate together. But one thing, I talk of law just now. We dey collaborate well, and nobody don't even reason somehow to say Federal Road Safety Corps and ESMA, they even supposed to they work for the same place. They even get exclusive jurisdiction. For us, we dey manage the whole Edo State. If we not get collaboration, it gets some areas where we're not supposed to work. It gets some areas where they're not supposed to work.
Okay.
But because of collaboration, we they work together. We not they discriminate, say, no enter here.
Okay, what are the ones you get to do with schools then?
No, that's the second question now. Then the school area, we they post, for Benin, we divide zones. Inside Benin here, we have 12 zones. And outside Benin, we have 2 zones. One for Edo South, Edo North, one for Edo Central. But for Edo South,
those one for Edo North and Central, see they work?
Very well.
Because that's not only for Edo South, they see them. Soon now for around Ring Road.
Because now
Ring Road, we know they see them.
Because now here you did, now make you this. You can't see from here. If you live here, you go see them. Okay. Now, for here, we get 12 zones scattered about. We cover out those 12 zones. So the schools, when they those areas, we they post people go there. Especially the one where they near road. You get some schools when they off road, when they for corner, where motor not the quick pass.
Where traffic daylight.
Where daylight. That is why we choose priority. Where we post.
Then you come to see when they post. So when you don't agree with me at the beginning, say yes, and not get people there when be say not get enough.
I not say
when you come, they get staff.
I not say we not get people.
It's not get enough personnel.
Yes,
I said personnel at the post they go there.
That now one thing when brain they do for somebody. We have roster. We have a way of drawing our roster. Guys, if before you can manage a place, you go even learn human capacity management. So when you learn that, you know how to post your men, and how to juggle your men, and how to assign responsibilities. So we get people to man that place. We dey post people go schools. But when we post person go, and if we know say he not go there, we get report. We dey go there. That is why we get monitoring department. We get provost. Then they drive around to go see whether each person they in
their duty posts.
They their duty post. If we catch person when not their duty post, will they punish?
Okay.
So
because of time, I'm many calls them. They call. So people they hide.
But at the same time, there's no way. I'm a man that speaks the truth to anybody. At the same, in the same vein, there is no way that manpower insufficiency. There is no way when they say as people not plenty, so you not go still reflect for the number of people when they work for schools. So you go still see that small deficiency. But to say we neglect that area, at all. We not neglect them.
Okay.
So we dey cover them.
So the other crime.
So now when you report, we go intensify effort again to look whether the people they really go there or they not they go there.
Okay. The other one we say you talk to people they commit crime, they hide, they go to take pictures and the rest of video. What you want to talk to that one? Because the guy they asked the question just now, you they laugh.
You know,
I see you now.
The reason why they laugh. Somebody suggests, say, how do you apprehend person when beat traffic light? How you go to apprehend them? If you not stop them, it means say you go beat traffic light, you go. But one thing when we not they take seriously for traffic light, if you see accident when it happen because people not obey traffic light, you go. In fact, you go even pull your shirt, fight some
traffic light when they talk. So how many of them they work for Bidena? Most of them they work for Bidena.
We will come to that now. Let us address. I will address them together. So for traffic light, what they talk now be say make them not enforce law of traffic light. I hear you very well. Now the answer. So just give me time.
Okay.
You say that they hide. Normally, traffic light now to take the physical work of human being when go stand for road.
Yeah.
If traffic light they walk, somebody still stand for road, go they take hand they direct, you go confuse person because person not go know who you go obey.
But that is the happen for first junction now. And they see traffic light they walk there for first junction for Akbaba. Traffic light they walk there, your men go still there.
You know what? With a jump from one question to the other now. What you now they see? The traffic light, it show red, it show blue, it show green, it show yellow. Now that one that they see. When you see that, you go see traffic light they walk. We they see beyond that. If they get some traffic light, when they pass one side 3 times, it never pass one side.
Okay.
For traffic light, it get what they call synchronization. You know. The relay, there are rheostats, there are relays that will make the light, make them work accordingly. As this one they show red, this one they show green, this one when you see light show red, if they show green, some of them they show one person go dey one place for a long time. Some of them, it go pass 2 person the same time. That now when you get fault. If we identify that fault, we go now come road.
Okay.
Our physical presence go override the traffic light.
So we start to talk now. We don't get enough of this traffic light when they walk now. And the ones when we say they walk, they don't synchronize with themselves. So you just bless them say they walk.
Take note. Nothing when not they get problem.
Okay.
When we identify that, because of our training, now we definitely identify something. When we identify something, we go call road until when effect repair. Not be say if we go bad, they repair them. But one unfortunate thing is not the ESMA get hand for traffic light. I don't talk this one before. Not the ESMA get hand for traffic light. The public not know that one. Government never pull her out for the hand of people where they in charge of traffic light, give ESMA.
Okay, somebody like, hello, good evening. Hello? Hello? I will have the guy issue with that one. Hello? Okay, maybe when be
until that person call, the issue of say them day for corner. Now, when you want to, for now, we don't install camera.
Okay, if I say person don't call back. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. My name is OJ.
Okay, OJ, how you doing?
Fine, my brother.
Where are you from call?
President Eric from Otofuri.
Okay, Otofuri. Talk to us.
Yes. First, I want to ask my brother, Oga, we just talk for there. They talk about law. I think last year or last 2 years, a lawyer dragged ESMA to court that they don't have right to arrest vehicle and collect money as charges for the hand. And the court grant the applicant, that is the lawyer, a favor. A prayer, yes, and that the man went and collected his vehicle free. I need that court, that judgment for that lawyer. Is it meant for that lawyer alone or is it meant for 2 people?
You get another person when they do like that?
No, I think from your station now I hear the news. Now then one person I know say drag S-man to court, say they don't get right to seize the motor, be the judge, and collect fine.
Okay.
Which
you hear what he say to that brother OJ? He say when they fought Ofure, he said there was a lawyer when BC yes because Bila said the way to dress, you dress like lawyer today. He said there was a lawyer when BC yes he carry people go carry and go court, so they don't get the right to catch them, then give them fine. Blessing and be the judge for now matter. You don't understand? I'm not the caller because Bila say you never tell me whether I be lawyer. Bila say yes you are the arbiter in your own case. I don't know what to talk about.
Well, Nemo be best because as well.
You don't confirm and say you be lawyer.
So, thank you, my brother. When I asked that, OJ, thank you very much for that question. One thing, when you be never add, when you add later, I was waiting, but later you add them. Say they not get right to be judge
for their own matter.
For their own matter. First of all, you say they not get right to apprehend vehicle, find them. That was where you started. Now there you start from. They get the right. They get the right.
But that matter.
They come. They get the right. When they apprehend you, carry your motor, seize your motor, then go take you go court. Now make us get a mobile court for inside our yard. Listen to me very carefully. We get mobile court for inside our yard. But when we still get from, when you volunteer say, I no wan go court, you go fill form say you waive your right of court, you go pay fine.
Okay.
You go waive your right to court, you go pay fine.
Now they tell people.
So we get
them first before anything. I be like, you carry the form come and fill and give them.
The fine ticket. When you commit offense, they will give you fine ticket. When they give you fine ticket, for inside the ticket, you go see the column for it's there.
So now
it's just there. So the option is there for you to pay or go to court.
Okay,
if you are not paying, we take you to court.
Okay.
So you cannot, for the man that asked that question, you cannot volunteer, you cannot submit yourself for an act. Okay. Whether right or wrong to be done against you, you want to be hard to come to court and complain of that.
Come on, they like hello. Okay, we don't mean because they wait for you. No,
so if you agree, say you no want go court, you never come back again. Say they not take you go court.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. I have 3 questions to ask. I know you time. You just now OJ they come.
Okay.
The August August, I think when he talk say if they carry go to their office, they get mobile court there. I'm privileged to be arrested, or whether detained. Can I go to their office?
I'm privileged to say they arrest you.
You know why I say I'm privileged?
You never tell me.
Because when you try, what you not really commit, and they force and say you commit and bring evidence, not they carry your motor go there. Should I call it privilege? Because I don't know how to put on.
Okay.
They carry me, they say my door open. And I tell them, say, when passenger enter, door, as you try to move, the passenger pull the door. That was all. Reaching their office, they say 45,000. Then 5,000 for them to teach me how to lock the door. So that one, they don't tell me, say, go mobile court, go and defend yourself. That is one. Then 2.
You're quick round them up.
Yes. 2. The issue of saying that S-man say they do work. I know this one say they work, but you see where traffic light not they work, like the Yarrow, like dancing by Mission Road, like dancing by Papa. If light they work, they go there. If light not they work, they'll come for them. They still go there for Mapa, waiting for any motor they want, will be door open. Only that boy where they control for Mapa, that boy will there because one of the lights in my portion, even though they come for first in my portion, or the way they go
well, thank you, OJ. Thank you so much. So other people fit call him because that boy when we say for that way they call her Akpava there, I see the boy. So I call them make me the wonder say for how long will take repair that DC because that Akpava there, the traffic there, they even they overwhelm the young man at some time. You hear what he say the boy? This OJ talk about now.
I don't tell you, and I don't tell Una. Say, not be we.
You said they're not given the option.
Not be we
to go to court.
Okay, let me for traffic light. Not be we in charge of repair of traffic light. We only report to the agency when they in charge. Then the one where you say they not give you form.
They not show the option. So
they not show you the option. Now, one of the reasons when I come here, so now for Edo people to hear from me, they go ask question. If you not know before,
you will come know.
I'm not sure. Say you need to reach ESMA before you know. Say one thing are right.
Okay.
For inside constitution, one thing are human right. You know that person when come ESMA when say I know they pay fine. When ESMA carry gun, say you go pay fine. ESMA know they carry gun.
I not tell them with mouth. Say either you pay or you go court. Because the only thing you tell me now, you see the right hand for there. But now fair people it is come and say all your offenses and say your matter. Now they silent or say you go court.
Now himself they talk so. Okay. Now one side you don't hear. Okay. The officer when he get encounter with her, you don't hear from her.
Okay.
So as you talk and so say they not tell you. Let me even take and say
they not tell her.
Let me take and so. But now you don't know.
Say, hello, good evening.
You don't know now, say from me, you don't hear from me, say, they're not they force any person to pay fine. If you know what pay fine, what government put, tell them, say, I go court. They go carry you go court. Okay. And even if you not tell them, when you refuse to pay, they will carry you go court.
Hello, good evening. Okay, blessed that one not clear. If you call back, we go pick
so up. For you to say,
call up me, reduce the volume.
Yeah,
okay,
for everybody who says man not get right to collect fine, they get right. The thing be say they not get right to what the court talk when that man talk that the court say you not go just fix fine the collector when you not take the person go court.
Hello, good evening.
Now court talk. Not be say they not go collect fine.
He said what you did, they say you no go free just give person fine if you no carry and go court. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
I don't know who they talk to. Now you go be the last caller today.
Okay, Michael, my name.
Where are you there from, Colors?
Ogbo.
Okay, talk to us.
Yes, I want to ask Oga Esma whether those things nothing get bus stop. Because like that ring road where they talk that they load in anyhow. They don't passenger anyhow, not because of bus stop.
Why not there?
Not different those states.
Okay, thank you so much. It's what I do say don't forget bus stop.
Those states go figure bus stop.
Why the number?
And that one thing. When they inside this government program now, as I they talk, as I they even talk so, through PPP arrangement, a private person is even coming in to build bus stops and is bringing buses to run the way they run abroad, computerized buses. We are discussing with somebody. Those states go fit get bus stop, but that they not fit build.
Okay.
I think that's what he wanted to say. We get bus stop now build. Okay. We not build. Now that what he mean. Okay. We get bus stop and drivers know. Now obey they not agree obey. We get bus stop.
Honorable Stainless Ijagade, Managing Director of Edo State Traffic Management Agency. We thank you when we see you work out comment today. I will show you next time when we call you. Time no ever they reach maybe to for this car matter, but we'll take us more. We want to talk about the people that when we say you call into the program. Avoid that. We thank you so much when we say you call. We'll see next time you go still call again. We thank you Jumbo from Benin. We thank you OG for Tofure. OG you called more than once. We say thank you so much. Michael for Ogbo, we say thank you. The phone see the ring box to no go fit take out. Until next week we say we go see again. My name now Thomas Sado. Don't forget to press away and tell woman say sit down where you know what in they see. And a good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adisu Walsawagie. Today on the program Woman to Woman, we want to look at something most people don't talk about. It is happening in our society, in fact, in almost every home. You find out that this thing called sleeping divorce is happening. Sleeping divorce. You know, partners having to share separate rooms, husband and wife, but they don't sleep in the same room. So I'm trying to imagine how that works, you know. It's happening. In the days of our fathers and the rest of them, it does happen, particularly when they have multiple wives. When they have more than one wife, you see that all of them cannot stay in the same room with the man. The man most times will have his own bedroom. The women will have their own bedroom, like a harem, so to speak. And so anybody will reach in turn, go there. And go to Papa's room and all of that. So today we want to look at if sleeping divorce is actually saving our marriages or breaking it. So I have with me in the studio Eniye Favor Omorige. She is a medical practitioner, a pastor, and a counselor. The other counselor, Sharon, I'm not sure Sharon will be able to come there because when it rains, we usually have oceans everywhere, so to speak. So, Eniye Favor Omorige, thank you so much for finding time to join us today.
Afternoon.
I hope the rain didn't get to you that much.
What to do?
And did you experience that mini river at Isio?
Very well at S&T.
My car almost
submerged. You don't have a choice. So I have to, use the one-way route.
Okay, so let's do our business. At least two of us are enough. We'll represent the sisterhood.
It's all right.
Now, so sleeping divorce. When was the first time you heard that word? Sleeping divorce.
Sleeping divorce is a new term, though the concept as it were is not new.
Okay.
But sleeping divorce as a terminology came up in recent times. But that partners sleep in different beds or different rooms has always been in existence. So the term is new, but the concept of sleeping in various rooms has always been there.
No, I'm trying to imagine when and why did couples decide that they want to sleep in different bedrooms?
A lot of things, especially with this new generation. Sleeping difficulties could be reasons why some couple want to, stay together.
Okay.
All right. If a mother is breastfeeding, she's taking care of her baby in the night, and it's causing sleep challenges for her spouse, she can decide to, they can be sleeping divorce where they sleep on separate beds or sleep in separate room, or there's a challenge. The wife or the man snores badly, has a snoring challenge when sleeping. They can decide and attempt to keep their marriage working. They can decide to sleep apart. And if the woman or the man, there are people restless sleepers. Some people can sleep and then by the following morning their head is upside down on the bed. They can turn 360 on the bed. To avoid issues in that marriage, they can decide to, okay, you sleep on this bed and I take the other place. That doesn't really mean the marriage is not working. All right? It depends on this couple and why that condition is coming in. I don't want to say it's completely a wrong idea. It depends on the families, why it's coming in. But again, it's not so appealing in some cases.
Okay, so we'll take it one after the other. A school of thought, they say that sleeping divorce or sleeping in different rooms or on different beds is not helping marriage. It creates distance, it makes it creates physical distance, emotional distance, and all of those distance you can think of in a marriage. So as a marriage counselor, talk to us the effects of sleeping on the same bed and then the effect of sleeping in different rooms. So it's double question, double-edged question. That's what I've just asked you.
When couples sleep on the same bed, there's going to be physical bonding, emotional bonding,
Okay.
Marital bonding and otherwise.
Okay.
When we bond, even in health care, we are looking about the mother and the child. In recent times, we are beginning to encourage what we call bedding in and rooming in. What it means is staying on the same bed,
okay,
and in the same room. You know, there were times where mothers would fancy having baby cots, beautiful baby cots, having your baby cots by your bed and all of that. It was raining at the time.
Yes.
We don't encourage that anymore. We want these mothers and their babies to bond and to bond well. One of the ways to bond is when they sleep together on the same bed and in the same room.
What if the woman roll on the baby? Because we have seen instances where a mother will mistakenly roll on the baby and then thereby killing the baby.
These are very few and exceptional cases. A mother that has a child will be conscious enough to know that she has something precious very close to her and will guide it. But in that case, when the woman is a very restless sleeper, then the courts cannot come in that case.
Let's relate it to marriage.
Relating it to marriage. If a man and his partner stay together, it creates this bond. There's this intimacy. And it helps to relieve family tension and stress.
Okay.
If there was a quarrel or an argument, a disagreement, that they are sleeping on the same bed, you know, at one point in time, one can, you know, turn over and their bodies are touching.
You never see some people, they will sleep on the same bed and
issues,
let's not go
there. Will settle from there. But there are a few persons that can draw the line in their minds and draw it on the bed physically. And will not turn. They will consciously stay there a lot of wounds. But that's not the best. Many people, many couples settle their issues on the bed. So if they stay in different rooms, they're going to have longer time apart. It's going to shorten their communication time. You know, sometimes at the middle of the night, you can just wake up and unplanned discussion can come up between you and your spouse, and the bonding continues. It can help heal physically, emotionally, and otherwise. Okay? So if you ask me, I, as a person, I'll prefer staying together. Being on the same bed, being in the same room, it settles a lot of tension, settles a lot of stress, settles a lot of issues. Okay? And sometimes can also help to detect health challenges early. We've had situations where we hear that this man, the wife woke up in the morning to come and meet that the man was stone dead. Or the man woke up in the morning and met that the wife was already stiff. She died over the night.
And nobody
and that kind of death would have been prevented if the woman was there at that time. I've had a situation where the man fell and had a ruptured blood vessel in the head that we popularly refer to as stroke, and was screaming. But the wife was not in that room. She was sleeping somewhere
in another room.
And actually, she eventually came. The patient got to the hospital, but did not survive. That would have been detected early enough. And you can just be with your spouse, even with your spouse, knowing that they are not feeling too well. You know, sometimes you will not even know that you're not. At the time you feel there's this sense of touch. And,
the temperature and all
you are warm. So I'm okay, I'm okay. Are you sure you're okay? And from there, you start discovering that the person is not actually okay. Now, due to stress, due to health, maybe fever is stemming up gradually over the night and all of that. And that could help. Or how about an asthmatic patient that did not remember to take or inhaler or drug close to our bedside and is having an attack, and the spouse is somewhere in one third room?
It's very
Things
sad.
will go wrong. So,
you know, what really prompted this topic was yesterday I was buying fuel. And somebody was on the phone. You know, sometimes people see you and believe that you don't understand their language. And this person was actually speaking my language. I was telling somebody, I think there was a quarrel, and she was telling the person that in my dialect, my own very dialect, that see you, when she gets home, she usually enters her room and then lock the door and then leave the key in the mouth of the door so that the man cannot use the spare key to get in. He said that's what she has been doing for the past 2 months. 2 months, not Okeva. Yes. For the past Okeva, That is how they have been operating.
Wow.
Husband and wife in the same room. And it was not my business, right? True. I wanted the woman to speak more, but she brought fear. She was on the other side. She brought fear and left. I said, oh my word. I would have loved to hear more so that I can talk to this woman. Apparently, she has issues with her husband. True. She stays in a different room. And that room, she even locks the door at night. Or anytime she's at home, the door is always locked. And then I'm sure the man too, anytime he's at home, the door is always locked. And when he's leaving, the door is always locked. There are men who do that. They have their rooms, and once they are leaving, they lock the door for whatever reason. I want my space, that kind of a thing. If you want your space, why did you marry? That is one thing. It's not as if you say, okay, this is my study. I want to stay here and read. You know, there are men who have studies at home. They read, they write, they meditate, they do a lot of things in their study. Then afterwards, they go back to their bedroom to sleep with their lovely wives, you know. But when you lock your door against your husband, or your husband locks his door against the wife, is that not potential danger?
Very, very.
For the family, for the children, and every other person around?
A very great danger for the family. You know, a lot of issues will stem up. You know, the other time we had discussion about women going outside their marriage.
Outside their marriage, yes. Women who cheat.
Situations like this can bring in a third party into your marriage.
Wow.
Yes. When you are not always there with your spouse, you know, issues like this can come up. They have opportunity to start cooking unhealthy relationships outside your own marriage. No matter the issues, no matter the quarrels, no matter the disagreement that we have with our spouses, I want to plead. I think it's still better we resolve them amicably. Stay in your spouse's room. Though some women will say, my properties are too many. Oh, hey, if I put it in my husband's room, they will not supposed to put leg. I agree. Let the other room be your packing room.
Okay.
Your husband's room should be your room. Okay. I just wonder how you and your husband say, you are saying, my room. And nobody should come to my room. Your husband's room should be your room. If you are talking about your room, it should be the room that you stay with your spouse. Your husband. But eventually you have plenty property, boxes of clothes, shoes, and you think it will overcrowd that particular room. Yes, get a room. Put those things, but not for you to sleep there.
Okay, there was a time a schoolgirl was beaten. She was beaten blue-black by her mother because the girl asked the question, Mommy, what do you always go and do in daddy's room? Every night you will sneak out and go to daddy's room. What do you always do there? Okay. And then in the morning you will now sneak out again. Go to your room. You know, and the woman felt, she felt offended. She felt that, oh, this my daughter don't spoil. Why would she ask such a question? Instead of her to explain, she beat the young girl blue-black. I had to intervene. That, madam, yes, why do you sneak into your husband's room every night, and then in the morning you sneak back, and then when your people are quarreling, you don't go there
at all.
And you think these young girls, you have teenagers at home, and you think they don't have a mind to think that what is this woman always doing? But if you guys are sharing same room, such a question will not arise.
They will not even know. The children will not know that there's an issue between you because you are still in the same room. And somehow, there are some quarrels you don't even need to say sorry. Because you are together, it's just... It will just fizzle away.
Okay, let's take a short break at this point. You know? When we come back, we'll round up. Do stay with us on Woman to Woman. A pleasure to have you join us again on the program Woman to Woman. You know, and the man shall leave his family and become one with his wife. Yeah. It simply means that they are now both one. Two hearts that should beat as one. Two souls that should mingle and entangle and twine together and wind together, and then you find that that is not the case. They have now untangled and living their separate ways. Now, the issue of secrecy, privacy, this is my space, that is your space, should it arise in marriage? Where one shall leave his family and become one with his wife?
sincerely no.
There should be no privacy.
There should be no privacy between you
but
and
your gender, they lock phone. The other gender, they lock phone. There is code on their phone.
But that does not mean you should not, you know, allow your partner to breathe.
Okay.
I don't know. There should be no privacy in marriage. Talk to your spouse. Be open enough to let your spouse know things that concerns your environment, things that affects you. Why I'm saying this is, some of these things that we keep a secrecy are the same things that come out eventually and cause problem in our marriages.
Okay.
But if you are open enough, fair enough to tell your spouse whether the thing is bitter or sweet, just say, this thing is blue, and you say, no, it's black, and you say it's blue. I see it as blue, and people, you know, get disagree over it, and then you agree and come to terms with it. It's okay. Why I say that does not mean your spouse should not breathe is this. The fact that you are saying that, oh, there's no need for privacy in marriage and all that, after all, we said two shall become one, all right? Is the fact that some persons, in as much as we are married, we are still individuals. And that does not negate the fact that I am me, you are you. So, and sometimes still give your spouse some benefit of that. When we're talking about this privacy thing, because we're saying, okay, privacy, talk to your spouse about everything, and some women take it as a yardstick to the marriage cycle. Who be that? This one is happening. What did they say? No, now. Allow, it's your spouse. If you trust him enough, trust him enough that when he's done whatever he's going to do, it will bring you into the subject when it be. There are some things that may happen. It can just be at this place of work that you don't need to hear. It will not give you emotional peace if you hear them. So why disturb you about it? In my profession as a nurse, for example, and I see a client that my spouse knows, and the condition, for instance, for about 8 years I worked with people living with HIV/AIDS in University of Benin Teaching Hospital. For about 8 years I was in that unit. Okay. There are times I will go for events with my spouse, and some of them just say, "Auntie, how's everything?" We'll just be good, but like, who is that person? Now one of my friends like that. At that time, should I tell him he's my client? He knows where I'm working. So anything that makes him suspect that, automatically you know that this person is HIV positive. And
then the rule of secrecy between you and your patient, confidentiality,
has already been breached. So that's the reason why I said, I just told you he's a friend. Leave her like that. It's not every time you start pushing. That's why I said, in as much as I was saying no privacy, but at the same time, allow your spouse to breathe. Give them some space, give them some benefit of that, give them some allowances.
There are so many divorce cases in courts today, and then the marriages don't last anymore. And it has also been researched to see that sleeping in different bedrooms is one of the reasons why we have broken homes and scattered marriages nowadays.
Of course it will. It will cause a lot of issues. Sleeping in different rooms, sleeping in different beds will cause a lot of issues. It will bring in issues of mistrust. Trust issues can come in. Because you were not in the room over the night, you don't know whether your spouse slept well or did not sleep well. And in the morning you are expecting, there's a kind of attitude or character that you are expecting this particular person to portray. For somebody that didn't sleep well, or somebody that is not feeling too fine, and you just come in the morning because you already have a mindset that she must do this like this in the morning, act like this, and you are not getting that response. It sparks issues.
I've heard stories of homes where husband, wife, and children live together, and the couple don't see each other. They stay in the same house. The woman will know that, oh, the man just drove in. The man will know that, oh, the woman just walked in or just drove in. But they do not see eye to eye. I'm beginning to wonder what is happening in marriage institutions nowadays.
That's not a home, Many of our people just go into marriage. I think the challenge we have with our marriages presently is people just want to change status.
Okay.
They don't want the responsibility that goes with that status. I want to, Mama, I don't want to, I'm not Mrs. come, excuse me, are you aware I have a wife at home? That's what they want. They just want that prestige. They just want to change status. They just want name. But they don't want to give in. They don't want to sacrifice. I want to tell us sincerely, marriage is responsibility. Marriage is work. A lot of work. So when these people come in with Disney kind of mindset, Cinderella story kind of mindset, and they come into marriage as God is not
the bed of roses,
sweets and sugar and butter like they fantasize, it becomes a problem. They are unable to shift grounds. You know, and you know, hear somebody say, I cannot take rubbish. Whereas inside marriage, there's plenty of rubbish. Oh no, I cannot do this. I cannot do that. In my father's house, why did you not remain there? You know, these are some of the issues that make people now come into marriage, and they just come in and do some very strange things that we've never heard of.
So honestly now, as we round up Favor in a year, sleeping divorce, will you advocate separate bedrooms or not?
No. I don't advocate separate bedrooms. I don't advocate it at all. And so let me use our term for mother and child. Bedding in and rooming in. Bond with your spouse, stay in the same room, sleep on the same bed.
So when the spouse is that kind of spouse that gives both, whether man or whether the male or the female, is that violent type that gives both, or that violent type that gives silent treatment, like some celebrities that we know, should a spouse just stay in the same room with that kind?
If your life is threatened, please, I don't encourage people to stay in violent
relationship, not to talk of stay in the same room.
Not to talk of stay in the same room.
Okay.
But then, if it's something you could work on, go meet therapists. Go seek help. The first solution to marital challenges is not divorce.
Okay.
You could separate for some time.
Okay.
I've seen people that separation helped their marriage.
Back.
And when they came back, their heads were not correct. Yes.
The number six don't screw back.
I mean, that screw that was
shaking.
It was not tight.
Okay.
A bit and firm. And, you know, so if you ask me, divorce is not always the best and first solution to marital challenges.
Okay, like the girls on the street, clock it. This is where we round up our show today on the program Woman to Woman. We'll see you again next week with another topic. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ojúde àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀yọ̀bá àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀dàyẹ àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
First of all, nobody came up. Good morning, big thanks for joining us on the program Politics Today that comes live simultaneously on independent television and radio. Well, as usual, we're gradually inching closely to the 2027 big elections. And what do we have as regards preparation? We're looking at the INEC and, of course, how ready it is. We had the issues surrounding the 2023 general elections. Some criticized it positively, and others did the otherwise. Again, what are the lessons of the 2023 elections? We can pouch and see how we can close the gaps on it for the 2027. While the 2023 elections and 2027 elections, the gaps between is important that they are closed. And again, how do we carry out the activities of the electorate? As the electorate is expedient that all should be done in order to bring about the right peg in the right hole. What is the responsibility of the political party? Political parties across board, what are their responsibilities and how can they feed in to make sure that we have a transparent, credible an acceptable election come 2027. We had the off-cycle election of Ekiti State. Again, what are the lessons from there, and how can we forge ahead for the 2027? INEC, basically, you agree with me, have been having some issues with acceptability in the conduct of the elections, in recent times. And again, how can we close the gap? It's what we're about on Politics Today. My name is Philip Omo-Yukbo, and joining me right in the studio, starting from my extreme left, I have a legal practitioner. We call them the custodian of the law, Matthew Edarise. Big thanks for coming to the studio this morning.
Thanks for having me, Phillips.
And next to Matthew Edarise is the Vice Chairman, Northern Leaders Forum in Gombe, Kano, Taraba, and Zamfara States, a national leader, a leader of the Southern Group also, Honorable Dr. Michael Obasuyi. Big thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, viewers.
And next to Dr. Michael Obasuyi is a political analyst, Echosai Gebo. Big thanks for coming.
Thank you. Good morning.
And of course, joining us via Zoom, we have the MD CEO of Wakamak, a subsidiary of Blockchain Investment Limited, and he is also a politician and one-time former candidate of the Accord Party in the 2024 gubernatorial election. And he is Dr. Bright Enabulele. He will be joining us via Zoom shortly. Let's quickly hit the ground running, looking at what we have surrounding the 2027 election that's forthcoming, and of course lessons of the off-cycle election of Ekiti State. How do you see the preparedness of INEC in closing the gap in the lapses that we've had in the 2023, and of course even that of the Ekiti elections, looking at the 2027 elections? Matthew.
It has become a recurring decimal in our political experiments. We keep saying we observe loopholes in every election cycle, and we call on INEC to make amend or block those loopholes. But the question is, we can't continue to recycle mistakes. If mistakes are repeatedly made, it becomes a pattern, becomes deliberate. So I do not think these things we are calling lapses are actually lapses in the strict sense of it. They are deliberate acts. It is just an alibi of the culprits using mistake as an excuse. You don't repeat mistakes again and again. Each time there's an election in Nigeria, we hear of late arrival of election material. We hear of malfunctioning gadgets.
Yeah, the beavers.
If these things have always been coming up again and again, is it that there's no solution technologically? There are. We are in an era of hypersonic technology. So nobody would tell me that if beavers is not functioning properly, then it becomes a permanent feature that we keep moaning and groaning about. I think there is a deliberate act to self-sabotage on the part of INEC. And why they keep doing that is what we don't know. Logistics is a thing that you put in place before event happens. If there's an event, logistics is a problem. There's another event, same event, kind of event, same requirement, same logistic is the problem. Then it's either you're incompetent or you are a saboteur.
Well, I don't know if you have some contributions like he said, but again, beyond that of technology, beyond the gadgets being used by the electoral umpire, again, some have also criticized the ruling party. And of course, the president who is coming for a re-election, that there seems not to be executive neutrality from influencing the activities of the electoral umpire. By that, giving an impression that the electoral umpire could be compromised in favor of the ruling party, and of course the president in his re-election bid. What do you have to say, Michael?
Well, first of all, for there to be an umpire like that of INEC as established by the Electoral Act, such a body must not have been appointed by the president and commander-in-chief. Because there's a saying that says, he who pays the piper dictates the tune of the music. You cannot expect myself as president and commander-in-chief to appoint somebody as INEC chairman and the person is not doing my bidding. It's not possible. Before now, Professor Joash Amupiton was the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration of University of Jos. And from nowhere, he was appointed as chairman of INEC. I think that until we go back to an era where the INEC boss is a civil servant or follows the civil service cadre. For example, somebody who was a director an assistant director in INEC, becoming a director in INEC, and then rising to become chairman, the most senior civil servant.
Okay.
I'm not just bringing somebody from, like now, you can bring somebody from among us here, and we are qualified to be INEC chairman. I'm a medical doctor. He is an engineer. He is a lawyer. So we are all qualified to be INEC chairman. And when we come on board, depending on who is appointing us, we will always don't want to disappoint the person. Because I believe that there must have been a roundtable talk like we are sitting here now. So, oh, fine, oh, you are coming in. Well, please, this is what I want I want you to do. 3 legs or a chart where INEC sits on: 1, accountability; 2, transparency and neutrality. And this has not been established because of the process of appointing the chairman. Is not a neutral process. Why? Because one person appoints the person, and then although there is already a check and balance for the House of Assembly to confirm the person, but of course, you have a situation where you have a majority of a political party in the Senate, a situation where you have the Senate president who is of the ruling party. What do you expect? There will be clearance, in fact, accelerated clearance. But mind you, back to what we are saying, 3 things we look at for us to say INEC must be ready for an election. There are 3 things we look at. Number 1, technological advancement. Number 2, structural preparedness. And then number 3, the civic preparedness. When we're talking about structural preparedness, we're talking about the polling units. How prepared are the polling units, which are presided over by the polling officers? Okay? Now, the other one, which is the technological advancement, we're talking about the beavers, we're talking about the IREF. Result transmitted directly to the IREF real time, in quote, real time, of which the Senate scrapped out recently. They scrapped out that clause called real time because they know what real time is. Then the third one is the civic. The civic aspect is voter education. Do people even know their polling units? And mind you, people have been displaced recently because of this crisis, insecurity crisis we face. So they have been displaced. Many people do not even know where they have their polling units. So how will those people participate in the upcoming election? So at the end, you see that many people will be automatically disenfranchised of which the Senate was defending it the last time they were passing that bill. That the reason why they don't want real-time transmission of a result is because it will automatically disenfranchise some people who are in poor network zones. But mind you, insecurity is already disenfranchising them. Okay? So it's like you're crying more than the belief. It's like somebody crying more than the belief. We are the voters. We know what we want. And if we are saying, as the people, as the voters, that go ahead, transmit polling unit results, irrespective of whether there's network or not, let it be a law. Let it be a law that legally you cannot run an election without transmitting polling unit results from the polling unit. Until we do that, we can never ever say we are prepared for any election in this country.
A good talk there. Well, let's get your comments on that, most especially where it has been raised about the concerns of the president re-election bid, and of course some have said how critical is this going to affect the election, being that the appointment of the electoral chairman, INEC chairman, was even done by the president. How do you address these concerns?
Well, my view is, as much as my brothers here are my guys, I'm very certain that everybody has their opinion and views on what brings about issues, problems with INEC and voter education, voting processes and whatnot. I personally wouldn't want to blame INEC for whatever that happens within the political space, and obviously I don't also want to blame the presidency. because it really depends on who occupies that office. Becomes the decimal point as what the presidency would do. If the president does not hold his ground, knowing fully well that there's already a system that is acclaimed to be faulty, then he probably be thrown out the window through the same very process that the people who would have lost out would complain about. So take it back a couple of decades back, maybe 1 or 2 decades. How the voting exercise took place with the people, even without much digital age, and then the election processes to take place, and the result to be transmitted or taken from one zone to another. Nobody changes any number. Right now, so what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that you can blame INEC how you want. The processes that leads to what ends, that takes the blame to INEC, is caused by the people and the players in the industry, whether you're in party A, party B, or party C. Because everybody's trying to outdo each other because of the mindset of people, because of our values now. Unlike those days, people would do things fairly. People would do things with integrity.
Okay, but now it's no longer
so.
They
don't have it, and that affects everybody.
Okay, how do you see the impression being generated? So that the president wants to return himself unopposed.
So no matter who you have there as president,
the actions taking place, the challenges that other opposition parties are
no matter who you have there as president, if you have Atiku Abubakar there as president today, the same blame will be merited on him. But the truth of the matter is very simple. When the European Union and the Western world comes to observe our elections, they always take the percentage of spread, maybe the INEC board. The INEC electoral system follows a huge network of organogram that affects even the agents at the polling units. So at the end of the day, for me, if we have to bring about a change should start from us as people. If we go to the elections to talk to the people to vote for you, like what happened during the obedient movement, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu then, as a leader in Lagos, lost Lagos to obedient movement. So INEC did not do nothing wrong. So the minute obedient won Lagos, the INEC was perfect. Okay. So the minute people will lose elections, they will blame. It's normal. You blame the government, you blame the president, you blame the INEC chairman. But I think, in a nutshell, our people need to kind of wake up, whereby they don't need to keep giving jobs and giving money to the legal system. All right. They should allow elections to run, play your part fairly, and let the winners move on, and everybody supports them, and prepare yourself for the next one.
Okay. Now let's quickly join our guest, that is via Zoom, Dr. Bright Enabulele, MD, CEO of Wakamap, a subsidiary of Blockchain Investment Limited. Good morning, Dr. Bright.
Good morning.
Can you hear me, Dr. Bright?
Having me on your show tonight. So, good morning.
No. We are looking at the challenges facing the off-cycle election at Ekiti State, and of course even that of the 2023 elections that we had, as a measure for judging the credibility or how to close the gap for the 2027 elections. What do you see as challenges we've had so far in the 2023 elections and of course the off-cycle in Ekiti elections that should be used as a basis for INEC to close the gap for 2027 and get some credibility from the electorate? Good morning, Dr. Bright. Can you hear me, please? Okay, while we wait for his response, let's quickly get to you, Matthew Degase. A lot has been happening, and some have said, well, where does the judiciary stand? We've had issues surrounding even litigations coming up after elections, disputes, and of course, some have said, again, the judiciary seems to be a pointer to the fact that, to a great extent, it could mar or it could make elections possible for the electorate. What do you see as the role that the judiciary should play in this?
It's like blaming the doctor, the physician, for the sickness or the ailment of a patient. If you are not sick, you will not seek the help of a physician. If the political gladiators, the actors in the various political parties play their role properly in line with the Constitution and the Electoral Acts and even the party constitution and adhere to the people with tenant party democracy, the judiciary will have no visitor in the courts, no litigants on political grievances ground. The question is, how come the game is so played foully that the attention of the umpire must be drawn to the rough play. That is what is happening. If there is no disputes, nobody goes to court. If the primaries are rigged, as it is very common and rampant among the political parties across the political divide, there's imposition of candidates. It has become a tradition for the people that they call party leaders to impose their will within the various political parties on the larger membership base of the party. So once you begin to impose your will, those who are aggrieved with their duty bound to seek redress.
Okay, but again, does our electoral, legal reforms support free and fair elections?
The reforms is on its own. It is there. It needs a catalyst to trigger the outcome. You can put up the best laws, the best announcements. In terms of enforcement, human persons will be involved. If you don't play by the rule, the reform will be of no consequence. If the Electoral Act says party must hold primaries, and these primaries must be done in accordance with the established regulation, and those who are supposed to adhere to that guidelines are cutting corners. For instance, they say the provision for direct primaries. What we have seen today in practice is that they have turned into a chaotic carnival, rigmarole. There is no accreditation of those who are claiming to be members of the party, Kakari members. You just see a queue emanate like a mushroom, and you said they start counting. You even saw the scandalous counting pattern, where counting jumped from 10 to 1,000. So, is it the electoral reform that will stop you from being criminally minded? So when people are hell-bent on doing the wrong thing, except there is strict sanction for bad behavior, people are sent to jail for this violation and infractions. Nothing will change.
Should there be a commission that will be set up for punishment of electoral offenders under INEC?
That has been the clamor for a long time now. But the question is who will bear the cut. Those who would have enforced that are as guilty as the violators. And in fact, the very act of violation is in line with the whims and caprices of those who are supposed to enforce. If the sentinel is part of the robbery syndicate, you are not expecting any the criminality to stop in that environment. So, in a way, those who will have made sure the system is properly run are beneficiaries of the rotting system. So the system being run aground because individuals want to profit from the rot.
You made mention of the Electoral Act 2026, for instance, and some again have also said that the aspect, like what the Southern group leader said concerning the aspect of the real-time transmission of election results, that is missing on the Electoral Act 2026. Do you see this as another gap that could hinge negatively on the 2027 polls?
We've passed through this route before. In 2023, that was the problem. Results were being transmitted in real time. This is not the first time we are doing real time transmission. But it got to a particular election of a particular office. Then we were told that a glitch occurred. Same election, same day. It was hitch-free in transmitting certain election results, and the glitch affected a particular one, which was the most important one, the presidential election results transmission. So up to today, we have not been able to get a proper explanation of what nature of that glitch. So it was actually an act of sabotage. That is why we cannot find any explanation. Because if you have a problem as a pilot, you communicate it to the passengers. Even if you don't do that, by the time you're able to maneuver the plane to landing, you have to tell the authorities what happened.
Okay. Okay, by this, are you saying that the possible absence we have on the Electoral Act 2026 as regards the transmission of election results at 3 times could bring a lot of manipulation in 2026?
It's deliberate.
To manipulate?
Yes. It is a loophole created to make allowance for manipulation. we don't want a perfect system. You keep hearing the debate and argument, which is mischievous.
But that's speculative.
But
what you are saying could be speculative.
Speculative? When we have historical antecedent and fact-based evidence, ask you now, have you been able to get explanation for what happened in 2023? That so-called glitch? Have you gotten any explanation? I have not gotten. If you have privileged information on it, let me know. What happened? If I ask you now, you are in the media. Have you been able to have access to that information? So once an adult begin to behave like a toddler, you know it's up to some mischief.
Thank you very much, Matthew Ededase, for taking our time to be part of this, and big thanks to you. Also, Dr. Michael Obasoyi, of course, big thanks to you, Etiosa Igebo. Well, let's quickly get to you, Dr. Bright Enabulele. Are you there, please? Dr. Bright Enabulele. Good morning, Dr. Bright. Can you hear me?
Good morning. I can hear you very well. Good morning.
Well, we will be taking a short break, after which we continue. Good morning, Dr. Bright. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm calling here from Abuja. Good morning.
I think it's connectivity.
Okay, Dr. Bright, we want your comment on the challenges we're faced with, most especially in technology. You know, we've had issues with the poor functionality of the gadgets, during elections. Of course, even that of the off-cycle election in Ekiti State. Going forward in 2027, what do you see as a gap, as a way or a viable objective that can be deployed to close these gaps?
Well, when we talk about, we want Nigeria to do well. There's hope. And the electoral body, INEC, who has been in existence since 1998, we'll look at how prepared they are for this 2027 election. We'll look at the budget from 10 billion naira to almost 130 billion. So there's funding. So what we should focus on right now in 2027 is the election intelligence. How ready people are aware, because the most part have lost faith in the electoral process. How ready are they to locate their polling unit, the participation, voters' education. Those are what we call preparedness and readiness. The agents, the electoral bodies, and for me, I see that we have a very strong, very weak election intelligence. And for me, I'm the CEO of Wakamap. I will be very transparent about this. The election transparency infrastructure is not fully in place. I heard one of the someone in the studio there talking about glitch. I don't see any reason we should be having glitch by now in 2027. So if they are having a glitch, that means we are not prepared. So for this election intelligence, the political parties and the electoral body should focus on civic election intelligence platforms and systems that will enlighten the voters on what they should expect in 2027. And for Nigeria,
after the short break, those day.
I don't think anybody can do anything.
We'll take a short break, those day. Thank you for joining us as Politics Today, and we're about the issues around the 2027 elections, looking at the lessons learned from the 2023 and of course the off-cycle elections, and INEC acceptability and what INEC needs to do to close the gap in making sure that we conduct credible polls come 2027. Before the break, we were having the opportunity discussing with Dr. Bright Enabulele via Zoom from Abuja, from the US. Dr. Bright Enabulele happens to be the MD CEO of Wakamap. Bright, please, can we have you again to continue from where you left off? Bright, please, are you there? Okay, let's get to you. You were one time, candidate of under the NDPP, if I'm not mistaken, NDCP, and for the Igwe Federal Constituency. Now, we're looking at what has been in the process. Vote buying, we've had challenges with vote buying. And of course, even that of the Ekiti elections, there were also features of that. How do you see the possibility of, tackling vote buying with the challenges we're faced with?
Thank you very much. First of all, The issue of vote buying is going to continue to become a challenge in our electoral system. The reason is because the people are impoverished. Yes, why we say that there is no justification for committing crime, why we say that vote buying is a menace which needs to be curbed, why we also agree that it is not good for us to sell our political destinies on the and the akara and the why we say that. However, we must also come back to reality. I'm not trying to justify vote buying, but I think it is a two-edged sword. When somebody is hungry or somebody has been so impoverished that he now sees 5,000 naira as 5 million naira, then you will now come and tell the person to thumbprint in one place that you will give him 20,000. Vote buying even exceeded 50,000 naira per vote in one election. I don't want to mention it. And a particular political party offered even 100,000, although they didn't pay them. So there was now, rancor. However, for me to say that somebody should not collect money, at least he must have provided some social amenities to the person. He must have provided pipe water, education, health care.
But there's punishment for vote buying and of course even vote selling.
So,
and there seems not to be prosecutions of this.
So I think that the real way to combat vote buying would be stricter sanctions. Stricter sanctions for offenders.
But what do you say when the security agents are even looking the other way when it's going on?
I'll go to the security agent now. If I know that if I buy vote or I sell vote, I will go to prison for 5 years or for 10 years. You think even if you offer me 1 million naira per vote, I will take it? I will not take it because my freedom is more important to me.
Exactly.
However, if those people who make the law or those people who are supposed to make the law are the people now offering to sell votes or to buy them, then what do you expect? The common man on the street will want to do it. Now, that is on one side. You were asking my brother the other time that about the 2027 election, how credible is INEC and how prepared is INEC. I will tell you one thing for free. The 2027 election is going to be marred by the highest number of court cases that we have ever witnessed. Why? Because there are loopholes everywhere. Whoever amended or enacted the Electoral Act as amended this 2026 created a lot of loopholes. One of the loopholes is internal party matters, where issue of direct primaries and consensus is now the issue of the day. If you tell me as a political party, PPP political party, that I am free to do direct primaries, of course you know what direct primary is. All card-carrying members of the party will participate in that election. There will be rancor. That is one. Number two, it will give room for state party chairman or local government party chairman to print cards, party cards, and even give to Aboki, give it to everybody, even underage. They will start voting in that election to produce a candidate. That is just one. Then you then give me another option to further worsen the problem. That there should be a consensus. What do you expect? I will pick my brother or my wife from my bedroom and say this is not the candidate of the party. And there's nothing you can do about it. If you go to court, you will lose because the law protects me. The Electoral Act as amended says that I have the right to produce a consensus candidate. So go to court. That is on one aspect. That is internal party matters. Now let us back up to external. Let's talk about INEC. You lose an election. The normal norm is that if you don't like it, go to court. Well, when you go to court, of course, the court is already there waiting to adjudicate and settle matters as they see it. But mind it. The court is not going to manufacture evidence. The court is not going to defend you on your own or prove you. It is what you bring before it. It is what you bring before it that the court will judge. Okay. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but at least I know this. Okay. That if the Electoral Act make provision or does not make provision for certain things, you cannot import it into such a matter. For example, we're talking about real-time transmission of results, real-time transmission of results. There's no time that we have had legal backing of real-time transmission of results. It has been optional. Okay. Of which when you give a thief the option to either steal or leave your booth. What do you think it is?
Let's get to you, Dr. Bright. Dr. Bright, are you still there, please? Dr. Bright. Now, before that break, you had the floor and you were talking about the performance of technology in bringing up credible polls. And I understand the fact that you said we've had it poorly. But again, how do we make these corrections going forward? Because even the Electoral Act 2026 is also giving us another challenge where there's no guarantee for election results to be transmitted at the time. Do you see this as a loophole that could that will produce a setback for the 2027 elections? And how can we fix it using technology enhancement?
Well, we should look at the INEC as a trusted body of the nation. Is the only electoral institution that we all believe in. So we should not have any doubt. But the problem we're having today is not the INEC himself. It's the people, the electorates, the candidates, the political party. Those are the ones trying to manipulate the system. INEC cannot manipulate the system on its own. INEC can be induced, INEC can be influenced. But what I would say, INEC has enough budget to protect elections, to make sure that this election in 2027 is transparent. Over almost 130 billion naira is being budgeted to this election coming up in 2027. So if they decide to do the right thing, they can do the right thing. But if they choose not to do the right thing, it's now left to the political party to double down to make sure there's an election intelligence platforms or election intelligence devices or election intelligence ecosystem that will safeguard the electoral process. I cannot leave my fate on the hands of INEC. I will not let anyone do that. Over the time, we look at, even with the beavers, we look at glitch, we look at everything. So I can, but in our deep down our soul, the people are trying to influence INEC to make sure they all have their way. But I'll tell you the truth, it's going to be different in 2027. When people think that, okay, we don't want to campaign, we don't want to go into the field, I look at the election this year, it's so calm. You see less billboard, everything, because everybody believes that the system that we all believe in can be manipulated. I'll tell you the truth for the fact that we all be disappointed, because you can't expect 4 different individuals to go to a place with the same different motive and the outcome will be the same. They are all going to be disappointed. But I will tell the candidates, the political party, to whether you're oppositions, whether you're ruling parties, to make sure you do your own due diligence and have a third-party options. Not like an observance, but an intelligent platform that will monitor these elections to make sure that there's a transparency in our infrastructure, to make sure that the citizen engagement systems is in the right place, and to also make sure that there is no vote buying. I cannot question everything, but I know 2027 election will not be credible, but at the end of the day, we are going to have a transparent process if we decide to do the right thing. But if we choose not to do the right thing, it's now left on the hands of the candidates, the political party, to double down and engage their own election intelligence process. And that's where companies like us come up. I'm not saying INEC is not the right body. INEC has all the full equipment. They are well funded, 130 billion every year since 1998. The budget increased from 10 billion to 30 billion. 130 billion, what are we doing? Why can't we just make sure that the process that brings our president, the process that brings our governor, the process that brings our senators are transparent? Nigeria depends on this process. If we fail, allow us to fail correctly. If we win, allow us to win correctly. So I engage every political party to make sure that they engage election intelligence.
Just one more question for you, Dr. Bright. You were a candidate of the Accord Party in the 2024 gubernatorial race in Edo State. What frustrations did you encounter as a candidate in that election? And what do you see as corrections that can be made going forward for 2027?
Well, I will tell you for free. In my own polling unit, where I voted, in Ward 5, in Oviuniba Primary School, my vote was not even counted. How can that? My own vote was not counted as a candidate. That tells you that that process, we're all compromised. So in 2027, we have decided to say, you know what? We cannot leave our elections in the hands of just the INEC. We must have our own civic election intelligence platform. So for me, it's all about election intelligence. And I'll tell you for free,
Nigeria has a very weak election intelligence, and we must do better. And we must look at the process, how we can engage our civic administrations, our voters, also voters' engagement. A lot of voters are already weakened, they are tired. They say, why am I going to vote if my vote is not counted? But I tell you, 2027, we have a lot of mechanisms in place to make sure that this election is transparent. Thank you once again. I'm Brighton Abulele, the CEO of Wakamap, an election intelligence platform.
Calls to pour in, and there's a time for viewers on independent television, of course, listeners on independent radio, to pour your calls at us and make your comments as regards the conversation. Well, but while we wait for that, let's get a thought. You know, everything has to do with, you know, the political parties playing fair. And of course, that again comes in the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress. We know every political party is eager to win elections. Again, this aspect of vote buying, we cannot, you know, take it away from your party, the All Progressives Congress. And what do you see as the will of the party and of course the president to kick against vote buying?
Well, we don't expect the president to kick against vote buying. Every political party buys votes.
So the president deploys that too.
Well, if you like, and as I speak to you, when I leave these studios, I'm going to an obedient movement where the Obedient General worldwide, who has followed with Peter Obi last year, is here supporting the current president and is working with the president's son, and they are having the heads of Obedient movement in Edo. He has done Jos, he has done Enugu in Benin now. The Obedient movement guys are even tired with their principal. Now they want to work with the APC. So if the APC wins, it is because...
That's your opinion anyways. We didn't get that from the Obedient movement. That's your opinion.
The APC, I believe strongly, will win the next election because the players in other political parties, like the Peter Obis, the Atikus, and the like minds of other notable candidates, they're all in different political parties. They haven't formed a bloc to challenge the current president. If you complain about a system that everybody contributes to, but you choose to put the blame on one particular individual, maybe the government of the day should never complain. Because why? It doesn't matter who is there. People will complain about that.
Will criticize.
When PDP was there, it is like that. When APC is there, it is like, if Peter Obi was to be there today, he will still be criticized.
Yeah, but we never had a situation where the oppositions are now weakened.
However, the oppositions are not weakened. The oppositions
that seem to suggest that there are landmines being created. The oppositions are weakening themselves in order to make the president to be returned unopposed for the election.
The oppositions have weakened themselves by contesting under different platforms. If you take Edo State, for instance, people are resonating with the job that the current administration is doing. When you go to places that are predominantly obedient movement, because I've been in the system for a long time, do you know what I will tell you? Oh, for Governor Kpawelo, oh, he's a go. We'll vote for him again. For President Tinubu, no. But I'll tell them, look, who is Governor Kpawelo to deliver on insecurity and infrastructure without Asiwaju? They take a step back and say, yeah, it's true. So all we need to do as
what do you mean? Are you saying that if another party produces a president,
what I'm trying to say,
with the government of the federal and of course subnational?
You don't have a federal government without a subnational government.
But the office won't be vacant.
Just a minute. In Edo State, for example,
budgets must also be approved.
Bro, you're interrupting my thought process. In Edo State, for example, the people here will vote for Asiwaju because of the governor's performance in the areas of security, in the areas of reassuring them, in the areas of infrastructure, no matter the spread or how big those infrastructure has been. People are saying that this governor has a genuine intention. So I've gone out there, tactically sit at bars and local bars and speak to people who are usually obedient, for example, who will usually vote for independent parties. They are telling you that they will vote for us, they will vote for the governor, they will not vote for the president. But when you tell them, well, how could the governor impress you without the president? The president makes funds available to him and is spending it for you. They say, well, it is true. It means that Asiwaju will win the state and subsequently other political parties may do well. But then again, I believe APC and the national will win this election.
You have your say quickly. You have your say quickly. Let's quickly get a call lines. 0807-777-0300 for our listeners on Independent Radio. Quickly, with speed of light, call it. All right, why did you say you're not too sure of that?
Yes, let's look at the facts first of all. Never has it been in Nigeria that you see killings to this extent. Poverty rampaging everywhere. we see violence, even in Edo we speak about. Because it is okay when we come here and say we want to speak grammar. But I think that my conscience, my people, and the people I lead will not be happy with me that I come to ITV and I bury the truth. Let us be clear. Index of the common man to measure the performance of government.
Okay, I'll hold you a bit. I'll hold you a bit on it's not. Quickly, caller. Good morning, caller.
Brother Fred, good morning, sir.
Okay, tell us your name and where you're calling from and make your contribution.
This is Automatic Great.
This what? What do you say your name is? Automatic Great. Go ahead.
Yes, our problem is the index. I don't agree with man that say we the electoral is the problem. So many of us go to the polling booth and collect money and say their conscience, not for me. But our problem is the index. It's very unfortunate that the electoral has been used. Many of them have allowed the head to be used by these politicians. That's why all this election, many electorates now have decided that they will not come out and vote again. Because what was transferred in 2023 election. So that is the problem. They have a problem. They get results with the electorates. That is the problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Automatic Great. Thank you, Automatic Great.
Let the INEC do the leave for next year. That's what I'm begging them. Thank you.
Thank you, Automatic Great. Okay, continue from where you left off.
You see, like that caller just said, a lot of people have lost confidence in the system. Not just in the system, in the government. You cannot tell me that somebody whose wife or whose farmland has been confiscated by herdsmen or by kidnappers or bandits will come and vote for the sake for a government that was there with their full eyes open. Government always just have only one business. There's only one business of government. It's not too much. There are not many businesses, only one business. And the business is protection of lives and property. Okay. I am not here to massage anybody. But however, I owe it a duty to say it the way it is. Okay. Not until a government, whether Edo or Taraba or Zamfara, not until a government comes clearly to defend the people, to deliver dividends of democracy. Such government will just waste their time because this election 2027 is going to shock everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Good morning, caller. Tell us your name and location and make your contribution.
Good morning. My name is Fred. I'm calling from Kubai.
Fred from Kubai. Go ahead.
Yes. Nobody can tell me that the work of my governor, Senator Modekwemolo, should make me to vote for the president. The work he's doing is for his votes. It's not for the president. The money they are giving to the governor, is it not the same money they are giving to the 36 state governor? Is it not what stated in Constitution education should be given to the state governor? Is it a personal money that is given to our governor? They will not make me to vote for him. He has failed us. I know how much I used to fuel my generator for my business. I know what it is. I know what I'm losing in my business. Nobody should.
Okay, Fred, you've articulated a point.
Yes, thank you.
Well, Fred, just responded to what you said, that whatever the credibility of the governor has nothing to do with the non-credibility of the president. Well,
I'm sorry you're not even convinced with that.
Let's get your contribution on that. Going forward, I'm going to give you, each of you, like 2 minutes to round off on that point. Going forward, how do we correct all of these challenges we're facing to make 2027 work? Because even the last caller also spoke about, people coming out to vote, and which a lot has, also affected the number where we're having voter apathy. How do we get it right come 2027?
Voters apathy is a problem on its own. Then, even the voters turnouts, voting, criminal involvement of the electorate at the polling booths is another problem. Turning out is one thing. You are turned out to come and do what? If you are turned out to come and sell your vote, that is not even supposed to be called voters turnouts. That is traders turnouts. People who come to do business are not coming to cast their votes. So we should know what we are talking about. Okay. The real voters who are coming to exercise their franchise lawfully are very tiny minority. Okay. The bulk of those who are coming out, who will turn out, apart from that party, they are also coming to sabotage the election. Because if you sell votes, you are definitely not a franchise. Okay. You came to trade.
All right.
They are paying for the system.
Thank you. Let's quickly get to you, Dr. Brighton Abulele. 1 minute. How do we get it right going forward, looking at the electorate? What do you see as what should be done in order to make sure that the 2027 elections count?
Well, I'll tell you for free, there is hunger in the land. When we focus only on infrastructures, any society that don't carry the poor along, the rich will suffer. Insecurity is a result of poverty. We should do better in making sure that we have a welfare system that allows our people to feel better and feel that the government cares about them. And that's what is missing in the old 36 states. People talk about roads, talk about all that stuff, and you never talk about what do we have in place for the poor. And that's what matters in 2027 elections. How do we carry the poor along? And also in the election process, we must strengthen our election intelligence. And that's very weak right now. And for me, as a private organizations and a businessman, I felt that Nigerians, the INEC should engage the right platform, which is according to the Electoral Act, that support voter turnout, that supports election intelligence, and that's what Wakama is here for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bright. Thank you, Dr. Bright. Thank you for taking our time to be part of this. Let's quickly get your contribution caller, the last caller on this episode of Politics Today.
Good morning, my brother.
Your name and location quickly.
Yes, I'm JB Dennis. I'm calling for Silukoro right now.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. The work that the SNSC is doing, Senator Mondopo, especially in the Edo Central, some part of the Edo South, I believe it will increase the vote for Ahmed Tinubu. ANEC is not our problem. Our problem is that we ourselves are our problem. On that day of election, this is going by. Is the whole political party that are involved. At the end of the day, they buy your vote and they take everything, the result to other companies. If you know what you say to the other companies, they will announce.
Thank you.
Because the reason started from the page.
Thank you, Dave.
So not headquarter.
Thank you, Dave.
We are the one that are reaching to others. That's just my contribution.
Thank you, Dave. Well, Dave said the otherwise of what Fred said. Well, 1 minute for you to round off. 30 seconds, actually, Dr. Michael Obasi.
Yeah, reduce now to 30 seconds.
Right.
Well, I don't have anything much to say. We all...
Because you said a lot.
I've said a lot. But we all have been saying a lot of things. But all of it centers on one ground, which is we want our votes to count.
Yeah.
We want to vote and we want our votes to count. We want to bring in credible leaders. But to do that, INEC has the responsibility of fairness and transparency and neutrality. INEC has the responsibility to transmit results real time. While we, as the voters, we also have a responsibility, and our responsibility is to protect our vote, to make sure we don't engage in vote buying, to make sure we vote for those people who are credible. Right. And then also, the government also has a responsibility to protect the people who will come and vote.
Thank you, Doctor.
Because many people will not come that day because they will be kidnapped.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Basu. Thank you, Dr. Michael Basu. 30 seconds for you.
How many seconds?
Go ahead. It's coming.
Well, I think that my brother Basu spoke about kidnapping. With the efforts and the actions of this current administration, with what they just did a couple of weeks back for a lady that was kidnapped, I can tell you that they understand that the government of the day is serious with the issue of insecurity. Effort has been put in and they must be commended for what they've done, and people are getting more comfortable in Edo. I know that people have their different views, but then again, in area now where I'm from, kidnapping has drastically gone down, and it's going to be a collective effort. You must bring out intelligence, you must make people get information to work with. That is on one side. And on the other side, everybody that this governor has touched his life, whether through employment of 5,000 teachers, extra 3,000, whether the renovation of schools, whether the capturing of hotel, where a gully erosion almost took people's homes away, where land was being sold for 150,000 naira, now it's gone up to 15 million for 50 by 100, or whether it is the flyover bridge, or whatever infrastructure that the governor has done.
Thank you.
I can assure you, they will, because of the governor, vote for the president. The president
thank you.
The victim that is not the target.
Thank you very much, Dr. Big thanks, Dr. Michael Obasi, our former candidate of the NDCP. You also former state chairman of the NDCP. Yes, I was. Big thanks for all you do, and big thanks for you. Big thanks to you, Matthew Delase, for taking out time to be part of this. And of course to you, Dr. Bright Abulele, MD CEO Wakama. Big thanks. This will call it a wrap on today's episode of Politics Today. My name is Philip Omo Gupon. We'll do this same time next week. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played.
Good evening and welcome to the 11 p.m. news on Independent Television. I am Solomon Aino. More than 3,000 residents of Amofi community has benefited from a free medical outreach organized by the 4th Brigade of the Nigerian Army as part of activities marking the 2026 Nigerian Army Day celebration. The initiative is aimed at improving access to health care while strengthening civil-military relations. Jonah Omorua has details.
The 2026 Free Medical Outreach is one of the Nigerian Army's key civil-military initiatives designed to deepen its relationship with host communities through humanitarian services. The outreach provided residents of Amofi community with access to quality health care, reflecting the Army's commitment to supporting the well-being of Nigerians beyond its core security responsibility. Speaking at the event, the acting commanding officer of the 4th Brigade Medical Center said the Nigerian Army believes that good health is the foundation of productivity, community development, and national progress.
I warmly encourage every beneficiary present here to take full advantage of these healthcare services.
Declaring the outreach open, the commander, 4th Brigade, Nigeria Army, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, said the initiative demonstrates the Army's unwavering commitment to delivering quality health care to grassroots communities while fostering stronger ties with the civilian population.
For the past 163 years, the Nigerian Army has remained a symbol of patriotism, resilience, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to national development.
The Ohen of Amofi community, Asen Ogwan Erareva, commended the Nigerian Army for the humanitarian gesture, describing the outreach as timely and impactful.
On behalf of Amofi, everyone, everybody around here, we appreciate you, we are happy.
Some beneficiaries also expressed appreciation to the Nigerian Army, noting that the outreach provided much needed medical care at no cost.
This is welcome development. I must appreciate the brigade commander himself. There is hope tomorrow in Nigeria. I ask God to bless them.
The beneficiaries receive a wide range of free healthcare services, including medical consultations, dental care, eye examination, essential medications, and health education. From Amofin community in Ipobaha local government area in Edo State, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Well, as preparation for Nigeria's 2027 general election gathered momentum, political observers have continued to express different opinion on the credibility and capacity of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to conduct a free, fair and credible election. These form the focus of discussion on the audience participation program Politics Today.
Although the 2027 general election is still months away, political activities across the country are already gathering momentum, prompting key stakeholders to intensify efforts aimed at addressing challenges. Speaking on the program, legal practitioner Barrister Matthew Ederese and social crusader Dr. Michael Basuyi argued that recurring complaints about the electoral process, especially when left unresolved, raise questions about the Commission's preparedness and commitment to credible elections. However, political activist Honorable Etiosa Igebo and public affairs analyst Dr. Bright Inabolele, who joined the program via Zoom, explained that the responsibility should not rest solely on INEC.
If BVAS is not functioning properly, then it becomes a permanent feature that we keep moaning and groaning about. I think there is a deliberate act to self-sabotage on the part of INEC.
3 legs or a triad where INEC sits on: 1, accountability; 2, transparency and neutrality. And this has not been established because of the process of appointing the chairman.
It is easy to sit here and blame the president. It is easy to sit here and blame INEC. You are not blaming your contributions to this process, it's yourself.
What we should focus on right now in 2027 is the election intelligence. How ready people are aware, because most people have lost faith in the electoral process.
Listeners on radio and viewers on television also contributed to the discussion through phone calls, sharing their divergent opinions.
INEC is not our problem. We ourselves are our problem. On that day of election, this is going by. It's the whole political party that are involved.
Politics Today is a weekly news and current affairs program that provides a platform for public participation through phone calls. The program airs every Saturday from 10 to 11:30 a.m. on both radio and television. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
And away from politics, the Ekiti State Police Command says victims who were abducted during an attack at the Christ Apostolic Church, Eda Oniyo, has been successfully rescued. Ekiti State Police Public Relations Officer SP Sunday Abutu, who disclosed this, said the successful rescue followed sustained intelligence-led operation and coordinated efforts by the Nigerian Police Force, the military, other security agencies, the Amotekun Corps, local hunters, and the Ekiti State government. SP Abutu said the rescued victim has since been taken to the hospital for medical examination and treatment to ascertain their health condition and ensure they receive adequate medical care. The Ekiti State Commissioner of Police, Falade Adeguroye Michael, commended the dedicated professionalism and synergy exhibited by all security stakeholders whose collective efforts culminated in the successful rescue of the victim. He particularly appreciated the Ekiti State government under the leadership of Governor Abiodun Oyebanji for unwavering support to the security agencies, which greatly contributed to the success of the operation. The Commissioner also thanked the good people of Ekiti State for their continuous cooperation, vigilance, and timely provision of credible information. Residents of Ikirolo Road in Ekpoma, Eastern West Local Government Area, Edo State, have cried out over the deplorable condition of the road, which is completely cut off by erosion, appealing to the Edo State government to come to their rescue. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije reports that the residents lamented that they can no longer access their homes due to bad condition of the road.
Ikirolo Road is one of the access roads connecting Ekpoma town to neighboring agrarian communities such as Ikirolo, Uhiele, and Urohi. A visit to the road revealed that the deplorable condition of the road has forced residents and others who ply the road for transportation of their farm produce to Ekpoma market to seek alternative routes. The residents said the condition of the road became worse when erosion was diverted to the road from the ongoing construction of Benin-Auchi Express Road, resulting to a total cutoff on the road, thereby preventing them from accessing their homes, particularly those who have vehicles.
The major problem that we are really facing in the Ikirolo roads is the diversion of the flora from the highway that the road that they newly constructed, they diverted the flood into to the extent that even the people doesn't pass the road. Who has vehicle, they normally pass it, they are out trekking.
This road have become a problem. It's no longer motorable for people to go to work in the morning. Even children going to school. Sometimes when rain falls, the erosion here is not just good. Even the ones that have vehicle, taking their vehicle out, the road is not just good. So we are calling on our honorable governor, Your Excellency, sir, please come and help us.
And we are calling upon Senator Monday Okpebholo, His Excellency, the governor of Edo State, to come to our rescue. It has been like this for some time now. There is no help, and we know that Akbaku Rescue will be the one that will come and help us for this road.
Among the 3 roads under a similar condition in that area includes Ukpoke, Boho, and Ikirolo Road. Edo State government recently commenced the construction of Ukpoke Road, while others expect the hand of fellowship extended to their areas. In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Fresh documents has raised questions over the presidency claim that the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, PFIPC, never existed, after records showed the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation received, acknowledged, and processed official correspondence submitted in the Council's name. According to the document, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation office forwarded a request from the Council's self-proclaimed Director General, Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi, seeking office accommodation from recovered federal government properties through the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The development comes amid the ongoing prosecution of Adeyemi, who is accused of operating a fictional government agency, forging a presidential appointment letter allegedly signed by the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, impersonation, and other related offenses. The federal government has listed Gbajabiamila and 10 others as witnesses in the case. While investigation alleged Adeyemi used forged documents and official insignia to present the PFIPC as a legitimate government agency and conduct official engagements. Meanwhile, the presidency has maintained that the PFIPC is a fictitious organization and vow to identify and prosecute anyone within government institution who may have aided its operation. It also urged security agency to dismantle any criminal network linked to the alleged fraud. Opposition parties, civil society organization, and human rights lawyer Femi Falana, SAN, has called for an independent investigation into the controversy, with some demanding that the Chief of Staff temporarily step aside to ensure a transparent probe. The Inspector General of Police, Tunji Dusi, on Friday, Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke and other critical stakeholders in Osogbo as part of effort to curb rising political violence ahead of the governorship election scheduled for August 15th. The meeting held at the Government House in Osogbo comes amid growing concern over escalating political tension in the state ahead of the off-cycle poll. The IGP was accompanied by the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 7, AIG Fasuba Olabode, alongside other senior officers of the Nigerian Police Force. Addressing stakeholders, the Inspector General urged residents to reject political violence and warned that the police will deal decisively with anyone found disrupting public peace before, during, or after the election. He appealed to parents and guardians to caution their children and wards against being used as political thugs, stressing that the Nigerian police force will not tolerate any form of electoral violence. In his remark, Governor Adeleke called on the police to remain professional and politically neutral throughout the electoral process. As part of his visit, Disu is also expected to meet with officers and personnel of the Osun State Police Command, as well as traditional rulers, to strengthen collaboration towards ensuring a peaceful, free, and credible election. And to the world of business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has commenced the evaluation of its proposed partnership with Chinese firm for the rehabilitation and the operation of the Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. The Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPCL, Bayo Ojulari, said the memorandum of understanding signed with the prospective partner is not a binding agreement, but the beginning of a rigorous due diligence process aimed at identifying a sustainable, performance-based business model for the refinery. Ojulari explained that the prospective partners would bear the cost of the evaluation, while the proposed partnership is expected to attract investment, improve operational efficiency, and expand Nigeria's petrochemical and gas-based industries. The development comes amid renewed call for petroleum marketers for the federal government to fast-track negotiation with experienced international partners to restore the country's state-owned refineries, reduce dependency on imported petroleum products, and strengthen Nigeria's energy security. And to the world of entertainment, American singer and songwriter Taylor Swift and NFL star Travis Kelce was married in a star-studded ceremony at Madison Square Garden in New York City, officiated by actor Adam Sandler. The private ceremony attracted about 1,000 guests, including celebrities from the entertainment and sports industry. The couple wore costumed design Christian Dior outfit, while New York authorities temporarily closed roads around the venue to manage security and the large crowd of fans. The wedding celebration, which began with a pre-event gathering on Thursday, drew widespread public attention as fans gathered outside the venue, hoping to catch a glimpse of the newlyweds. Ahead of the ceremony, the couple also announced a $26 million donation to more than 20 charities, further attracting public interest as the high-profile wedding dominated headline and social media discussion worldwide. And today, an exciting world of sports stories from the FIFA World Cup as Canada becomes the first co-host to exceed the 2026 FIFA World Cup as they were all beaten by Morocco in Houston. The Moroccans, having failed to impress in the first half, took the lead 5 minutes after the interval through Azzedine Ounahi, who swept on Achraf Hakimi's cutback free kick. Ounahi scored the second by converting a breakaway with 8 minutes remaining to seal victory. And ultimately, comfortable win was stopped off in stoppage time as Sofiane Rahimi slid his shot under keeper Maxi Krupin. Morocco progressed as they moved one win away from equaling their historic run to the semi-finals at the 2022 FIFA World Cup. And with that walk-up story, we call it a wrap on 11 p.m. news and independent television. I am Solomon Aino. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owan traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Owan was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, good day and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to the families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is, she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school. She didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon. So you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibioma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault. And going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for her health purpose,
or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes?
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, will I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with that? No, for me it's wrong, because it's not her fault. Basically, it's not her fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce, for, probably like you said, it could be domestic violence sake, it could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, they should be separated. They should stay apart, Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, that we have, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is.
What position?
As a pastor's wife, who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? If you affiliate with divorced people, evil communication, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, even let's look at karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is,
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women. This has to do with family. Okay, if you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with her.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please
there's
go
a
ahead.
part where I agree with her,
Okay.
because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. You know, a mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person might influence you, don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me, right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right?
Course.
Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband. And that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay, behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman, and he said to me, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife, not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church
Trying to
her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such scenario?
Well, the thing is that she might be talking in with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share, because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a ground for her to now peer up.
Oh, wow.
Yes, probably is a ground for her to now, say what is inside. I'm not
saying what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
So it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, advising them on something that they should, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so
yes.
A lot of Nigerians have. This has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? let me start with you, doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cursing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is. And then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, that person or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. But for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ. In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person is a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising even to the people not to, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the curse came from a place of a personal interest? Like the man that spoke behind the camera said, she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her, we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay? Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be, it could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Cause is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Okay. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, and with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God?
Well,
especially for the children.
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. Like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down. Like Korah went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, you know. So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, you know, or we have a new dispensation now, you know, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, you know, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and all of, and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
Go ahead. For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man, it's not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man, it's the man. So in that culture and religion, is acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this cause will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the cause.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the Muslim. You said the man goes to meet
the woman.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you?
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But you know, in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, you know, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. You know, when you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, whom you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of, you know,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. And maybe there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, you know, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him and decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, they of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later was not in the scene. Was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the wife? The wife caused the husband already.
Okay.
Abandoning the children,
everybody. Strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And you know, for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Okay. Maybe the woman has money, and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it. Whoever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibioma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or, take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy. Make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that that thing he saw there is still here.
Right. So that thing that he saw there is still here. What will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay. Yes. Coming from Gift, she's giving us Gift advice. Let's love ourselves. Yes. Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your husband. But give me one word.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa Ibom. I know you're from Akwa Ibom State, and I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa Ibom. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you, ladies, for coming onto this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. They will tell you, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food. And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. I mean, there's no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Uremu-Giggles. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Ejong expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obana zima dion Manawe Mahari Esama denena Nimado pon Esama Nimado gbeken Esama Emana dio wena Esama magbeken ne Osaba obuyo bitone aba no get on maga no dia mi maga manido gbeken ne denena ima yafe ima ato ima agbo oropa iwuwu dori ima adi awore ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni Jesus Christ no mi afa
in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waiting they happen.
Unchangeable, reliable. Only God can do what no man can do. If to say not be God, if to say not be Chineke, if to say not be Osalovua, if to say not be God for the situation now we dey for this country, many of us not dey breathe well again. No, people gonna ask what be the problem. Some people gonna say now President Tinubu. People gonna say what did this President Tinubu do, self? Nigerians are not breathing well. Oh. Southwest is not bandits. Just the way all those boys they say condemn handset, condemn iron, condemn phone, condemn bandits. But however, I want to beg the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, all the governors, all the ministers, all the senators, all the security agency, army, police. Nigerians are not smiling. For the past 1 year, Nigerians not a chop 3 times a day again. Now different BP. In fact, Nigerians we are already BP rise.
come on 1 year, not be 1 year. We don't let Trump tell you square me low. Now 001.
Okay, so I'm surprised the way you tell the talk. And you know if they talk says Tinubu enter. What did this Tinubu do? What did he do when we say na not let am? What did he do?
No.
Okay, what did Tinubu not do?
What did
he not do?
Everywhere Tinubu.
This man. When I say the truth, what did Tinubu do?
What did he do? What did the man do?
You don't know what they do. But I you just say if not be God, Nigerian for no breathe again.
We don't breathe well again.
Okay, but who think that happen? You where they talk? What think that happen?
Everything don't go up. If you carry money at a market, you go to find out for market. Everything down. Waiting me for it.
How much is 1 kilo of gas now?
No.
1,700.
Kg at 2,000 naira for my area.
Oh.
For 1 kg for gas.
Okay, about waiting to the bone of control.
Now it costs
Any man when go enter this seat, when don't get plan before he enter
okay, why don't they call the governor?
He don't get plan.
The governor, no, they call the governor. We not get minister. We not get senator.
Okay, when the aid is corrupt, the times they move anyhow.
However, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, this bus now when I get so the engine don't they sound well again. Those people say those new cha-cha bus where you buy will be diesel and CNG.
Bring them for us. Bring them. Make him hear them. Make him bring the bus.
The bus take government as
now government as they want use them. Now governor they enter. A lot of people want enter. This one never reach 30 years. Where they do this one? This one never reach 30 years. As they buy new one come now, they don't go bring and make with the enter.
They don't go commissioner. They don't go shaker.
Commission. Make the bring and come from me with commissioner. So when they go book for government as when you talk now. Now government as they want use. I'm only asking.
For the past 3 years, you want to say never see what Tinubu don't do?
Tinubu?
What Tinubu do? For the past 3 years, you never see what he don't do?
I see what he do. Tinubu do something. He use hungry beat us. He do something. He use hungry beat us.
Move. 50 bus now, Power will buy. Akpako bus. Akpako bus.
Make it bring her come with you.
His Excellency. His Excellency. Akpako rescue.
This company job. The boss wey he buy, me no know whether I buy, but you dey talk about.
They government house.
Make it bring am, cause they try.
Toilet dey inside.
We no expect say.
We
no expect say go try.
ATM dey inside. Police station dey inside.
We make it bring am. Make it bring am come. As we dey enter this old one, so that make we still enjoy the new one. You know the enter.
Governor, that's why they tell us say the new one. Police station dey inside. ATM dey inside. Security dey inside. Toilet dey inside. Where you go chop 3 times a day? Dey inside. Hey! I want order. I pledge to Nigeria, my country. Hey, whoa!
Waiting they happen.
If you see where Nigeria go just dey waka dey talk. Nigerians go dey waka dey talk. What's all this? Oga. Good morning. How the family now? Nigerians go just dey complain about Tinubu. What did Tinubu do? If you hear Tinubu, you say that guy come to me say people Tinubu, they don't want to let the man. I don't know what he do.
One thing I know that don't everybody we get person where we still give and we do more than Tinubu. This country where we don't know where we go. Then I go when they go, then I come back when they come. It's only God can help us. It's only God can help us this country. And nobody will say this country don't get a CB. Everybody they complain for hardship. Food we no see. Water we no see. Everything we they complain. More all of us gather man, they thank God. May help us. May touch us so that we find something to do. Things can move well. This Tinubu matter. If you talk about Tinubu, another can go now and can be worse than Tinubu. So we know how they work. So we don't be said to hold to now. You walk and walk. Now things go move well. Understand? Yes.
President of Nigeria.
No. The way Nigerians they complain about Tinubu, what did he do?
Not be Tinubu for the complaint senators. He get Facebook.
Tinubu na president, not be the God.
Yes.
What is senators? Then they sleep. House of Rep. Then they sleep. Politicians. Then they sleep. Make una look well. I be human rights advocate. United Nations human rights advocate.
Not this Tinubu where they shout everywhere for Nigeria.
They shout 1 2 man. Not be only tomorrow be president. Senator, they be president. Money when senator they receive, you need to tell build the street, you build people. When they this state? What did they tell me? President there, he be like what you were talking. You have like a figure there. He be like figure. Now try to tell you, fresh me. Make a face and look me.
Oga,
United Nations human rights advocate. Oh yeah, me talking. Oh yeah. I know. Make I open my shoes. Make I don't see you when I get now. Okay. I dey hear you.
What be the problem?
The problem wey we get na bandits don drive us. I wan go shave my hair now. Me I wear cap make dem no catch me.
Bandit?
You no know wetin be bandit? They come dey be journalist.
No. What is bandit? What is it?
Bandit na people wey dey kill innocent people. And these people na maybe some of them no get job. I don tell government say make dem dey pay social to people wey no get job. No be everybody dey get job o. See, Africa no dey equal. Me dey tell you, Africa dey no dey equal. I don't go many countries. Now social, now they tell the control person. You dey hear me now? This country just dey like that. Man, no, they don't arrest me the way they arrest can know. What is your problem?
What is your problem?
My problem is the hungry. I want run.
What's your problem?
I want run. My problem is no food to eat. Bandit, they pursue. I want run. You be bandit. Make I not come run.
Like play. Shut up. Drop your comments.
Now wait till they happen. Now wait till they happen. This one done too bad. This one done.
I dey for Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. As you watch me now, drop your comments. To you, what did this President Tinubu do? We be say all over Nigeria. It's like some people not like him. Why some people like him? And the truth of the matter, people will not like him. Not many people like him. Now the truth of the matter be that to drop your comments. People will like the president, and people will not like the president. People will not like the president, plus people will like the president is equals to what?
Also, waiting they happen.
Election done they come oh. Now say your vote oh. No need to fight oh. Election done they come oh. No say your vote oh. No say your vote oh. Election done they come oh. No say your vote oh. No need to fight oh. People could complain. No say your vote oh. Election done they come oh. No say your vote oh. No need to fight oh. Election done they come oh. No say your vote oh. So, oh God, how the family? We dey. People go dey church, they call President Tinubu. What did this President Tinubu do? People will like President Tinubu plus people will not like.
I don't like him. I don't like him.
That's your own opinion.
I don't like him at all.
Why you not like somebody, a president of a country?
No. I don't like him. People they suffer now. Look at this for market, very very expensive.
Na
cost now.
A president.
See food now. Food don't go up. Then how want to survive am?
You know,
I want to survive.
You know, you said that because of American.
No be because of that. Before that time, no be go announce say they remove subsidy.
Why would I not
like
remove subsidy? Why would I not? Why some people not like him?
Oga, me no like him. I know. Oga, I don't tell you so. Now you ask me question, I dey answer you now.
I said people will like President Tinubu.
Me, I don't like him.
Because people will not like
me, I don't like him. See recharge card now, everything don't go up. Go market now, go buy tomato for market. Me see how much they say tomato.
Eh?
No, as fuel go up, everything go up.
Now President Tinubu cost
as fuel go up, everything go up. Don't see me I carry back. I go buy supermarket.
Why don't they call the governor's name?
Which governors?
Why don't they call senators?
No be way into do the governors. That governor say they work. Okay, see Ekiti state election now. No be say they say do they share money. Share money for them now. They say PCC winner. I tell you, I see television no show am. Network no.
Now wetin dey happen? Boss Sununa. Now wetin dey happen? Boss Sununa. Now wetin dey happen? Boss Sununa. Now wetin dey happen? This one done too bad oh.
I just dey waka everywhere. They ask people why some people not like President Tinubu and some people like him.
You suffer too much.
Okay, you no go fit talk like that. You no go fit talk. Okay,
Alhaji,
I know you. First of all, okay, go and bring your constitution.
I beg, check my bag there. Give me 1999 federal.
Bring your 1999 constitution. I never see.
From the beginning, the big mistake when this man make, as he remove subsidy. Subsidy is scattered this economic sector in this country so far. Let me give you a little example, Mr. Man. Before we are intermotor from here to Kano, it's the highest 4,500, 5,000 naira. Yes.
To Kano?
Yes. It's 4,500, 5,000 naira.
Are you not lying or what? 4,000?
As my age. As my age. I will talk lie. What is my benefit? What is my benefit? Now, if you go Adwa when you enter motor go Kano, you pay 25,000 naira or 30,000 naira.
To Kano.
If you don't get, you relax or you go die there.
For what you talk to?
So please,
for what you
I call the attention for the Mr. Tinubu to bring back the subsidy back.
It's not possible.
Why you say so?
It's not possible. After 3 years, to bring back subsidy.
And so what? We don't see the benefit of that.
Wait.
I'm a citizen of this country.
A senior citizen like you. For the past 3 years, you said the policy of this present government is not working.
Yes, actually. From here to north, 30,000 naira, which is improper. Is a big international challenge to the common man. Common man is suffer.
Why you they use this 1999 constitution?
This 1999 constitution, I read this one day and night to make sure that I know my right.
To know your rights.
Quite all right.
Is what they here different from what they happen for outside?
Actually, confirm.
No. What did they here?
Let me tell you, section 14 in this constitution.
Section 14.
Fundamental objection and directive for the principle of the state policy. The governor, the government, and the people. Are you getting my point? Number 14A. The federal government of this country shall be a state based on the principle of democracy and social justice. The social justice. Are you experiencing the social justice in this country? Number 2, it is hereby accordingly declared that sovereign belongs to the people.
Yes.
Power belongs to the masses.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
So it's the primary responsibility to the government to make sure that they protect the life and property in this country. See, bandits occupy everywhere in this country.
Are you aware we have Nigerian army? Are you aware we have?
They are not.
They are not
active. They are not active. Satisfied with me or me? I'll go.
Continue with the constitution.
This is the primary and secondary responsibility to the federal government to make sure that I sleep well, I wake up well, and I eat well.
Are you not sleeping
I send my children to go school properly.
Are you not sleeping well?
You dey sleep well? You are citizen of this country. You dey sleep well? Answer my question.
My BP high, my BP high.
Yeah, 5 pure water for him, drink.
Bottle water.
5 pure water for him.
Oga, bottle water.
Pure water, I don't get money to buy.
Oga, bottle water.
I don't get money to buy pure bottle water for you.
Constitution. Now 1999 constitution.
Is a 1999 constitution, not be a constitution at the read.
It's different from what they happen for outside Nigeria.
This topic alone is a failure to the federal government.
They never amend them.
Well, now the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of the government. You experience that one?
Not be Nigeria, you there?
Let's
carry this rumor of bandits and kidnappers.
It's not a rumor, Mr. Man. I'm talking. You're talking.
What is rumor about that? What is rumor about that? Tell me the one way be rumor for waiting. Don't tell you now. Is it not bandit to anywhere, everywhere? As I talk to you now, full security. Now every problem we get. Nigerians cannot feed themselves any longer.
No, this man go bring 1999 constitution.
Where's the authority?
As a judge of the constitution, and I want to hear the one with the.
See what I read for him. He did. I don't know whether he did doubt.
He said fundamental objectives and directive principle of state policy.
It's happening.
Yes. See, the primary responsibility of government now to protect life and property.
Is Nigerian government not protecting Nigeria?
0 minus 9.
That's your own opinion.
That is F9.
It's not.
That's your own opinion.
That is F9.
No.
Go ask another person.
Which kind of opinion? Come, are you saving your house? Tell me true, you dey sleep with your 2 eyes.
Are you threatening me?
I'm not threatening you. I'm asking you a question. Are you saving your own house now?
Are you threatening me?
No.
Answer the question.
No, answer
yes
the
or
question.
No, Mr. Man. You are a citizen of this country.
Do you know how many dogs I have in my house?
Dog and
Dog.
so what?
Dogs.
Okay,
And
now
so,
I
wait,
have
you have dogs.
You know the chef.
No,
I have dogs in my house.
You don't agree to what they talk. Say he not get safety.
Failure in the comment.
You don't have safety.
Insecurity.
You know not.
Waiting they happen.
Prepare water for him, may manage in life.
On my body they hot. On my body.
They hot. We can't even afford you water. No, not give out water. Water is expensive.
No, may they give him.
Because of God.
Come down.
At my age, now you they buy me sachet water. At my
You
age.
will see water drink.
At my age.
You see this.
At my age, you give me this. At my age, you
I don't try the
give me.
situation in this country. I don't try.
No. At my age, now you give me this sachet water.
Wait. I blame you. Now, because you will see this water drink.
And I own fan for you. The fan they blow you. My fan they blow you.
My brother, better take water. You don't need that.
I love why I know.
That's why you need that. For you to water.
No. Why you go see the pure water?
Waiting they happen.
I beg, give me cocoyam, take.
You never correct.
You don't correct.
I know if you put sauce.
You pour here.
I know put on you. Now you're in a bag. I know they put.
I give you wazalako. I give you wazalako.
Edonjive.
I give you wazalako.
Edonjive.
I give you wazalako. I give you wazalako.
Edonjive.
I give you wazalako.
Edonjive.
I give you wazalako. You beg again. I want walk. We happy. Now for those of you now they watch us on live for Facebook, for ITV, for TikTok, this na cocoyam. Many of you are not the chopper. Benin people they call them Aka. You when they watch us, whether it be Hausa or Igbo or Yoruba or what do they call cocoyam for your language? Drop your comments, share them. Agi you wazalako. Agi you wazalako. Agi you say fish everything go join na 1,001 pages.
No, na 1,500.
You give me another cocoyam, tomatoes and pepper, me I go chop.
You buy fish. You buy. Why you no buy?
Scooby I don't ship.
How much they sell am?
Fish there, oh. Not shit am, oh. Not shit my wife.
Cocoyam. May I test them?
You know na the test am.
What is this cocoyam they do for me?
It's good now. Good now. What you come make a come there say those people will be
Cocoyam where they see for backyard.
Now 50,000 for bag. 50,000.
Cocoyam where scatter every day now you.
Now 50,000 for bag.
For bag.
Oh, yeah, 50 cents.
Hey, money no they come from heaven. To better thing money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. This is pepper tomatoes.
Now put the fish. Now put 500. Now put how many?
One. What together now? Come here.
1.5.
Sharp. I take this level. Officer, hello, gallant. Hey, original. Agree to. Hello.
Waiting they happen.
How far clear? Clear. Share for Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. That's so it's supposed to be. We are suffering and smiling, but how you see this my car? Check this my car. How you see the car? I see you. Federal government of Nigeria, all the governors in Nigeria, all the senators, all the ministers, Nigerians are not happy. Nigerians are not happy. What to make Nigerians not happy? Hunger, inflation, corruption, insecurity.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adisuwa Osawagie. We sincerely apologize for coming on behind schedule due to some technical issues we're experiencing. My guest is actually joining me via Zoom this afternoon, and we're having one or two little, technical issues. We will rectify that, and then we'll come and talk to you briefly. All right? We want to look at why it's so difficult for women to take a walk or find somehow to have a redress when they are going through a lot in marriage, like domestic violence, that can come in whatever form, in every form as the case may be. So today I'm going to be speaking briefly with Grace Ijoma Ome, who is a seasoned journalist and of course a legal practitioner and a marriage counselor. But let's quickly take a break. I'm Adisuwa Osawagie. Let's quickly take a break and we'll be back shortly. Please bear with me. Please do. Sometimes things like this just happen. You cannot predict what network will do to you. And all you have to do is just keep working. Like they say, the show must go on. And so this show must go on regardless of the number of minutes we're going to use. So We will try our best possible to be impactful. The lady with the golden pen is up to the task. So, Gracie Joma-Ome, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm good. So quickly, keeping it real, keeping it smart, keeping it okay, and all of that. Give me a quick answer. Marriage, should it be a do or die affair?
No, I don't think so. Marriage shouldn't be a do or die affair. Marriage is a union between two persons, and it is meant to be enjoyed, not endured. But the common thing these days, my sister, is that people are enduring and give you certain reasons in quotes why they should endure rather than enjoy marriage. And
tell us, what are the reasons why you think women should enjoy and not endure? Why do women endure in the face of serious violence, whether verbal abuse, physical, emotional, financially, and all of that? We have come to realize that some women are just roommates with their husbands, nothing they happen. So why should a woman stay?
Yes, they'll tell you first that they have children. They are staying behind because of the children. They wouldn't want the children to be subjected to certain abuse, because once they walk away from that tormenting environment, then the children will, suffer it. And I do not think that's right, because whether you stay or you do not stay, these children will live. That is LIVE. They will be alive. And you will see them. And sometimes you walk away and you see that your children are doing well. So some of them will tell you, even people with grown-up children that have already reached the age of self-determination, they will tell you, I cannot live, my children are still young. Children that are above 18, above 20, 21, they are still young, and you have to live there and go through hell because you want to protect your children. I think that is wrong. And then some of them have bought properties with their partner, their husband, and then they have this joint ownership of property, and they want to stay and protect their inheritance, so to speak. And they say, I'll stay because if I leave, what will happen to the property we jointly own?
Okay.
So many excuses. Then the society ridicule. They say stigmatization. They say, if I leave, people will say I've left marriage, I'm a divorcee. And society will classify me as a divorcee. Many women don't want that, so they will stay and endure. So these are just some of the flimsy excuses that we hear in the society every day.
So
go
ahead, please. Just go ahead.
We are not saying that divorce is to be encouraged. No, we are not encouraging divorce. But when it gets to a point where a woman has suffered several ordeals and she knows that she has gotten to the boiling point, in fact, the doctors are even telling her another push and then you will die. Then it is time for her to take a long walk without looking back. And then by the time she takes the walk, the law will give her the needed protection. The Ministry of Women Affairs is there. FIDA is there. That's the Women's Federation of Women Lawyers. The law has guaranteed her safety in a way to protect her rights. The right of property acquisition, the right to access her children, and then the stigmatization of society. Just attack yourself. Tell yourself that you must be alive before you think of what society thinks about you. So the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law prohibits that a woman should get to that point, that boiling point, where she cannot take it anymore, and the doctors are telling her, one more strike to your head from your partner, and you're dead. Then the law gives her the freedom to walk away. We always preach, leave in order to live. That is what we preach. And so many women are assimilating that like one of those words you say every day, but that we don't mean it. No, we mean it. For instance, I am in marriage. If at a point in my marriage, and I can't take it anymore because I've been abused, I've been violated, my dignity as a person has been violated, then I will walk away. We have also bought properties together, and then I will go to the law and ask the law, what rights are available to me over my property that I jointly bought with my partner. Then the law will give me the access to take certain steps, to take my own part of that property. So it is ignorance actually that has made women to endure certain turmoil in marriage, and they think.
Okay, this ignorance now, lady with the golden pen, I like to call you that because that's what we know you are. Yes. Okay, this ignorance now, it's not an excuse in law and should not be an excuse in marriage too. So how can a woman strive? Because it's easy for you to say you're enlightened, you're educated, you know what you want and how to get it. But some women really don't know what they want. I was talking to somebody the other day about the case of Osinachi, Shimite, and a couple of others, which made national headlines. Nigeria and abroad, you know, people talked about it. There were stories about it everywhere. A lot of women know this, but yet they still stick to that excuses you have made just now that you highlighted. So what is the way forward? How do we get women to start believing in themselves? Education has got nothing to do with this, whether the woman is educated or not, whether she's enlightened or not. It has just got nothing to do with it. But I think it's more of a societal, more of a religious, or more of a family thing. So how do we get women to get past this channel and begin to make it real? And then the place of prenuptial agreement in all of this. So I've asked you like 2 questions in one.
Yes, I think that like our people will say, you don't learn how to use your right hand when you are already old. But then we can start something with our daughters.
Okay.
And then for women who are already in marriage, we can start enlightening them on their fundamental human rights. We have to create awareness. Start with our girl child. Tell the children that they have rights. The girl child has rights. She has a fundamental right. As she grows up, like the word says, she will not depart from it. Let them be equipped. Let them know their rights as human beings first, and then their rights as their children. Then the women in marriage who are already in marriage and going through turmoil, they also need to know their fundamental rights. Because a woman walks away from a marriage she has suffered to build a house with a man, for instance, and she thinks that's the end of the world. But in the law, there's provision for you to get an affidavit after the divorce proceedings, and then ask for separation of your property, or ask for the property to be dispensed accordingly, going by the law. Then the court will now decide, are we going to sell, or are you going to do, you want to let the property, for instance, that is rent it out. How do you get your tenancy rate and all that, your rentals? So these are things a woman can discuss with her lawyers. Because many of them don't know. They say, if I go now, this property we built together, what happens?
Okay.
You know, once a marriage has been severed, a woman can still claim what is hers.
What if her name is not? What if her name is not on the property? You know, like most women are falling victim. Yeah, I can tell you that for free. Most women are falling victim to this issue of property and all of that. When her name is not on the property, you say Mr. and Mrs. Assuming I'm a man, I don't say Mr. and Mrs. Adesuwa. Anybody can be Mrs. Adesuwa, for goodness sake.
Instances where a marriage was severed, and both and the couple, they went to court over their property, and it was discovered that the woman's name wasn't on the property. But then the receipt for buying cement, the receipt for buying rod, the receipt for buying granite, sand, and all that, the receipt for even buying file, she had them, and her names were there.
Fantastic.
And that was where the judgment was based.
Fantastic.
That you are joint owners of this property, and then the property will be dispensed accordingly.
Lucky that woman.
How do you want it to be dispensed? You know?
Okay.
So there are instances like that. So women do not just walk away.
Okay.
Because that's the fear of majority of the women who are going through domestic violence. They say, how can I walk away?
All right, in just a minute.
Talking of the property.
In just a minute, Ijoma, before we go, what is the role of prenuptial agreement in marriage? Just in one.
So many men.
Just a minute.
So many families.
Okay.
So many families will tell you that we are Africans. Prenuptial agreement before we walk down the aisle is alien to Africa.
Just
they tell you and they will beat their chest to it that it's alien to Africa. So if a man do not condescend to signing such prenuptial agreement with you, then what do you now resort to when there is an issue of...
So at the rate we are going now, would you say that prenuptial agreement is okay or not okay?
It's okay where you know that this man comes from a family of disputants who will eventually leave you dry out there in the sun.
Okay.
So it's okay when you know, and some people have not even had courtship and they walk down the aisle.
Okay,
so for some people, I think they should consider prenuptial agreement.
Okay.
I think so.
So in a violent marriage now, a marriage that is riddled with violence and all of that, should a woman take a walk or remain?
Come again, I didn't hear that.
I said in a relationship where violence is the order of the day, whether violence on the man or violence on the woman, should partners stay put in such a relationship, or they go their way before they buy each other?
Whether it's the woman violating the man or the man violating the woman, it's violence. Violence is violence.
Okay.
And violence is not it's not only about the feminine gender, it's also about the man. I know of a woman who beats her husband. She beats him blue and black. So that kind of man should walk away because she could actually kill him. We have instances of women killing their husband.
All right, Grace Ijoma, mate. Time is...
woman tells you she has one belt. There is one popular belt they mentioned in Taekwondo. And
maybe she's a black. Maybe she's a black belt. I need to go and learn that Taekwondo too. Yeah,
okay,
I should
when
learn.
you now learn it and you unleash terror on your husband, and the man says put, you will say,
now
let
I
me
get
say,
strong
because I don't want my children to call me up.
All right, Grace, thank you so much for finding time to be with us on the show. We're going to do this again, okay? And hopefully network will be so friendly for us to flow. Thank you so much for the patience and all of that, okay?
You're welcome.
All right, we'll see you again soon. All right, guys, this is our show today, and we apologize earlier on, and we will do this again, okay, when network is favorable. All right, don't die inside your relationship. Be a man or a woman, all right? Take a walk. You know, you can take a walk for a few months, maybe come back again, and if it's not working, seek redress in court. We need you to stay alive. We'll see you again. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sotun rite of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II. who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Atwage, Abatapae. Ojode Atwage, Abatapae. Atwage, Abatapae. Adaye Atwage, Abatapae. Egwejua.
right, beautiful people, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and it's my pleasure to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, Flipside is a socio-cultural show, a unique one at that tends to focus on some topical issues in the society. You know, some of those issues that bedevil us as a people. Okay, and we just try to examine them and, you know, bring clarity to them, just so the people can get to, you know, have a clear understanding of them. It comes your way every Wednesday on this station. My name is Harry Igboje, and it's always a pleasure to have you join me on the show. Now, today we're having a very, very interesting conversation, something that has to do with human development. Now, I always say that the concept of human development cannot be, you know, overemphasized, because vacuum is not allowed in nature. You know, in fact, there's an adage that says that, you know, nature abhors vacuum, all right? And we really can't afford to be static. So there is need for constant, you know, growth. And that's basically the essence of today's topic. And to do this with me is someone who is a very, very industrious and, of course, you know, amazing personality. He's been, you know, in the field of human development for a long time, and he's still in that field. And as a matter of fact, he's in town, you know, to do what he does best. I actually don't have much to say about him, because I believe he is going to be introducing himself. And of course, in the course of the program, you're going to get to know all that there is to know about him. He goes by the name of Dr. Stephen Oshoke Enike Matthew. And of course, he is a global management consultant. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome to Flipside.
Thank you, everyone.
Your maiden appearance, huh?
Yes, and it feels so good to be here. And,
yeah, it's indeed exciting to have you on the show. So, I mean, this is one topic that I love to, you know, talk about: human capacity development. Because I, for one, am a fan of human capacity development. As a matter of fact, I believe that the best gift you can give to yourself as a person is to constantly, you know, develop yourself. You understand? I've never been a fan of being on one spot for too long. Okay, so yeah, that's basically what we're talking about today. Now, what is human capacity development? Maybe we should start on that note. How would you define human capacity development?
Thank you so much, and thank you to our very highly esteemed guests and viewers. Human capacity development, basically, to a layman, let's be very practical, it refers to the process of equipping people with the knowledge, the skill, the competence, the capacity to enable them reach their full potentials. And human capacity development basically is entrenched with 6 major foundations. There are 6 fundamentals of human capacity development.
Okay.
So to build a people, you have to invest in building their capacity. To build a nation, people must develop the capacity to be able to build a nation. So you will also say that a nation is as good as those who are building the nation.
Wow. Okay.
And the human resource of a nation is more important than the oil, the land, the natural resources. So the 6...
We're actually getting there. When you say capacity, what exactly are we looking at? You know, because some persons will tell you that there is mental capacity, there's financial capacity, right? Which society tends to celebrate more.
There are 6 core major fundamentals of the Human Capacity Development Index. 6 core.
Okay, let's have
You have education, which is formal and informal. You have vocational and skill training. You have health and wellness. You have leadership development. You also have institutional development. You have information and innovation technology.
Wow, that's a whole lot.
So these 6 core make up the body of human capacity development.
Okay.
And if you are looking at that with the view of building a nation, if these 6 are not in present, we can build
a nation.
So we are building education, both formal and informal, because those are also tools to develop people and to also give people the skills required to create wealth.
Especially in this era where education doesn't seem to be
attractive anymore. So you see that we are attaining formal education or we are attaining informal education. For those who cannot, then vocational education is there. You acquire a skill, get some vocational training and all that. Oh, I don't want to go to school. Okay, I want to be a health coach. I want to be a nutritionist. You build capacity in that area. You can create value from that also. You can create wealth from it. So, okay, I don't want to do all that. Okay, let's build leadership capacity. Okay. Let's invest in building leadership capacity for the next generation, even as whatever we have in Nigeria today. If that's not possible, then you are talking about institutional development, where we are going to build stronger institutions than stronger individuals. So what we have in Nigeria today now is we have very strong individuals without strong institutions.
With weak institutions.
There are even no comparison. We can't even say they are weak. There are no institutions.
Oh, really?
The individuals superimpose those institutions. So it's not even being weak. We have invested so much in building individuals than building strong institutions.
Is that inherently a bad thing?
Of course, it's a bad thing. It breeds dictatorship. It breeds lack of inclusion in governance and leadership, where it is one man's will that millions of people must follow. It's no longer a collective thing as to this is what we want, this is our values. No, it's not. It's an individual. And when that individual is varying, there's nobody to checkmate the individual. It is institutions that does the checkmating. So human capacity development is an interesting theme on its own. And nations that invest in building human capacity, they tend to enjoy sustainable growth more than nations that don't.
Okay, now they say charity begins at home, so let's focus on our own.
On our own,
all right. So would you say Nigeria is a nation that invests in human capacity development?
The answer is no.
Okay, why would you say that?
All right, because we have built a culture now in Nigeria that is driven a lot by money worship.
Yeah.
It's all about money now.
How much money you have and control.
Even politics is also being driven by the money you have and all that. It's no longer about the value that you possess, the impact that you are willing to offer to communities, to families, to society, and to the nation at large. So you have people who have money from whatever sources, they are the ones who run the show. So, and then that also will make education less attractive to the younger generation. So the average young person in Nigeria today wants to just make money, doesn't want to go to school
I'm
anymore.
actually glad you said that because, trending recently.
Yeah, I saw something, right? Even today, that somebody said.
Rapper YC
somebody
said something about.
What do you call it? The Olodo syndrome, Olodo something.
Yeah, they said it's Olodo uprising.
Yeah. And if you look at that, that in itself is not the problem. The root cause of that is the money worship. So people are focused on the material acquisitions and the flamboyance of wealth than investing in building the capacity to be able to manage that wealth when it comes.
Wow.
Is there anything wrong with making money? There's nothing wrong with making money. Whether you are making money legitimately or illegitimately, that's your cross to bear.
Okay.
Everybody needs money.
But there's something morally wrong with it.
But of course, it's entirely morally, legally also wrong with it. But we are not here to discuss the legality of that.
Absolutely.
So our discussion is centered on when this money comes, if you have not taken time to invest in building your capacity, either by obtaining formal or informal education, either by developing vocational or skill education, either by investing in building wellness and health education, or building relationship, when the money comes, you make a mess of yourself.
When you say relationship, are you talking in terms of network?
No, beyond network, a relationship here is how you interact with people. How you interact with your ecosystem. Basic interaction, mannerism, communication. You don't need to have a PhD. I saw somebody saying something that one young man is better than many PhD holders. That how many PhD holders has money, because a young person seems to be making noise on social media, and I laughed. And I said that the reason why that statement can be prevalent on social media now because we don't understand the place of the academy in building our national development index. One person who makes money off social media cannot be compared to one person who's a PhD holder. Why? Because a PhD holder, for example, is somebody who has gone through academic process, who can build policies, who can create framework, who can create solutions to help that social media influencer who's making money on how to manage his money.
So making money is one thing, then managing it is another.
Managing is another thing. And to manage money, you need competence, you need skill, you need knowledge. And that's where the human capacity development comes in.
All right.
I saw something in research, and one former head of state in Nigeria said that Nigeria's problem is not money. Nigeria's problem is how to spend the money. And that is the fundamental root cause of the problem of Nigeria today. When the wealth came, the people who made the wealth didn't have the capacity to manage the wealth, to know what to do with the wealth.
And that has something to do with education, I guess?
Human capacity development.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Stephen Oshoke Enike Matthew. I'm Global Management Consultant. It's been a very, very interesting conversation so far. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, in case you're just joining us. And we're having a very, very interesting conversation about the role of human capacity development in nation building. We have to go on this very important break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and I still have Dr. Stephen right here with me to discuss the role of human capacity development in nation building. Now, you spoke so much about education before we went on that break, and that gives me the impression that education is indispensable if we are going to truly develop our capacity as a people. Now, tell me how you think education can contribute to human capacity development in practical terms.
Okay, let's take it back to look at the story of Singapore, for example. Singapore became a city-state powerhouse by virtue of its investment in human capacity development.
Okay.
Formal education, informal education. Japan is ruling the technological space. Why? Because it invested a lot of money in human capacity development, especially in the informal education sector. Now, the United Nations Human Capacity Index says that nations who invest a lot in human capacity development will do 3 times more than nations with less human capacity development. Singapore is an example, Japan is an example to buttress that. So I believe strongly that education is not just about knowing how to read and write. Education is a pathway in knowing how to relate with the ecosystem itself. And that relation here talks about communication, conflict resolution, relationship management. In that communication is holistic communication anyway, because communication goes beyond just talking and hearing.
Okay.
It's about verbal communication, nonverbal communication, sign language, gesticulation.
So it's all encompassing.
All encompassing, holistic communication. How the relationship, how to do business, how to interface with
it also
people.
Include emotional intelligence?
Yes, it's all encompassing. That's where the relationship part of it comes in. Emotional intelligence, emotional intelligence. So you must build capacity for all of this if you want to be able to develop economically as a nation. So we don't have people who have money and don't have emotional intelligence running.
Or like they say in our local parlance, that don't have sense.
That may be too extreme.
Okay.
So we need to invest a lot. And this investment here is not about building more schools. We have a lot of schools already. But the infrastructure that enables qualitable education is what we lack. And that qualitable education here basically talks about how people can enjoy the learning process. How people can, learn while learning and not just go to school to get a certificate and go out.
For the sake of it.
Yes. So we need to invest a lot in that level of infrastructure so that we can build a working community or a working nation. And then if somebody comes out and says, oh, I have a BSc in engineering, you know the person is a BSc in engineering. The mannerism, the disposition, the demeanor, the interaction, the communication, the charisma. And that's what education brings. It goes beyond, oh, I have money, those things are mundane things people want to use to make arguments these days. So we must take time to invest in developing the capacity in these areas so that when the money comes eventually, the money does not control us. We have the maturity, we have the competence, we have the capacity to manage the money, to control the money. Then we can distribute that wealth to serve the purpose of building the nation. And that's where we are struggling currently now. I mean, tell a young person, I interact with young people a lot about furthering your education. They tell you no. They say, why? Because they want to make money. A lot of them now want to become social media content creators or streamers because they say, those people are making a lot of money.
There's a lot of money in it. All right, now you know, in passing, you made mention of the need for skill acquisition as well. Do you think, as a nation, we place enough emphasis on skill acquisition? Or is that also part of education in itself?
Of course, it is part of education in itself. So I take it from the skill acquisition, to me, is very fundamental. And why is it fundamental? Everybody must not be an employed labor force. There are some people that must create the jobs.
Okay.
And the only way you can create the jobs is if you have the skill to create the jobs. So if government pays a lot of attention more in beyond building nursing schools or universities or polytechnics, and invest a lot more in building technical training schools, so that people can go to learn proper learning of welding, proper learning of bricklaying, proper learning of this basic skill you call artisan, skill. But we don't have a system that produces all of this, and that's why you bring someone to come and do something in your house, and he comes and messes up the whole place because he didn't go through a proper learning
acquisition center. But whose responsibility do you think it is?
Government it is. It's government.
Okay.
If government pays a lot
solely
of attention,
government?
Yes, it's government. If government, and what does government do? Create the framework, put the standard, put the structure in place,
the enabling environment.
Yes,
as well.
the private sector can invest in pursuing with the standard that government has created. But there's a lot of emphasis in the normal tertiary institutions. So everybody must go to university, everybody must do JAMB. Not everybody is caught out for that. There are some people that right from primary or secondary school, they should go straight to a vocational training center to go learn how to do things with their hands, because that's what they are gifted for. So if you invest a lot in that, we are automatically creating employment. And this is true. There's no way you can create employment without human capital development. You can't create employment without it. And everybody must not be a banker. Everybody must not be a journalist. Everybody must not be a learned person like myself or yourself. Some people's calling and some people's gifting is in artistry. So government needs to focus a lot in providing a framework that makes that attractive. So instead of people chasing the quick money now, they go do some 2-3 years, settle, learn, and then the government produces them and empowers them with tools and enabling resources to start their own businesses. Then, with mentorship, with guidance, under a structured program, they can become high flyers.
Okay, we actually do hope that we get to that point. But let me ask this.
Yes, please.
What do you think is the relationship between human capacity development and innovation?
Technology. We're talking about the next, what you call technological wave, industrial revolution and all that. If you don't acquire the technical skill to know the use of this new technology, there's no way you can create value from it. Look at what's going on in the world now, the age of AI. In fact, 2 days ago, I was in a meeting discussing an investment opportunity with someone. We're talking about EVs. And I discovered that, like in Lagos, where I come from, for example, there are only 2 major EV charging stations in Lagos. Now you will not know. Just two. You will not know if you don't do a research. Now you do that research and you are able to create a business out of it. That information, you're leveraging on it and you're building wealth. So people need to pay attention also in building and acquiring technological skill because the world has moved. And with the age of AI and technological advancement, we will do much more faster and achieve much more results than it is building cement and building sugar plants. I'll give you a practical scenario. It's not talking down on anyone, but in 2007, Elon Musk today was not on the Forbes list of the world's richest. As of 2007, the African's richest man, who is worth about $32 billion now, was worth about $1.8 billion as of then. Elon Musk arrived on the Forbes mainstream as of 2012. And his arrival, he came in with about 10 point something there, about $1 billion. Today, he's 55 billion dollars worth because he lost about $500 billion 2 days ago. He came down from the trillionaire level to about $958.5 billion worth. Now, study the pattern. Sliding right into this AI Gemini technological advancement age, because he kept on building and investing in that area, his wealth kept on increasing.
Okay.
See the trajectory. The guys who had been there were building maybe softwares like the IBMs, like the Microsofts and all that, the Jeff Bezos and all that, the supply chain, the e-commerce and everything. In Nigeria, you talk about the industrial version of the Aliko Dangotes and all that, staple foods, FMCGs. Now, is anything wrong with that? No. But somebody rose between 2012 and 2026 to $1 trillion worth just by technological advancement.
Okay. So that's in a nutshell, that's the connection.
Yeah, imagine that it's a nation that took 10 years or 15 or 20 years to invest in building technological assets.
I mean, if an individual can achieve that.
Imagine what a nation will achieve.
Wow.
Yesterday, I was also listening to an interview by Alhaji Aliko Dangote, and he said something very profound and striking. He said, governments have more money than private individuals. Yes. And I was curious for him to explain what he said, because the money the government has, private individuals don't have it. If government put as much money as private individuals put in developing the industries in their nations in Africa, Africa will not collect loan from any country in the world again. And it's the truth.
And the big question is, how many of his peers are thinking like him?
Of course, there are not so many of them. I don't think there are even up to 5 of them who think like it. The man is a genius. He's in his own world.
Well, I actually do wish that Africa has more geniuses to boast of.
We're coming up.
In case you're just joining us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Dr. Stephen Oshoke is still right here with me, and we're discussing the role of human capacity development in nation building. We have to go on another break, and when we return, we up the ante a bit. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Dr. Stephen is still right here in the building with me. Now, I would like to ask you this, Dr. Stephen. How do you think youth empowerment influences nation building? Because most times when we hear of youth empowerment, what comes to mind is financial support. So do you think, yeah, exactly. So, and then of course there's bags of rice. Do you consider that empowerment, or you think it goes beyond that?
Yeah, for me, empowerment goes beyond that. You know, there's a difference between empowerment and enablement. So I'll break it down. But before I go further, to really bringing about change as a nation in terms of human capacity development, government, private sector, civil society must collaborate.
Okay.
Must all come together. It takes more than just one arm of it to build, a nation in this regard. So, taking that and marrying it to the question you asked about empowerment and all of that. Nigerian youth in particular does not need empowerment. No. What we need is enablement.
So that sounds controversial.
I'll explain. We have already been empowered, by technology.
Okay.
Which was not available.
Technology is enough empowerment for the youth?
Yes, which was not available in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s. In fact, in the early 2000s, you have to pay money to apply to have access to a cyber cafe to use the internet. But today, from your mobile phone, you can reach the world.
True.
You can create videos, you can write a book, you can do so many things. So that is enough empowerment in itself. So what we need now is an enabling environment for everybody to thrive and to be able to come into the fullness of their potentials.
And who should create that environment?
Government. It's government to create the environment. Government to create a level playing field, give us power supply, give us access to the internet. You know what I'm saying? That's enablement, right? We don't need rice anymore. We don't need bags of rice. We don't need those things. Sewing machine. Those are mundane.
In what category would you place rice? Empowerment or enablement?
That's stomach infrastructure. That's not even empowerment. It's stomach infrastructure. In fact, because I do a lot of charity myself.
Okay.
So I understand this very well. And in my charity, I have a charity for widows and orphans I do every December, and the minimum numbers is about 5,000 widows. And I've run that for about 11 years. So I can tell you
that's a lot.
Categorically that even though we give people food, we still have vocational skill training segments at our meetings. And the purpose for that is so that beyond just the rights we are giving to them, we create